Behind the gilded portraits and ceremonial smiles of Britain's most famous family lies a lesser-known truth: struggles with dependency, obsession, and compulsion that shaped royal lives in ways the public rarely saw. Tonight, we're exploring the private battles of 93 royals who face challenges behind palace doors, from substance dependencies to excessive habits with compulsive behaviours that affected their health, to obsessions that consumed their daily lives. These aren't the polished stories found in official histories. These are the human struggles that reveal royals as complex individuals facing very real difficulties. Before we explore this lesser-known side of royal history, make sure you're subscribed to the channel, not just for more untold stories, but because understanding these struggles shows us the human side of even the most privileged lives. Feel free to leave a comment letting us know where you're listening from. Now, let's begin. Number 1. King George IV. A life of unchecked excess. King George IV, who reigned from 1820 to 1830, became one of history's most cautionary examples of how unlimited privilege and lack of self-restraint can impact even the most powerful individuals. By the time he assumed the throne at age 57, George's health had deteriorated significantly, with contemporary accounts describing a man who weighed nearly 300 pounds and required specially constructed furniture to accommodate his size. These physical changes reflected decades of lifestyle choices that had concerned his physicians and advisors since his youth. Historical records indicate that George's relationship with food became increasingly problematic throughout his adult life. Court documents describe elaborate meals consumed at unusual hours, with quantities that shocked even those accustomed to royal dining customs. His chefs maintained constant readiness to prepare food, as George would request meals throughout the day and night. Medical historians note that this pattern of eating contributed significantly to the various health conditions that plagued his later years, including severe gout and mobility limitations. George's consumption of alcohol was similarly concerning to those around him. Contemporary observers documented regular drinking that began early in the day and continued through evening hours. He frequently combined alcohol with laudanum, an opium-based medicine that was commonly prescribed during this era for pain management and various ailments. While his physicians initially provided laudanum for legitimate medical complaints, historical accounts suggest that George's use gradually expanded beyond therapeutic purposes as his tolerance increased over time. The combination of these substances affected George's mental state and decision-making abilities. Court records indicate mood fluctuations and increasingly erratic behavior that concerned advisors and family members. His relationship with his wife, Queen Caroline, became so strained that he attempted to prevent her attendance at his own coronation, reflecting the personal toll that his lifestyle had taken on those closest to him. George's spending habits matched his other excesses, with massive expenditures on building projects and personal luxuries while Britain faced economic challenges. By his death in 1830 at age 67, medical professionals noted extensive internal damage from years of dietary excess. His reign had demonstrated how personal struggles with self-control, even among royalty, could diminish both health and public respect. George's story remains a historical example of dependency issues affecting individuals regardless of their status or resources, reminding us that privilege provides no immunity from the consequences of unchecked compulsive behaviours. Number 2. Prince George, Duke of Kent, a life kept secret. Prince George, Duke of Kent, fourth son of King George V, lived a life that palace officials worked desperately to keep hidden from public view during the 1920s and 30s. Born in 1902 into the strictest royal household of the modern era, George seemed an unlikely candidate for the struggles that would come to define much of his adult life. Yet behind the carefully maintained public image of a handsome, sophisticated prince lived someone grappling with dependencies that threatened both his health and the monarchy's reputation. Historical records that emerged decades after his death suggest that George became involved with cocaine use during his 20s, a period when he moved within London's most permissive social circles. While the substance was legal at the time, its use was increasingly frowned upon, particularly for a member of the royal family, where reputation and restraint were paramount. The situation represented a potential scandal that could not be allowed to become public knowledge. Contemporary accounts from friends and acquaintances describe changes in George's demeanour during this period, with episodes that alarmed those close to him. Palace officials and family members eventually intervened, deeply concerned about both George's well-being and the potential for public discovery. The intervention process was handled with absolute secrecy, involving trusted physicians and requiring George to spend time away from London's social scene. George's path toward recovery was significantly aided by his relationship with Princess Marina of Greece and Denmark, whom he married in 1934. Marina provided stability and support that helped George address his struggles, and their marriage appeared to mark a genuine turning point in his life. Contemporary observers noted positive changes in his demeanour and reliability after the wedding, suggesting that the relationship offered him motivation and structure that had been lacking. The couple had 3 children and by most accounts built a happy family life, though George's earlier struggles remained closely guarded. He found purpose in his work with the Royal Air Force during World War II, serving in various capacities that gave him a sense of contribution beyond merely fulfilling ceremonial duties. George's life ended tragically in 1942 when he died in a plane crash in Scotland at age 39. Official investigations concluded it resulted from pilot error in poor weather conditions. His early death meant that the full story of his personal struggles remained largely unknown to the public for decades, only emerging gradually through historical research and released documents. His life serves as a reminder that dependency can affect anyone, regardless of privilege, and that recovery often requires strong support systems and genuine personal commitment. Number 3. King Edward VII, an insatiable appetite for pleasure. King Edward VII, who reigned from 1901 to 1910 after spending nearly 6 decades as heir to the throne, became known for lifestyle choices that concerned both his mother, Queen Victoria, and government officials throughout his adult life. His patterns of behaviour were so well established and openly practiced that they became almost expected aspects of his public persona, though the full extent of his various compulsions remained diplomatically understated during his lifetime. Edward's relationships with women extended far beyond what was considered acceptable, even by the relaxed standards of Victorian and Edwardian aristocracy. Historical records document dozens of affairs throughout his marriage to Princess Alexandra of Denmark, with mistresses ranging from aristocrats to actresses to society figures. He maintained these relationships simultaneously rather than sequentially, requiring elaborate arrangements to manage schedules and maintain discretion. His pursuit of female companionship was so consuming that it influenced his daily routine, political decisions, and choice of social engagements. Food represented another area where Edward's appetites exceeded reasonable bounds. Contemporary accounts describe meals of staggering complexity and volume, often consisting of 12 or more courses consumed over several hours. He would eat 5 substantial meals daily, beginning with a large breakfast and continuing through late-night suppers. His weight increased significantly throughout his adult life, contributing to various health problems that his physicians repeatedly warned him about. Yet despite these warnings and his own discomfort, Edward seemed unable or unwilling to moderate his eating habits. Tobacco consumption was equally excessive. Edward smoked cigars constantly throughout the day, often going through a dozen or more in 24 hours, and also smoked cigarettes between cigars. The combination of heavy smoking and overeating contributed to respiratory problems and other health issues that worsened as he aged. His doctors advised him repeatedly to reduce both habits, but Edward dismissed these concerns, believing that pleasure in the moment outweighed potential future consequences. His approach to gambling reflected similar patterns of excess. He would wager large sums on horse races, card games, and virtually any activity that could be turned into a bet. While his wealth meant these losses rarely created financial hardship, the compulsive nature of his gambling concerned advisors who worried about the example it set and the possibility of scandal if his debts became too widely known. Edward's various compulsions ultimately affected his health significantly. He died in 1910 at age 68, after years of declining physical condition related directly to his lifestyle choices. His reign had been relatively brief, but marked by personal charm and diplomatic skill that made him popular despite his well-known indulgences. Historical assessments suggest that Edward's inability to moderate his various appetites may have shortened a life that, with more restraint, could have extended considerably longer, though whether he would have found such a restrained existence worth living remains an open question. Number 4. Princess Margaret. Smoke, spirits, and sorrow. Princess Margaret, younger sister to Queen Elizabeth II, lived much of her life in her siblings' shadow while struggling with dependencies that became increasingly apparent to those around her. Born in 1930, Margaret seemed destined for a life of glamour and privilege, yet behind the carefully maintained public image of parties and sophistication lived someone grappling with compulsions that would significantly impact her health and well-being over the decades. Margaret's relationship with tobacco began in her teenage years and developed into a dependency that she maintained throughout most of her adult life. Contemporary observers noted that she was rarely seen without a cigarette in a holder, smoking continuously throughout the day. Historical accounts suggest she consumed cigarettes in exceptionally large quantities during certain periods, a habit that concerned family members and physicians alike. Despite repeated warnings about the health consequences and visible effects on her breathing and stamina, Margaret seemed unable or unwilling to stop for any sustained period. Alcohol consumption followed a similar pattern of escalation over the years, becoming a regular presence in her daily routine. What began as social drinking in her youth gradually increased to levels that friends and staff noticed with growing concern. Margaret would often begin drinking in the afternoon and continue through the evening. The combination of heavy smoking and drinking created a lifestyle that took an increasing toll on her physical health, though she maintained her social activities and public appearances with determined effort. Her struggles intensified after romantic disappointments, particularly the end of her relationship with Peter Townsend and the eventual breakdown of her marriage to Lord Snowdon. Historical biographers suggest that Margaret used substances partly as a coping mechanism for unhappiness and frustration with her position. She was royal enough to face constant scrutiny and restrictions, yet not senior enough to have clear purpose or significant responsibilities. This ambiguous position within the family structure may have contributed to her seeking comfort through means that ultimately harmed rather than helped. In her later years, Margaret's health declined significantly. She suffered multiple strokes beginning in the 1990s, and her mobility became increasingly limited. Medical professionals have noted that her decades of heavy smoking and drinking likely contributed substantially to these health crises. She also developed dependencies on pain medications prescribed for various ailments, adding another layer to her complex relationship with substances. Margaret died in 2002 at age 71, having spent her final years in declining health and increasing isolation. Her life serves as a poignant reminder that privilege and status provide no immunity from struggles that can affect anyone. Those close to her often reflected that beneath the glamorous exterior lived someone fundamentally unhappy, seeking relief through means that offered only temporary escape while creating long-term consequences. Number 5. King George VI, a habit that defined his reign. King George VI, who unexpectedly became king in 1936 after his brother's abdication, faced enormous pressures throughout his reign that included leading Britain through World War II and managing a severe speech impediment. Born in 1895 as Prince Albert, he developed a dependency on tobacco that began in his youth and continued with increasing intensity throughout his adult life, ultimately contributing significantly to his premature death. George began smoking as a young man, a common practice among his generation and social class. However, what started as casual habit gradually became a compulsion that he seemed unable to control, despite growing awareness of its effects on his health. Contemporary accounts indicate he smoked heavily throughout each day, often going through multiple packs. The stress of his unexpected kingship, combined with the tensions of wartime leadership and his ongoing struggle with stammering, appeared to intensify his reliance on cigarettes as a coping mechanism. His physicians noted the toll that smoking took on his health as early as his 40s. George suffered from various respiratory problems and circulatory issues that doctors directly linked to his tobacco use. Despite these warnings and his own recognition that smoking worsened his conditions, he found himself unable to quit for any meaningful period. Historical records suggest he made several attempts to reduce or stop smoking, but the combination of stress, habit, and physical dependency made sustained abstinence impossible for him. The situation became critical in his late 40s, when he developed serious arterial disease that required surgery and caused significant pain and mobility limitations. Medical professionals explicitly connected this condition to his years of heavy smoking, and they urged him to stop immediately. While George did attempt to reduce his consumption during this period, he could not eliminate it entirely, and the damage to his cardiovascular system had already been done. In 1951, George was diagnosed with lung cancer. The disease progressed rapidly despite medical interventions, and he died in February 1952 at age 56. His death shocked the nation and brought his daughter Elizabeth to the throne much earlier than anyone had anticipated. Medical historians have consistently identified his decades of heavy smoking as the primary factor in both his arterial disease and his lung cancer. George's struggle represents a common pattern where stress, duty, and personal habit combine to create dependencies that individuals recognize as harmful but find extremely difficult to overcome, even when facing life-threatening consequences. Number 6. Queen Anne, the weight of the crown. Queen Anne, who ruled from 1702 to 1714, faced physical challenges throughout her life that were compounded by patterns of consumption that contemporary observers noted with concern. Born in 1665, Anne experienced numerous health problems from childhood, including recurring illnesses and chronic pain that would plague her entire existence. Her approach to food and drink during her reign became subjects of court gossip and diplomatic correspondence, revealing struggles that modern understanding recognizes as potentially compulsive behaviors. Historical records indicate that Anne's relationship with food became increasingly problematic as she aged. Contemporary accounts describe someone who consumed large quantities of food regularly, with meals that grew more elaborate and excessive over time. Her weight increased dramatically during her years as queen, eventually making mobility difficult and contributing to joint problems that caused her significant pain. Court observers noted that she often ate beyond the point of comfort, suggesting patterns that went beyond mere enjoyment of good food. Anne's consumption of alcohol followed similar patterns. She favoured brandy and consumed it regularly throughout the day, not merely during formal meals or social occasions. Some contemporary accounts, though possibly exaggerated by political opponents, suggested she sometimes appeared affected by drink during official functions. Whether these observations were accurate or politically motivated slander remains debated by historians, but multiple sources from different perspectives mention her drinking with enough consistency to suggest it was notable, even by the standards of an era when alcohol consumption was commonplace. Her physical condition deteriorated significantly during her relatively brief reign. Anne suffered from gout, a painful condition that contemporary medicine did not fully understand, but that modern research has connected to both dietary habits and alcohol consumption. She also experienced dropsy, known today as edema, which caused severe swelling and discomfort. By her final years, she required assistance to walk and was often carried to official functions in a specially designed chair. The numerous pregnancies Anne endured, 17 in total with no surviving children beyond infancy, took an enormous toll on her body that her eating and drinking habits likely worsened. Each pregnancy loss added to her emotional burden and may have contributed to seeking comfort through consumption. Anne died in 1714 at age 49, having suffered a stroke. Her physicians noted her overall poor health and significant obesity as factors in her death. Her struggles illustrate how physical pain, emotional distress, and limited medical understanding in earlier eras could create cycles of behavior that modern perspectives recognize as potentially compulsive, though contemporaries simply viewed as personal weakness or lack of self-control. Number 7. King Henry VIII, the tyrant's transformation. King Henry VIII, who ruled England from 1509 to 1547, underwent a dramatic physical and psychological transformation during his reign that historians have connected to patterns of consumption that became increasingly uncontrolled in his later years. The young Henry, who ascended the throne at age 17, was athletic, handsome, and vigorous, standing over 6 feet tall and excelling at sports and physical activities. However, the Henry of his final decade had experienced significant physical changes, having gained substantial weight and suffering from numerous painful conditions. Historical records suggest that Henry's relationship with food changed significantly after a jousting accident in 1536 left him with a leg wound that never properly healed. The injury ended his active lifestyle and caused chronic pain that plagued him for the remaining 11 years of his life. Unable to exercise as he once had, but maintaining the same substantial appetite he had developed as an active young man, Henry's weight increased considerably. Contemporary accounts describe meals of notable size, with Henry consuming quantities that were remarkable even by the standards of lavish Tudor feasts. Medical historians examining historical records have noted that pain management in the Tudor era relied on various preparations, though documentation about Henry's specific treatments remains limited. His physicians would have had access to remedies available during that period, and court records suggest he received medical care for his chronic conditions. The extent and nature of these treatments, however, cannot be fully determined from surviving historical sources. His approach to food in his final decade appeared increasingly difficult to control. Court records indicate he would eat at irregular hours, demand elaborate meals at unexpected times, and continued consuming food even when experiencing discomfort. His size eventually became substantial enough to require specially constructed furniture and modified doorways throughout his residences. The leg ulcers that had troubled him since his jousting accident worsened, creating a cycle where pain led to immobility, immobility contributed to further weight gain, and increased weight caused additional physical difficulties. Henry died in January 1547, with contemporary accounts of his final years describing significant physical changes from his youth. His transformation serves as a historical example of how injury, pain, and loss of physical activity can contribute to patterns of consumption that significantly impact health, particularly when combined with unlimited access to food and the limited nutritional understanding available during the Tudor period. Number 8. King George III, when order becomes obsession. King George III, who ruled from 1760 to 1820, is perhaps best known for the mental health episodes that affected his later reign, but his private life throughout his years on the throne revealed patterns of behavior that modern observers might recognize as obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Born in 1738, George was raised with strict discipline and developed habits of routine and order that served him well initially, but eventually became so rigid and consuming that they interfered with his functioning and well-being. Historical accounts describe George's need for precise routine and exact repetition in his daily activities. He required meals served at specific times, prepared in particular ways, and would become distressed if schedules were disrupted even slightly. His insistence on routine extended to every aspect of palace life, with servants required to perform tasks in exact sequences and specific manners. What might have been merely preference for order appeared to cross into compulsion, as George seemed unable to deviate from established patterns, even when circumstances made flexibility appropriate or necessary. His collecting behaviours also suggested patterns that went beyond typical royal accumulation of possessions. George amassed substantial collections of books, scientific instruments, and various objects, but rather than simply enjoying these items, he appeared driven to catalogue, organise, and reorganize them constantly. He would spend hours arranging his collections according to systems that made sense primarily to him, becoming absorbed in these activities to the exclusion of other duties or leisure. During his episodes of mental disturbance, these tendencies intensified considerably. Historical records describe periods when George would repeat phrases extensively, appearing unable to stop himself despite recognizing the behavior as unusual. He would engage in repetitive physical actions, continue conversations well beyond reasonable duration, and focus on particular ideas or concerns with notable intensity. His physicians, working with limited understanding of mental health conditions, tried various treatments that ranged from ineffective to potentially harmful, unable to address the underlying factors affecting his behavior. George's later years were marked by permanent mental decline, with his son serving as Prince Regent from 1811 onward. The king lived in seclusion at Windsor Castle, where he experienced significant sensory and cognitive decline in his final decade. He died in 1820 at age 81. Modern medical historians examining historical records have proposed various possible explanations for George's condition, though definitive diagnosis remains impossible given the historical distance and limited medical documentation. Regardless of underlying causes, the patterns evident throughout his life suggest struggles with needs for control and order that became progressively more challenging to manage as he aged. Number 9. Prince Albert Victor, Duke of Clarence. Questions without answers. Prince Albert Victor, known as Eddie, was the eldest son of the future King Edward VII, and seemed destined to become king himself until his unexpected death from influenza in 1892 at age 28. His short life has been the subject of considerable historical discussion, with various accounts about his behaviour that remain difficult to verify with certainty. What is documented through historical records is that Eddie struggled with the expectations placed upon him, and that his family expressed concerns about his readiness for future responsibilities. Historical records confirm that Eddie faced academic challenges and appeared to lack the focus expected of someone in his position. His tutors and military instructors described someone who seemed frequently distracted and unable to concentrate on tasks for sustained periods. Whether these difficulties stemmed from learning differences, lack of interest, or other factors remains a subject of historical analysis. His family worried about his preparation for future duties and took active interest in guiding his development. Contemporary documentation shows that Eddie's social circle during his time in London included individuals and venues that his family considered inappropriate for someone of his station. Historical biographers have examined these associations, though detailed documentation about specific activities remains limited. Much of what has been written about Eddie's private life relies on sources whose reliability varies considerably, making definitive conclusions about many aspects of his behaviour difficult for modern historians to establish. What historical records clearly demonstrate is that Eddie's family recognised concerns about his preparedness for future responsibilities. They made considerable efforts to provide structure and guidance, and arranged his engagement to Princess Mary of Teck, who would later marry his brother George after Eddie's death. This engagement was viewed partly as providing the stability and sense of purpose that might better prepare him for his eventual role. His sudden death from influenza during the 1891 to 1892 pandemic meant that questions about his fitness to rule were never tested by experience. His brother George, who became King George V, proved a capable and dutiful monarch. The numerous theories that emerged after Eddie's death reflect both the limited reliable documentation about his private life and the tendency of historical figures who die young to become subjects of ongoing discussion and reinterpretation. What remains clear from documented sources is a young man whose family had concerns about his development and took steps to provide guidance and structure, though the complete picture of his private life remains incomplete in the historical record. Number 10. Edward VIII, Duke of Windsor, the woman who became his world. Edward VIII, who abdicated the throne in 1936 after reigning for less than a year, demonstrated patterns of emotional attachment that historians have described as notably intense. Born in 1894 as the eldest son of King George V, Edward seemed initially prepared for kingship. Yet his relationship with Wallis Simpson revealed personality traits that made him willing to abandon duty, family, and country for a relationship that came to occupy a central position in his existence. Edward's attachment to Wallis went considerably beyond typical romantic devotion. Contemporary accounts from friends and staff describe someone who found separation from her difficult, who constantly sought her approval, and who allowed her considerable influence over his daily life. He would telephone her multiple times daily when apart, write lengthy letters, and become genuinely distressed when unable to make contact. This level of focus on the relationship concerned those around him, particularly as the constitutional questions about potential marriage became more pressing. After abdicating and marrying Wallis, Edward's emotional attachment remained notably strong. He had given up his position for her, which appeared to intensify his investment in the relationship's success. Friends who knew them as a couple reported that Edward seemed to defer to Wallis on most decisions, from personal matters to social arrangements. She had substantial input into what he wore, their social calendar, and household management. Rather than a partnership where both exercised equal influence, observers described dynamics where Edward appeared particularly eager to maintain her satisfaction. Historical records reveal that Edward's financial generosity toward Wallis was considerable. He provided jewellery, clothes, and gifts of substantial value, seemingly viewing her happiness as a primary concern. Even when financial circumstances became more constrained during their years living abroad, he continued significant expenditure on her comfort and desires. This pattern suggested that material expressions of devotion held important meaning within their relationship. His diaries and letters, examined by historians after his death, reveal someone who reflected frequently on his abdication decision and its consequences. He had made a choice that fundamentally altered his life course, and his writings suggest ongoing consideration of that decision's implications. Edward died in 1972 at age 77, having spent 35 years with Wallis after leaving the throne. His life illustrates how intense emotional focus on a single relationship can become the defining element of someone's existence, shaping decisions and life patterns in ways that have lasting consequences for personal identity and sense of purpose. Number 11. King Charles II, a reign of romantic pursuit. King Charles II, who ruled from 1660 to 1685 after the restoration of the monarchy, became known for patterns of romantic involvement that were remarkable even by the standards of 17th century royalty. Born in 1630, Charles spent his youth in exile during the English Civil War and Commonwealth period, experiences that shaped his approach to life once he reclaimed the throne. His reign was marked by considerable personal freedom in matters of romance, with contemporary accounts documenting numerous relationships that occupied significant amounts of his time and attention. Historical records confirm that Charles maintained multiple simultaneous relationships throughout his reign, openly acknowledging many of them rather than attempting discretion. He fathered at least 12 illegitimate children with various partners, all of whom he recognized and supported financially. His official mistresses included notable figures such as Barbara Villiers, Nell Gwyn, and Louise de Querouaille, women who wielded considerable influence at court and received titles, properties, and substantial financial support. The openness of these arrangements was unusual even for an era when royal infidelity was common, but typically conducted with more discretion. Charles's pursuit of romantic involvement appeared to occupy a central place in his daily life and priorities. Contemporary observers noted that he would spend hours each day visiting his various romantic interests, often neglecting governmental affairs to do so. His ministers sometimes struggled to secure his attention for matters of state, as Charles's personal interests frequently took precedence over administrative duties. This pattern of prioritizing romantic pursuits over other responsibilities created challenges for those attempting to manage the practical business of governing. The financial cost of maintaining multiple households and supporting numerous children and their mothers was substantial. Charles spent enormous sums on gifts, properties, and ongoing support for his romantic partners and their offspring. These expenditures sometimes created tensions with Parliament, which had to approve funds for royal expenses and occasionally objected to what they viewed as excessive personal spending. The king's generosity toward his romantic interests appeared largely unlimited, suggesting that these relationships held significance beyond mere physical attraction. His wife, Catherine of Braganza, endured these arrangements with dignity but considerable personal pain. She produced no heirs, which made the situation more difficult as Charles's illegitimate children thrived while the legitimate royal line remained uncertain. Catherine's position at court was often awkward, as she had to navigate an environment where her husband's other relationships were openly acknowledged and his romantic partners wielded influence and received honours. Charles died in 1685 at age 54, reportedly apologising on his deathbed for being an unconscionable time dying. His brother James inherited the throne, beginning a succession that would soon face its own crises. Charles's pattern of romantic involvement throughout his reign demonstrated how personal pursuits can become consuming enough to affect governance and create lasting consequences for both individuals involved and the institutions they serve. Number 12. Queen Victoria, Collections of Memory and Mourning. Queen Victoria, who reigned from 1837 to 1901, the longest reign in British history until her great-great-granddaughter Elizabeth II surpassed it, developed patterns of behaviour after her husband's death that historians have described as obsessive mourning. Born in 1819, Victoria had a happy marriage to Prince Albert that was cut tragically short when he died of typhoid fever in 1861 at age 42. Her response to this loss shaped the remaining 40 years of her reign and revealed tendencies toward fixation and repetitive behaviours that went far beyond typical grieving. Historical records document Victoria's immediate response to Albert's death as one of complete devastation. She withdrew from public life almost entirely, wearing black mourning clothes exclusively for the rest of her life, and insisting that the entire court maintain perpetual mourning as well. This extended mourning period, which continued for decades rather than the customary year or two, created a sombre atmosphere throughout the royal household that affected everyone connected to the court. Victoria's treatment of Albert's rooms and possessions revealed particularly intense patterns of preservation. She ordered that his private apartments be maintained exactly as they were on the day he died, with fresh clothing laid out daily, hot water brought for shaving each morning, and nothing moved or changed. She would visit these rooms regularly, speaking to Albert as though he were present and consulting him on decisions. This practice continued for the remaining 40 years of her life, creating what was essentially a shrine that staff members had to maintain with exact precision. Her collection of items related to Albert expanded dramatically after his death. She commissioned hundreds of busts, statues, paintings, and photographs of him, which were displayed throughout all her residences. She established the Albert Memorial in London and numerous other monuments to his memory. The amount of resources, time, and emotional energy devoted to commemorating Albert went far beyond typical memorial practices, suggesting patterns of fixation that interfered with her ability to engage fully with present circumstances. Victoria's eating patterns also changed significantly after Albert's death, with historical accounts suggesting she turned to food for comfort during her grief. Her weight increased substantially during her years of mourning, and she developed preferences for rich foods and large portions that concerned her physicians. While not as extreme as some other royals' relationships with food, the change in her eating habits appeared connected to emotional distress and seeking comfort through consumption. Her eventual emergence from complete seclusion came gradually and was never complete. Victoria resumed some public duties, but maintained her mourning practices and her devotion to Albert's memory until her own death in 1901 at age 81. Her 40-year period of intense mourning affected not just her own life, but shaped the tone of the entire Victorian era, creating associations between her reign and solemnity that might have been quite different had Albert lived. Her patterns of preservation and commemoration illustrate how grief, when not adequately processed, can develop into behaviours that consume decades of life and prevent full engagement with the present. Number 13. Prince Harry. A Prince's Private Struggles. Prince Harry, Duke of Sussex, second son of King Charles III and Princess Diana, has spoken publicly in recent years about struggles during his youth that he kept hidden from public view at the time. Born in 1984, Harry grew up under intense media scrutiny that intensified dramatically after his mother's death in 1997 when he was just 12 years old. The trauma of losing his mother in such public circumstances, combined with the pressures of royal life, contributed to difficulties during his teenage and early adult years that he has since discussed openly. In his autobiography and various interviews, Harry has acknowledged that during his late teens and 20s, he used substances including alcohol and marijuana as coping mechanisms for unresolved grief and emotional pain. He has described this period as one where he was struggling to process his mother's death, while simultaneously trying to fulfill royal duties and manage constant media attention. Historical accounts from people close to him during this time suggest that his behaviour occasionally caused concern among family members and palace staff. Though much of this remained private at the time, Harry's acknowledged use of substances during this period appears to have been part of broader struggles with his mental health and his role within the royal family. He has spoken about experiencing anxiety and feeling trapped by expectations and duties that he found increasingly difficult to manage. The combination of unresolved trauma, intense public scrutiny, and the constraints of royal life created circumstances where he sought relief through means that provided temporary escape but did not address underlying issues. His military service, particularly his deployments to Afghanistan, provided structure and purpose that appeared to help during this period. Harry has described his time in the military as when he felt most himself, able to be treated as Captain Wales rather than Prince Harry. The focus and sense of mission that military service provided seemed to offer healthier outlets for his energy and emotions than the party lifestyle he had engaged in previously. Harry's path toward addressing these struggles more constructively came through therapy, which he began years before publicly discussing it. He has spoken about the importance of professional help in processing his grief over his mother's death and developing healthier coping strategies. His openness about seeking mental health support has been notable as it breaks with traditional royal reluctance to discuss such matters publicly. His decision to step back from royal duties in 2020 and move to California with his wife Meghan represented another significant change in his approach to managing the pressures he had struggled with for years. Whether this geographical and institutional distance will provide the peace and stability he seeks remains an ongoing story. Harry's willingness to discuss his past struggles publicly, while controversial within some circles, reflects a modern approach to mental health and addiction issues that emphasizes openness over secrecy and professional help over silent suffering. Struggles publicly, while controversial within some circles, reflects a modern approach to mental health and addiction issues that emphasizes openness over secrecy and professional help over silent suffering. Number 14. Princess Anne, daughter of George II, the Gambler Princess. Princess Anne, daughter of King George II and Queen Caroline, lived from 1709 to 1759 and became known during her lifetime for a relationship with gambling that concerned even those accustomed to the wagering culture of 18th century aristocracy. Born into the highest levels of British society, Anne had access to considerable wealth and moved in circles where gambling was a common social activity. However, her involvement with games of chance appeared to exceed typical aristocratic pastimes and developed into patterns that created both financial and social difficulties. Historical records from the Georgian court document that Anne spent significant portions of her time at card tables, participating in games where substantial sums of money changed hands. Contemporary accounts describe someone who would play for hours, often late into the night, and who appeared unable to walk away from games even when losing consistently. The amounts she wagered were notable even among wealthy aristocrats, and her losses occasionally required financial assistance from family members to resolve. The social culture of the time viewed gambling as acceptable aristocratic entertainment, but even within this permissive context, Anne's behaviour drew comment and concern. Court observers noted that she seemed preoccupied with gaming, structuring her social calendar around opportunities to play and becoming visibly distressed when prevented from wagering. Her focus on gambling appeared to interfere with other aspects of her life, including family relationships and social obligations that didn't involve games of chance. Anne's financial situation became strained by her gambling losses, despite her considerable income and resources. She accumulated debts that required periodic settlement, creating awkward situations where family members had to intervene to prevent public scandal. The pattern of wagering beyond her means, losing substantial sums, requiring bailout, and then returning to the same behaviours, suggested difficulty controlling the impulse to gamble, regardless of rational understanding of the consequences. Her relationships within the royal family were affected by her gambling habits. Her father, George II, expressed frustration with her behaviour and the financial problems it created. Family gatherings sometimes became tense, as relatives attempted to discourage her from excessive wagering or dealt with the aftermath of her losses. Despite these interventions and her own apparent awareness that her gambling was problematic, Anne continued the patterns throughout much of her adult life. Anne died in 1759 at age 49, having never married. Her life illustrates how gambling, even in an era when it was socially acceptable, could develop into compulsive behaviour that created ongoing difficulties. The Georgian era's permissive attitude toward wagering meant that problematic gambling often went unrecognised as such, viewed instead as merely unfortunate luck or poor judgment, rather than a pattern requiring intervention. Anne's struggles remained largely within family knowledge during her lifetime, but historical records reveal someone whose relationship with gambling went beyond recreational activity into territory that affected her financial stability and personal relationships. Number 15. Prince Frederick, Duke of York, Debts and Desperation. Prince Frederick, Duke of York and Albany, second son of King George III, lived from 1763 to 1827 and became notorious for gambling habits that created financial crises throughout his adult life. Born into royalty with substantial income from his position, Frederick nevertheless managed to accumulate debts of staggering proportions through compulsive wagering that he seemed unable to control despite repeated consequences and interventions. Historical records document that Frederick would bet on virtually anything: card games, horse races, sporting events, and even trivial matters that could be turned into wagers. His gambling wasn't occasional entertainment, but a daily activity that consumed both his time and his resources. Contemporary accounts describe someone who appeared unable to resist opportunities to gamble, regardless of his current financial situation or previous losses. The amounts he wagered were substantial, often far exceeding what even his generous royal income could support. The debts Frederick accumulated became a recurring political problem. Parliament had to periodically address the situation, as the Duke's creditors would eventually demand payment, and the potential for public scandal required resolution. These bailouts created political controversy, with some members of Parliament objecting to using public funds to rescue a prince from the consequences of his own poor judgment and lack of self-control. Each time Frederick received financial assistance to settle his debts, he would promise to reform his behaviour, only to return to gambling and accumulate new debts within months. His military career, where he served as Commander-in-Chief of the British Army, was complicated by his financial situation. Frederick implemented important military reforms and demonstrated genuine administrative ability, but his gambling and debts created vulnerabilities that others could exploit. The scandal involving Mary Ann Clark, who sold military commissions and promotions using her influence with Frederick, emerged partly because his constant need for money made him susceptible to manipulation and poor judgment in his personal relationships. The psychological aspects of Frederick's gambling suggested compulsive behaviour rather than merely poor money management. He would continue playing even when winning, unable to walk away while ahead, inevitably gambling until he lost everything and more. He appeared to experience genuine distress about his debts and their consequences, yet could not sustain any meaningful change in his behaviour. This pattern of awareness, remorse, resolution, and relapse is characteristic of compulsive gambling that goes beyond recreational wagering into territory where the activity controls the person, rather than the person controlling the activity. Frederick died in 1827 at age 63, still heavily in debt, despite a lifetime of substantial royal income. His lack of legitimate heirs meant his title became extinct at his death, and the succession passed to his younger brother, who eventually became King William IV. Frederick's life serves as a historical example of how gambling can become a compulsion that even royal status, considerable wealth, and repeated interventions cannot resolve without the individual developing genuine ability to control the behaviour, something Frederick apparently never achieved, despite decades of consequences that should have provided powerful motivation to change. Number 16. Queen Mary, consort to King George V, the acquisitive Queen. Queen Mary, wife of King George V and grandmother to Queen Elizabeth II, lived from 1867 to 1953 and became known for collecting habits that went far beyond typical royal accumulation of art and antiques. Born as Princess Victoria Mary of Teck, she grew up in aristocratic but financially strained circumstances that may have contributed to her later relationship with possessions. Once she married into the wealthiest royal family in the world, her collecting took on patterns that those around her found increasingly difficult to manage. Historical accounts describe Mary's approach to acquiring objects as going beyond normal appreciation for beautiful or valuable items. When visiting stately homes or viewing private collections, she would admire pieces with such obvious desire that owners felt socially obligated to offer them as gifts. Refusing a queen's expressed interest in an object was nearly impossible without causing offence, creating situations where Mary's admiration functioned almost as a demand. While not quite theft, this practice exploited social conventions and her royal position in ways that made many uncomfortable. The scope of Mary's collections was enormous, filling multiple rooms at various royal residences. She collected jewellery with particular intensity, acquiring pieces constantly and having them reset and recombined in endless variations. She also accumulated furniture, paintings, decorative objects, china, and virtually anything that caught her interest. The organisation and cataloguing of these collections became a substantial undertaking, requiring staff and resources to maintain the detailed records Mary insisted upon. Her need to acquire and possess objects appeared compulsive, rather than merely enthusiastic collecting. She would spend hours examining her possessions, reorganising them, and planning new acquisitions. The time and mental energy devoted to her collections sometimes seemed to take precedence over other aspects of her life and duties. Staff members noted that Mary's mood would improve noticeably when acquiring new items, and that she experienced genuine distress if she desired something but couldn't obtain it. The financial aspect of Mary's collecting was complex. As queen, she had access to substantial resources, but her acquisitions still represented significant expenditure. More problematically, her practice of essentially compelling gifts from subjects created ethical questions about the appropriate use of royal position. People who couldn't easily afford to part with valuable items found themselves in difficult positions when the Queen expressed interest in their possessions. Mary's collecting continued throughout her life, with the accumulation of objects becoming one of her defining characteristics. When she died in 1953, the task of inventorying and organizing her collections took considerable time and effort. Many items were incorporated into the royal collection, while others were distributed among family members. Her granddaughter Elizabeth inherited substantial jewellery that Mary had accumulated over decades. Queen Mary's life illustrates how collecting can become compulsive, driven by needs for acquisition and possession that go beyond aesthetic appreciation or investment value into territory where obtaining and organising objects becomes a central focus of daily life and emotional well-being. Number 17. King George V, Stamps and Obsessive Order. King George V, who reigned from 1910 to 1936, developed a relationship with stamp collecting that went far beyond casual hobby into territory that those around him recognised as obsessive dedication. Born in 1865 as the second son of King Edward VII, George had not expected to become king and had pursued a naval career that instilled in him a love of order, precision, and routine. These tendencies found expression in his approach to philately, which became one of his life's consuming passions. George's stamp collection was among the finest in the world, personally assembled and maintained with meticulous attention to detail. He would spend hours each day examining stamps through magnifying glasses, cataloguing new acquisitions, and studying variations in printing, paper, and perforation that most people would never notice. This wasn't casual appreciation of an interesting hobby. George possessed genuine expertise and could identify rare variations and detect forgeries with skill that impressed professional philatelists. His knowledge was encyclopedic, and he maintained detailed records of every item in his collection. The time George devoted to his stamps sometimes concerned those around him, as it competed with his governmental duties and family relationships. He would retreat to his study to work on his collection for extended periods, becoming so absorbed that he was difficult to interrupt, even for important matters. Staff members learned to schedule around his stamp time, recognizing that attempting to engage him during these sessions often resulted in irritation and distraction. The collection represented a space where George exercised complete control, a refuge from the pressures and compromises of kingship. His expenditure on stamps was substantial, though not financially problematic given his resources. George would purchase rare items at auction, commission agents to search for specific stamps, and correspond with collectors worldwide to arrange trades and acquisitions. The collection's value increased enormously during his lifetime, eventually becoming one of the world's most significant philatelic holdings. However, the motivation seemed less about investment than about the satisfaction of completion, organization, and possession. George's rigidity about his collection extended to its physical organization and care. Everything had to be arranged according to his specific system, and he would become genuinely upset if items were disturbed or misfiled. This need for exact order in his collection reflected broader personality traits. George was a man who valued routine, discipline, and precision in all aspects of life. The stamps provided an outlet for these tendencies, allowing him to create and maintain perfect order in at least one domain of his existence. He continued working on his collection until shortly before his death in 1936. The stamps passed to his son Edward, who sold portions of it, and eventually to George VI and then Elizabeth II. The collection remains an important part of the royal holdings today. George's dedication to philately illustrates how hobbies can become obsessive pursuits that provide meaning and satisfaction, but also consume time and mental energy in ways that can border on compulsive, particularly for individuals whose personalities incline toward order, control, and systematic completion. Number 18. Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh. The workaholic prince. Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, and consort to Queen Elizabeth II, lived from 1921 to 2021 and demonstrated throughout his adult life patterns of work that those close to him described as compulsive dedication that often came at the expense of personal relationships and well-being. Born into Greek and Danish royalty, but raised in circumstances of relative instability and financial constraint, Philip developed an approach to duty and work that defined much of his identity and shaped his decades as the Queen's husband. Philip's schedule throughout his years as consort was notoriously demanding, often exceeding what seemed necessary or healthy. He maintained hundreds of patronages and attended countless engagements annually, approaching each with the same intensity and preparation. He would work through briefings late into the night, insisting on being thoroughly informed about every organization and issue he engaged with. This dedication to preparation and thorough understanding was admirable, but the hours he devoted suggested difficulty setting reasonable boundaries or allowing himself rest. His need to remain productive and useful appeared to stem partly from the challenging nature of his position. As the Queen's husband, Philip had no constitutional role and had to create purpose and identity for himself within constraints that would have frustrated many people. Rather than retreat into leisure, he threw himself into work with an intensity that sometimes seemed driven by need to prove his value and relevance. Friends noted that Philip appeared uncomfortable with idleness and would quickly become restless during any enforced inactivity. The toll this work intensity took on family relationships has been acknowledged by his children. Philip's demanding schedule meant he was often absent, and when present, he sometimes seemed preoccupied with the next engagement or responsibility. His children have described a father who struggled to express affection and whose primary interaction mode involved duty and expectation rather than emotional connection. While he loved his family, his work patterns created distance that affected these relationships throughout his life. Philip's various projects and initiatives reflected his need to remain constantly engaged. He founded the Duke of Edinburgh's award scheme, worked extensively on conservation issues, and involved himself in numerous other causes. These weren't merely ceremonial patronages. Philip engaged substantively with issues and demanded results from organizations he supported. His drive to make meaningful contributions was admirable, but the breadth and intensity of his commitments suggested difficulty choosing priorities or accepting limitations. Even in his later years, Philip resisted reducing his workload, continuing to fulfill engagements well into his 90s. His eventual retirement from public duties at age 96 came reluctantly, and those close to him noted that he struggled with the loss of structure and purpose that his work had provided. He died in 2021 at age 99, having maintained active engagement with various interests until his final months. Philip's life illustrates how work can become an identity and a compulsion, providing meaning and purpose, but also potentially preventing fuller engagement with relationships and rest. His dedication was admirable, yet it came with costs that he and those around him experienced throughout his long life. Number 19. King William IV, the Sailor King's indulgences. King William IV, who ruled from 1830 to 1837, lived a life marked by naval service and personal habits that reflected the culture of the British Navy during the late 18th century. Born in 1765 as the third son of King George III, William never expected to become king and spent his formative years at sea, where he developed patterns of behaviour common among naval officers, but somewhat unusual for royalty. William's years in the Navy exposed him to heavy drinking culture that was standard among sailors and officers. Historical accounts indicate that he developed a taste for alcohol during these years that he maintained throughout his life. While not necessarily excessive by naval standards, it was notable enough that contemporaries mentioned it regularly. He would consume substantial quantities of wine and spirits, particularly during social occasions, and appeared most comfortable in environments where drinking was central to the gathering. His relationship with Dorothy Jordan, an actress with whom he lived for 20 years and had 10 children, reflected his tendency toward arrangements that shocked proper society. William lived openly with Jordan in a situation that would have been unthinkable for his more status-conscious brothers, demonstrating relative indifference to social judgment and prioritizing personal satisfaction over conventional royal behavior. William's eating habits were hearty and excessive, typical of naval culture where food was consumed enthusiastically when available. He maintained this approach throughout his life, with meals that were substantial in both quantity and richness. His weight increased considerably over the years, and by the time he became king at age 64, he was notably corpulent. His approach to food appeared to be one of enthusiastic indulgence rather than moderation. His ascension to the throne came unexpectedly after the death of his brother George IV. William's 7-year reign was marked by significant political changes, including the Reform Act of 1832, but his personal habits remained relatively unchanged. He was more accessible and informal than his predecessors, sometimes to the dismay of court officials who found his manners too casual for royal dignity. William's health declined significantly during his reign, with his years of heavy eating and drinking taking their toll. He suffered from various ailments related to his lifestyle, including respiratory and circulatory problems. He died in June 1837 at age 71. His reign had been brief and somewhat accidental, but it served as a bridge between George IV and the Victorian era. William's life illustrates how patterns of consumption formed in youth, particularly in environments where such habits were normalized, can persist throughout life even when circumstances change dramatically, making him an unusual monarch more comfortable with informal company than elaborate court ceremony. Number 20. Princess Louise, daughter of Queen Victoria, art as escape. Princess Louise, fourth daughter of Queen Victoria, lived from 1848 to 1939 and developed a relationship with artistic work that went beyond typical royal patronage into territory that those around her recognized as intense dedication, bordering on obsession. Born into the rigid Victorian court where her mother's expectations and control dominated every aspect of life, Louise found in sculpture and painting an outlet for creative energy and a form of escape from the suffocating constraints of her position. Louise's commitment to sculpture was genuinely professional rather than merely dilettante. She studied at the National Art Training School, working alongside professional artists and receiving serious instruction in technique and theory. She maintained a working studio where she would spend hours daily, often emerging covered in clay or plaster dust, completely absorbed in her projects. This level of dedication was unusual for Victorian royal women, who were expected to pursue genteel accomplishments rather than serious artistic careers. The intensity of Louise's focus on her art sometimes concerned family members who felt she neglected social obligations and family duties in favor of her studio work. She would become so absorbed in projects that she was difficult to interrupt, losing track of time and missing scheduled engagements. Her mother, Victoria, viewed Louise's artistic ambitions with mixed feelings, proud of her daughter's talent, but uncomfortable with the professional seriousness Louise brought to her work, which seemed to cross boundaries of what was considered appropriate for her station. Louise's public sculptures, including monuments that still stand today, demonstrated genuine skill that went beyond what royal privilege might have excused. She created the statue of Queen Victoria that sits outside Kensington Palace, a work that required technical expertise and artistic vision. The satisfaction Louise derived from completing such projects appeared to provide meaning and identity that her role as Victorian princess could not offer, suggesting that art filled emotional needs beyond mere creative expression. Her marriage to the Marquess of Lorne provided some escape from court life, but was reportedly unconsummated and likely arranged partly to give her more freedom to pursue her artistic interests. The marriage allowed Louise to maintain separate residences and schedules, creating space for the intensive studio work that defined much of her adult life. She continued working on sculpture and painting well into her later years, maintaining her artistic practice as a central organizing principle of her existence. Louise's dedication to her art reflected broader struggles with the limitations placed on Victorian royal women. Her creative work provided an acceptable channel for energies and ambitions that had few other outlets in her constrained world. The hours she spent in her studio represented both escape from and resistance to expectations that would have confined her to purely ceremonial existence. She died in 1939 at age 91, having maintained her artistic practice almost until the end. Her life illustrates how creative work can become not merely a hobby, but a consuming focus that provides identity, purpose, and psychological sustenance, particularly for individuals whose other life circumstances offer limited opportunities for meaningful self-expression and accomplishment. Number 21. Prince Leopold, Duke of Albany, Pain and its Management. Prince Leopold, Duke of Albany, an eighth child of Queen Victoria, lived from 1853 to 1884 and faced a lifetime of physical suffering due to haemophilia, the genetic bleeding disorder that Victoria unknowingly passed to several descendants. His experience with pain management during the Victorian era illustrates the challenges of managing chronic conditions with the limited medical resources available during that period. Historical records indicate that Leopold experienced frequent painful bleeding episodes from earliest childhood. Even minor injuries could trigger internal bleeding that caused severe pain lasting days or weeks. Falls that wouldn't harm other children could threaten Leopold's life, creating a childhood marked by caution, restriction, and recurring episodes of suffering. Victorian medicine had limited understanding of haemophilia and no effective treatments beyond rest and waiting for bleeding to stop naturally. Physicians treating Leopold used laudanum, the standard pain medication prescribed during the Victorian era for painful conditions. This was considered appropriate medical practice at the time, and doctors prescribed it routinely for patients experiencing chronic pain. For someone with Leopold's condition, such pain management would have been viewed as medically necessary, as Victorian medicine had few alternative treatments to offer patients suffering from severe ongoing pain. Leopold's determination to live as normally as possible despite his condition was remarkable. He attended Oxford University, an unusual decision for any prince, and especially for one with serious health challenges. He pursued intellectual interests, formed friendships, and eventually married Princess Helena of Waldeck and Pyrmont, who accepted both Leopold and the difficulties his condition presented. His refusal to let haemophilia completely define or limit his life demonstrated considerable courage. He maintained active intellectual engagement despite frequent periods of illness and recovery. Leopold was interested in the arts and literature, using his education and natural intelligence to create meaningful existence beyond the physical limitations his condition imposed. His marriage produced 2 children, though he would not live to see them grow up. Leopold's death at age 30 in 1884 came after a fall in Cannes, France. He slipped, hit his head, and suffered a fatal brain hemorrhage, the death his family had feared throughout his life. He left behind a pregnant wife and young daughter, both of whom would carry the haemophilia gene to future generations, including eventually to the Russian imperial family through his daughter's descendants. Leopold's experience reflects the limited options available to individuals with chronic painful conditions during the Victorian era. Medical science had not yet developed the understanding or treatments that would later become available, leaving physicians and patients to manage severe ongoing pain with the limited tools at their disposal. His life demonstrates the challenges faced by those suffering chronic conditions in periods when medicine could offer relief but had incomplete understanding of long-term management, and when patients had to balance quality of life against the constraints imposed by both their conditions and the era's limited medical capabilities. Number 22. Queen Elizabeth II, the turf and the breed. Queen Elizabeth II, who reigned from 1952 to 2022, the longest reigning British monarch in history, maintained throughout her life a relationship with horse racing and breeding that those close to her recognized as far more than casual royal interest. Born in 1926, Elizabeth developed her passion for horses in childhood and sustained it with remarkable intensity for over 90 years, creating what amounted to a parallel career alongside her constitutional duties. Elizabeth's knowledge of horse bloodlines, breeding strategies, and racing form was encyclopedic and genuinely expert. She could discuss pedigrees going back generations, understood the genetics of breeding for specific traits, and made breeding decisions herself rather than merely approving recommendations from advisors. Racing professionals who interacted with her were consistently impressed by the depth and currency of her knowledge, noting that she stayed informed about developments in the field and engaged in discussions at a technical level that went far beyond what politeness required. The time Elizabeth devoted to her racing and breeding interests was substantial. She would study racing forms daily, watch races whenever possible, and spend considerable time reviewing breeding plans and evaluating horses. Staff members noted that discussing her horses was one of the few topics that would reliably engage her full enthusiasm and animation, revealing a side of her personality that formal duties rarely allowed to show. The Racing Post was essential daily reading, reviewed with the same attention she gave to government papers. Her emotional investment in her horse's performance was genuine and sometimes visible. While Elizabeth maintained remarkable composure during most public appearances, those close to her could see her excitement when her horses won and her disappointment when they lost. These races mattered to her in ways that went beyond the financial stakes or prestige involved, suggesting deep personal connection to this aspect of her life that existed separately from her royal identity. The success of her breeding program was substantial, with numerous winning horses produced from her bloodstock over decades. This wasn't merely luck or the advantage of unlimited resources. Elizabeth's program succeeded because of her knowledge, judgment, and genuine engagement with every aspect of the breeding and racing process. She made real contributions to British racing beyond her role as wealthy patron, earning respect within the industry based on merit rather than merely position. Her passion for horses provided emotional sustenance and continuity throughout a life of enormous change and pressure. The horses represented something that was genuinely hers, pursued for love of the activity rather than duty or obligation. While calling this an addiction would be inappropriate, the intensity and centrality of this interest in her life, maintained consistently for over 9 decades, despite all other demands on her time and attention, suggests it fulfilled needs and provided satisfactions that nothing else quite matched. Elizabeth died in September 2022 at age 96, having maintained active interest in her horses almost until the end. Her relationship with racing and breeding illustrates how passionate interests, even healthy ones, can become defining all elements of identity and crucial sources of joy and meaning that sustain individuals through the challenges and constraints of demanding lives. Number 23. Prince Arthur, Duke of Connaught, military memorabilia and rigid routine. Prince Arthur, Duke of Connaught and Strathearn, third son of Queen Victoria, lived from 1850 to 1942 and developed patterns of collecting and routine that defined much of his long life. Born into the Victorian royal family, but pursuing a genuine military career rather than merely ceremonial service, Arthur found in military life the structure, purpose, and identity that shaped his personality and habits for over 9 decades. Arthur's military career was substantive and active, spanning decades of service in various capacities across the British Empire. He rose to the rank of Field Marshal and took his duties with utmost seriousness, approaching soldiering with dedication that earned respect from career military men who might otherwise have dismissed him as a royal dilettante. This professional military experience instilled in Arthur habits of precision, order, and routine that he maintained throughout his extremely long life. His collection of military memorabilia was extensive and meticulously organized. Weapons, uniforms, medals, and documents from his career filled rooms at his residences, each item catalogued and displayed according to systems that Arthur personally maintained. He would spend hours reviewing these collections, recounting campaigns and battles to anyone willing to listen, reliving his military experiences through the physical objects he had preserved. The collection represented not merely nostalgia, but a way of maintaining connection to the identity and purpose that military service had provided. Arthur's daily routine was governed by military precision throughout his life. He rose at specific times, took meals on rigid schedules, and structured his days with the discipline of a soldier on campaign. This wasn't flexibility. Arthur believed that order and routine were morally superior to chaos and spontaneity, and he expected those around him to maintain similar standards. Staff members found him predictable and exacting, someone who noticed and commented on any deviation from established patterns. His approach to royal duties reflected the same military mindset. Arthur fulfilled his obligations with conscientious attention to detail and protocol, viewing ceremonial functions as duties to be executed properly rather than opportunities for personal expression or innovation. He maintained standards and expected others to do likewise, becoming increasingly uncomfortable with what he viewed as declining standards as the 20th century progressed and social norms became more relaxed. Arthur's remarkable longevity meant he outlived most of his siblings and witnessed enormous changes in British society, military practice, and royal life. He continued maintaining his collections and routines well into his 90s, finding comfort in the familiar patterns, even as the world around him transformed beyond recognition. He died in 1942 at age 91, having maintained his military bearing and rigid habits almost until the end. His life illustrates how structures and routines that provide purpose and identity during active careers can become defining characteristics that individuals maintain long after the original context has passed, providing continuity and meaning, even when their practical relevance has diminished. Number 24. Princess Beatrice of the United Kingdom, A Daughter's Devotion. Princess Beatrice, youngest daughter and last surviving child of Queen Victoria, lived from 1857 to 1944 and developed patterns of dependency on her mother that defined much of her existence. Born when Victoria was already an established monarch, Beatrice grew up in the intense atmosphere of the Victorian court, where her mother's needs and expectations shaped every aspect of daily life. This environment created dynamics that resulted in Beatrice spending most of her life in her mother's shadow, her own identity substantially subordinated to her role as Victoria's companion and support. Historical records indicate that Victoria decided early on that Beatrice would remain at home as her mother's permanent companion, never marrying and leaving. This expectation was communicated clearly to Beatrice, who internalized it and structured her own expectations accordingly. She served as Victoria's secretary, companion, and emotional support, functions that consumed her time and energy while providing little space for independent development or separate identity. When Beatrice fell in love with Prince Henry of Battenberg and wished to marry, Victoria initially opposed the match strongly, unable to bear the thought of losing her indispensable daughter. The compromise reached was that Henry and Beatrice would live with Victoria at court, ensuring Beatrice remained available for her mother's needs. This arrangement satisfied Victoria, but meant that Beatrice never established truly independent household or life separate from her mother's overwhelming presence and demands. Beatrice's devotion to her mother extended beyond Victoria's death in 1901. She was tasked with transcribing and editing Victoria's extensive journals, a process that took 30 years and involved Beatrice destroying the original volumes as she worked, keeping only edited versions she deemed appropriate. This enormous undertaking consumed decades of Beatrice's widowhood, representing continued service to her mother's memory and legacy long after Victoria's death had technically freed her from obligation. The psychological cost of this lifelong dependency and subordination is difficult to assess from historical records, but Beatrice's life suggests someone whose individual identity was substantially absorbed into her role as Victoria's daughter and servant. She had interests and relationships of her own, but these existed within the framework of her primary function as her mother's support. The extent to which Beatrice chose this role versus had it imposed upon her remains debated by historians examining her life. Her own widowhood came early when Henry died in 1896, leaving Beatrice to raise 4 children while continuing to serve Victoria. After Victoria's death, Beatrice maintained many of her mother's habits and standards, perpetuating Victorian values and approaches well into the 20th century. She died in 1944 at age 87, having outlived all her siblings and witnessed enormous social changes that she largely observed from a distance, never having fully developed independent life separate from her identity as Victoria's devoted daughter. Her experience illustrates how family dynamics and expectations can create patterns of dependency that, while perhaps not recognized as problematic during their time, substantially limit individual development and create lives organized around others' needs rather than one's own possibilities and potential. Number 25. King James I of England. The unsteady king. King James I of England and VI of Scotland, who ruled from 1603 to 1625, lived during a period when alcohol consumption was widespread and heavy drinking was common among all social classes. Born in 1566 as the son of Mary Queen of Scots, James united the English and Scottish crowns and ruled during a transformative period of British history. Contemporary accounts of his personal habits reveal someone whose relationship with alcohol was notable even by the permissive standards of Stuart England. Historical records from courtiers and foreign ambassadors describe James as drinking heavily and frequently, beginning early in the day and continuing through evening. While heavy drinking was common among Jacobean aristocracy, multiple sources comment specifically on James's consumption, suggesting it was remarkable enough to note even within a culture where such behavior was typical. The king would sometimes appear affected by drink during official functions, behavior that concerned advisors worried about the impression made on foreign dignitaries and domestic political figures. James's court was known for its informality and heavy drinking culture, quite different from the more restrained atmosphere of Elizabeth I's final years. The king encouraged convivial gatherings where alcohol flowed freely and behavior became increasingly relaxed as evenings progressed. This atmosphere reflected James's personality and preferences, but it also created an environment where excessive consumption was normalized and even expected, making it difficult to distinguish where social drinking ended and more problematic patterns began. Contemporary observers also noted James's physical ungainliness and health problems, some of which may have been worsened by his drinking habits. He suffered from various ailments throughout his reign, and his physical condition deteriorated noticeably as he aged. Whether alcohol contributed significantly to these health issues, or whether they stemmed from other causes, cannot be determined with certainty from historical sources, though the connection between heavy drinking and declining health would have been observed even if not fully understood in medical terms. The political and religious complexities of James's reign, including conflicts with Parliament, religious tensions, and the gunpowder plot, created enormous pressures that may have contributed to his drinking patterns. Ruling over recently united kingdoms with different traditions, managing religious conflicts between Catholics and Protestants, and navigating the emerging tensions between royal prerogative and parliamentary authority would have been stressful for any monarch. Whether James drank to cope with these pressures, or whether his drinking existed independently of them, represents another question historical sources cannot definitively answer. James died in March 1625 at age 58, after a reign that saw both significant achievements and considerable controversy. His son Charles inherited the throne and the political tensions that would eventually lead to civil war. James's relationship with alcohol reflected both his personal habits and the broader drinking culture of Stuart England, making it difficult to assess how much his consumption differed from typical aristocratic behavior of his era versus representing more problematic patterns. His life illustrates the challenges of evaluating historical figures' habits when those habits existed within cultural contexts quite different from modern understanding, and when the available sources provide observation but limited insight into the subjective experience or motivation behind documented behaviours. Number 26. Prince Edward, Earl of Wessex, Work and Identity. Prince Edward, Earl of Wessex and youngest child of Queen Elizabeth II, born in 1964, pursued a path notably different from his older siblings by attempting to establish a career in television production rather than focusing primarily on royal duties. His relationship with work during this period of his life revealed patterns of someone seeking identity and purpose outside traditional royal frameworks, though the venture ultimately proved unsustainable given the inherent conflicts between commercial enterprise and royal status. Edward's decision to leave the Royal Marines after beginning officer training surprised many observers and created a difficult situation for both him and his family. Rather than pursuing military or traditional royal paths, he chose to work in theatre and later television production, forming his own company, Ardent Productions. This represented a genuine attempt to establish professional identity separate from his royal birth, though the circumstances made true independence essentially impossible to achieve. His work with Ardent Productions consumed considerable time and energy during the 1990s and early 2000s. Edward approached the business seriously, involving himself in production decisions and attempting to create commercially viable content. However, the company faced persistent questions about whether its success depended on Edward's royal connections rather than the quality of its work, creating uncomfortable dynamics that undermined the very independence he sought to establish through commercial activity. The tension between Edward's royal status and his business activities became increasingly problematic. Incidents where Ardent Productions' work intersected with royal events or family members created controversy and accusations that Edward was exploiting his position for commercial gain. These situations were often awkward and sometimes genuinely inappropriate, revealing the fundamental incompatibility between being a working royal and running a private business that might benefit from royal access. Edward's eventual decision to close Ardent Productions in 2002 and focus on full-time royal duties represented acknowledgement that the experiment in combining commercial work with royal status hadn't succeeded. The transition appeared to be a relief for both Edward and the broader royal family, resolving tensions that had persisted for years and allowing Edward to focus on a role that, while perhaps less exciting than he'd hoped, was at least clearly defined and free from conflicts of interest. His subsequent royal work has been characterised by steady, reliable service in areas including the Duke of Edinburgh's award scheme, which he inherited after his father's death. Edward has approached these duties with dedication and has gradually established a role within the family that works within, rather than against his royal status. His marriage to Sophie Rhys-Jones has been stable and low profile, with both working as a team to fulfill their royal obligations. Edward's experience illustrates the challenges faced by younger royals trying to establish identity and purpose when traditional paths don't appeal and when attempts at independence face inherent contradictions. His years attempting to build a television career represented genuine effort to create meaningful work outside royal constraints, but the effort ultimately demonstrated that being royal creates complications that make truly independent commercial success essentially impossible. His eventual acceptance of full-time royal duties suggests pragmatic recognition of reality rather than fulfillment of original ambitions, though he appears to have made peace with this compromise and found satisfaction in service, even if it wasn't the path he initially chose. Number 27. Prince Richard, Duke of Gloucester, Architecture as anchor. Prince Richard, Duke of Gloucester, grandson of King George V, was born in 1944 and inherited his father's title unexpectedly, when his older brother William died in a plane crash in 1972. This unexpected succession transformed Richard from someone pursuing a career in architecture into a working royal, required to fulfill ceremonial and official duties. His relationship with architecture throughout this transition and the decades since reveals someone who maintained connection to professional interests as a way of preserving identity separate from royal obligations. Richard trained as an architect before his brother's death, receiving proper education at Cambridge and pursuing the profession seriously, rather than merely dabbling. He worked in architectural practice and developed genuine expertise in the field, approaching it as a career rather than a hobby. This professional background gave Richard knowledge and skills that set him apart from most royals and provided foundation for identity beyond his birth. When William's death thrust Richard into the role of Duke of Gloucester and the attendant royal duties, he faced the challenge of maintaining connection to his architectural interests while fulfilling obligations that would consume most of his time. He chose to maintain involvement with architectural organizations and causes related to building and preservation, using his royal position to support areas he genuinely cared about, rather than accepting patronages merely because they were offered. Richard's approach to his architectural interests has been notably substantive. He brings informed perspective to discussions about building and preservation, engaging with technical details and offering commentary based on actual knowledge rather than merely lending his name and presence. Colleagues in architectural fields report that Richard understands what he's talking about and contributes meaningfully to conversations, rather than requiring careful management to avoid revealing ignorance. His dedication to maintaining this professional identity alongside royal duties suggests that architecture provides more than merely an interest. It represents connection to the person Richard was and planned to become before circumstance redirected his life. The hours he dedicates to architectural causes and organizations, beyond what strict royal duty requires, indicate genuine passion and perhaps need to maintain continuity with his pre-royal duty existence. Richard's marriage to Birgitte van Deurs has been stable and supportive, with both partners working together to fulfill royal obligations while maintaining some private life, separate from constant public engagement. Their children have pursued their own careers while maintaining connections to royal life, suggesting successful navigation of the challenges inherent in being minor royals with opportunities for relative normalcy. His approach to royal duties has been conscientious and reliable. Richard undertakes hundreds of engagements annually, maintaining a work schedule that rivals more senior royals despite his more peripheral position in the family hierarchy. This dedication suggests genuine commitment to service, though his continued emphasis on architectural interests indicates that royal duty alone doesn't fully satisfy his need for meaningful engagement. Richard's life illustrates how professional training and interests developed before royal duties became primary can remain important sources of identity and satisfaction throughout decades of service. His maintenance of architectural expertise and involvement provides continuity with his earlier ambitions and allows him to contribute meaningfully to a field he cares about, creating a more complete sense of purpose than royal duties alone might provide. Number 28. Princess Alexandra, the Honourable Lady Ogilvy, Service as Structure. Princess Alexandra, the Honourable Lady Ogilvy and cousin of Queen Elizabeth II, was born in 1936 and has spent her entire adult life fulfilling royal duties with dedication that has earned respect across decades of service. Her approach to work throughout her long life suggests someone for whom royal duties have provided not just obligation, but structure, purpose, and identity that have sustained her through personal loss and the natural challenges of aging. Alexandra's dedication to royal work has been remarkably consistent throughout her life. She undertakes hundreds of engagements annually, visiting organizations, attending functions, and fulfilling ceremonial roles with reliability that working royals depend upon. Her schedule has remained demanding even as she has aged, suggesting that the work provides something beyond merely fulfilling inherited obligations. Staff members note that Alexandra finds genuine satisfaction in her duties and maintains connections with many of the organizations she patronizes, rather than treating them as interchangeable appearances. Her marriage to Sir Angus Ogilvy in 1963 was seen as a love match, and their decision to decline a title for Angus meant their children would grow up as private citizens rather than royals. This choice reflected Alexandra's desire to give her children more normal lives while she continued her own royal work. The marriage appeared happy and stable, providing personal foundation that supported her public duties for over 4 decades. Angus's death in 2004 affected Alexandra deeply, creating loss that might have led someone else to reduce commitments and retreat into private life. Instead, Alexandra maintained, and if anything increased her work schedule, perhaps finding in royal duties, distraction from grief and continuation of purpose beyond her personal loss. The structure and demands of her schedule may have provided comfort during a period when private life offered primarily pain and absence. Her continued work well into her 80s demonstrates either remarkable dedication or perhaps reliance on royal duties as essential framework for life and identity. Alexandra has reduced her schedule somewhat in recent years due to age and health considerations, but she continues fulfilling engagements at a level that would be impressive for someone decades younger. This persistence suggests that the work provides meaning and structure that she is reluctant to relinquish, even when practical considerations might suggest stepping back. Alexandra's approach to royal duties has been notably gracious and warm. She engages genuinely with people she meets during engagements, remembered by many for taking time to have actual conversations rather than merely moving through receiving lines with practiced efficiency. This personal touch has made her popular among the organizations she patronizes and has contributed to her positive reputation throughout her decades of service. Her relationship with the Queen was apparently close and affectionate throughout their lives, with Alexandra being among the few people with whom Elizabeth could truly relax. This personal connection provided emotional support alongside their professional relationship as working royals. Alexandra's life illustrates how royal duties can become not merely obligations to fulfill, but structures that provide purpose, identity, and continuity throughout long lives marked by personal losses and changing circumstances. Her dedication suggests that service, particularly when approached with genuine engagement and commitment, can offer satisfaction and meaning that sustains individuals through challenges that might otherwise prove overwhelming. Number 29. Prince William of Gloucester, Risk and the Need for Speed. Prince William of Gloucester, grandson of King George V, lived from 1941 to 1972 and developed a passion for flying that ultimately cost him his life. His relationship with aviation went beyond casual interest or hobby, revealing patterns of someone drawn to risk, speed, and the intense focus that piloting demanded. His tragic death in a plane crash at age 30 left questions about what kind of life he might have led had he survived. William's decision to pursue actual work rather than merely ceremonial royal duties demonstrated independence and desire for meaningful purpose. He worked in banking and diplomatic service in Nigeria and Tokyo, establishing career and identity separate from his royal status. Colleagues reported that he was capable and hard-working, earning respect through competence rather than coasting on his title. This professional engagement suggested someone uncomfortable with purely decorative existence. His passion for flying represented something different from his professional work. William learned to pilot aircraft and participated in air races, finding in aviation a combination of skill, danger, and freedom that his ground-bound life apparently couldn't provide. The flying wasn't transportation or casual recreation. It was pursuit of experiences that involved risk and required complete presence and focus. Friends noted that William seemed most alive when discussing flying or preparing for races. The risks inherent in air racing were substantial and well understood. Aircraft were pushed to their limits. Pilots competed aggressively, and accidents were not uncommon. William's family worried about his flying, recognizing the dangers he was accepting in pursuit of his passion. Yet, he continued participating, suggesting that whatever satisfaction he derived from flying outweighed the acknowledged risks, or that he simply didn't fully internalize the possibility of catastrophic consequences. His romantic life was complicated by his royal position. William fell in love with Zsuzsa Starkloff, a Hungarian model and divorcee, and their relationship lasted several years. However, William's position in the line of succession and his father's opposition meant that marriage was essentially impossible. William agonized over the choice between love and duty, ultimately choosing duty, though the decision caused him considerable pain. This sacrifice may have contributed to his need for outlets like flying that provided intensity and meaning his constrained personal life couldn't offer. William's death occurred during an air race at an air show in Staffordshire in August 1972. His plane went into a steep dive shortly after takeoff and hit the ground, killing William and his co-pilot instantly. Investigations suggested either pilot error or mechanical failure, but the exact cause was never definitively established. William was 30 years old, handsome, accomplished, and just beginning to find his place in the world when his life ended abruptly. His death devastated his family and fundamentally altered his younger brother Richard's life, transforming Richard from spare to principal overnight and requiring him to abandon his architectural career for royal duties. William's story illustrates how pursuit of intense experiences, particularly those involving significant risk, can reflect needs for meaning, control, and aliveness that constrained circumstances don't provide. Whether his flying represented healthy passion or reflected deeper struggles with his limited options as a minor royal remains a question his early death prevents from being fully answered. Number 30. Princess Mary, daughter of George V, duty and distance. Princess Mary, the only daughter of King George V and Queen Mary, lived from 1897 to 1965 and spent much of her adult life in Yorkshire after her marriage to Viscount Lascelles, later Earl of Harewood. Her approach to royal duties and personal life revealed patterns of someone deeply committed to obligation and service, maintaining rigorous standards and schedules that structured her existence and provided purpose that personal relationships apparently didn't fully offer. Mary's dedication to nursing and medical work began during World War I, when she actually performed nursing duties rather than merely supervising or making ceremonial visits. She continued this interest throughout her life, maintaining patronage of numerous hospitals and nursing organizations with genuine engagement rather than nominal involvement. Her knowledge of medical matters was substantial, earned through actual experience and continued learning rather than merely receiving briefings from staff before official visits. Her marriage to Viscount Lascelles in 1922 was reportedly not a love match, but rather a suitable arrangement between aristocratic families. Lascelles was 15 years older and the marriage produced 2 sons, but apparently little passion or deep emotional connection. Mary fulfilled her wifely duties and maintained appropriate public image, but those close to the family suggested she found limited personal happiness in the relationship. This emotional distance may have contributed to her focus on work and duties as sources of meaning and satisfaction. Mary's daily routine was remarkably structured and consistent. She maintained precise schedules for meals, correspondence, estate management, and charitable work. This routine provided stability and purpose, filling hours with productive activity rather than idle leisure. Staff members could practically set clocks by her movements, as she adhered to her schedule with discipline inherited from her parents' rigid Victorian court. The structure appeared essential to her sense of order and control. Her work schedule was intensive and sustained throughout her adult life. Mary completed numerous royal engagements annually, particularly in Yorkshire, where she became genuinely identified with the region. She supported local causes and attended regional events with frequency that demonstrated real commitment rather than obligatory duty. This dedication earned her affection and respect in Yorkshire, where she became a beloved figure known for accessibility and genuine interest in local matters. Mary's relationship with her brothers varied in closeness. She was particularly close to George VI, perhaps because they shared similar temperaments. Dutiful, somewhat reserved, uncomfortable with spotlight. With David, later Edward VIII, she maintained cordial relations, though she disapproved of his abdication. Her youngest brother John died when she was young, and she apparently retained affectionate memories of him despite his isolation from the family. Her later years continued the patterns established earlier in life. Mary maintained her structured routine and committed approach to duties until health issues forced some reduction in activities. She died in 1965 at age 67, having been the last surviving child of George V. Her funeral reflected both her royal status and her Yorkshire identity, with representation from London and the local community she'd served for decades. Mary's life illustrates how duty and structure can become defining elements of existence, providing purpose and identity, particularly for individuals whose personal lives offer limited emotional satisfaction. Her dedication to service was admirable, though it may have partly reflected need to fill spaces that happier personal circumstances might have occupied with different content. Number 31. Prince John of the United Kingdom, the Forgotten Prince. Prince John, youngest son of King George V and Queen Mary, lived from 1895 to 1919 and spent most of his short life separated from his family at Wood Farm on the Sandringham estate. His story represents not his own compulsions or addictions, but rather his family's approach to disability and difference in the early 20th century, revealing patterns of isolation and separation that modern understanding recognizes as damaging, but that his family believed represented protection and appropriate care. John was born seemingly healthy, but by age 4 began experiencing seizures eventually diagnosed as epilepsy. In that era, epilepsy carried enormous stigma, with families particularly concerned that such conditions suggested problematic heredity. George and Mary made the difficult decision to keep John increasingly separate from public life and eventually from most family contact, believing this protected both him from unkind scrutiny and the monarchy from embarrassment about his condition. He was moved to Wood Farm with his devoted nanny, Charlotte Lala Bill, who provided the consistent care and affection that circumstances allowed. This wasn't imprisonment in the harsh sense, as the estate provided space for John to roam and gardens where he could play. However, it was isolation nonetheless, separating a child from his siblings and parents for reasons he likely couldn't fully understand. John was being hidden because his condition embarrassed the family and because his unpredictable seizures made public appearances impossible. Reports from those who knew John suggest he was sweet-natured and loved animals and nature. He kept pets including rabbits and chickens, spending hours in the gardens and developing relationships with the staff who cared for him. He had some education from tutors, though learning disabilities made traditional academics challenging. Instead, he learned practical skills and enjoyed simple pleasures, creating life within the limitations his conditions and circumstances imposed. John's seizures grew more frequent and severe as he aged. Treatment options in that era were limited and often barbaric by modern standards. He was given medications that had sedating effects but didn't prevent seizures and had numerous side effects. The condition was poorly understood, and families like his could do little beyond keeping the child comfortable and safe from injury during episodes. His siblings visited when possible, though their memories of John were vague given age differences and the separation. Mary, his sister, later wrote affectionately about him, remembering a gentle brother who seemed content despite limitations. Whether John understood his isolation or questioned why his family lived elsewhere while he remained at Wood Farm cannot be known. The inner experience of a child with epilepsy and possible developmental disabilities, separated from family and living in relative isolation, remains inaccessible to historical inquiry. John died during a severe seizure in January 1919, shortly after his 13th birthday. His death was reported matter-of-factly in court circulars without public funeral. Queen Mary wrote in her diary that his death was a great relief because he had become more of an anxiety than ever. This wasn't callousness, but reflected exhaustion of caring for a severely disabled child with limited resources and the belief that death freed John from a life of suffering. His grave at Sandringham is simple and understated, reflecting the quiet life he led. Modern perspectives on disability make John's story particularly poignant. With current understanding and treatment of epilepsy, he might have lived very differently. Instead, he remains a footnote in royal history, a reminder of how families once responded to conditions they couldn't understand or accept. Choosing isolation over integration and viewing difference as embarrassment requiring concealment, rather than condition requiring accommodation and support. Number 32. Prince Frederick, Duke of York and Albany, the Grand Old Duke. Prince Frederick, Duke of York and Albany, second son of King George III, lived from 1763 to 1827 and became immortalised, somewhat mockingly, in the nursery rhyme about the Grand Old Duke of York, who marched his men up and down hills. Beyond his mixed military career, Frederick's personal life was marked by patterns of excess that created recurring problems throughout his adult years, particularly regarding spending and lifestyle choices that his income, however substantial, could never quite support. Frederick's lifestyle was extravagant in ways that went beyond typical royal excess. He maintained multiple residences, employed enormous household staff, and spent lavishly on entertaining, furnishings, and personal pleasures. His taste for luxury wasn't merely aristocratic preference, but compulsive spending that seemed disconnected from any consideration of actual resources or consequences. Bills accumulated constantly, creditors multiplied, and financial crises became recurring features of his existence. His relationship with Mary Ann Clark, an actress and courtesan, resulted in major scandal when it emerged that Clark had been selling military commissions and promotions, using her influence with Frederick to profit from appointments. Frederick claimed ignorance of this arrangement, but the scandal forced his temporary resignation as Commander-in-Chief of the British Army. The episode damaged his reputation permanently and illustrated how his personal choices created vulnerabilities that others could exploit for their own purposes. The pattern of Frederick's life involved cycles of accumulating debt, requiring parliamentary bailout, promising reform, and then returning to the same spending patterns within months. Each financial rescue came with lectures about responsibility and expectations of changed behaviour, yet Frederick seemed unable to sustain any meaningful alteration in his approach to money. This cycle suggested compulsive aspects to his spending, rather than merely poor judgment that could be corrected through advice or consequences. His military reforms, implemented during his time as Commander-in-Chief, were genuinely valuable and modernised important aspects of army organisation. Frederick possessed real administrative ability and understanding of military needs, yet his personal scandals and financial chaos undermined these legitimate accomplishments, creating a situation where his contributions were overshadowed by his failures and leaving legacy that mixed genuine achievement with substantial embarrassment. Frederick died in 1827 at age 63, still heavily in debt despite lifetime of royal income. His lack of legitimate heirs meant his titles became extinct at his death. The succession implications of his childless state contributed to the eventual circumstances that brought Queen Victoria to the throne. Frederick's life serves as example of how patterns of spending and lifestyle choices can become compulsive, resistant to change despite repeated consequences and interventions. His story illustrates that awareness of problems and genuine desire to reform don't automatically translate into sustained behavioral change, particularly when underlying patterns reflect deeper issues than merely poor money management or lack of discipline. Number 33. Princess Charlotte of Wales, Promise Unfulfilled. Princess Charlotte of Wales, daughter of the Prince Regent who became King George IV, lived from 1796 to 1817 and was for most of her short life heir presumptive to the British throne. Her personal habits and characteristics reveal someone whose spirited personality and independence created tensions with expectations of her position, though her tragic early death prevents full understanding of how these patterns might have developed had she lived to inherit the crown. Charlotte's relationship with both parents was difficult and complicated by their bitter estrangement. Her father was self-indulgent and negligent, more concerned with his own pleasures than effective parenting. Her mother, Caroline, was erratic and sometimes inappropriate, creating scandals that embarrassed Charlotte and complicated her position. Charlotte navigated between them carefully, attempting to maintain relationships with both while avoiding being used as weapon in their battles, a situation that created stress and emotional challenges throughout her youth. Her appetite for food was notable from adolescence, with contemporary accounts describing someone who ate heartily and with enthusiasm that sometimes exceeded what was considered appropriate for young women of her station. While not reaching the extremes of her father's consumption, Charlotte's approach to food suggested someone who took substantial pleasure in eating and didn't always exercise restraint expected of her. This pattern may have reflected emotional eating in response to the stresses of her difficult family situation. Charlotte's engagement to Prince William of Orange was arranged for political purposes, and she initially accepted it. However, she later broke the engagement, refusing to leave England if marriage meant living permanently in the Netherlands. This demonstrated remarkable independence for a princess of her era, asserting personal will against political expectations. Her refusal caused diplomatic difficulty, but established that she wouldn't be simply forced into arrangements she found unacceptable, revealing strength of character and determination to maintain some control over her own life. Her eventual marriage to Prince Leopold of Saxe-Coburg-Saalfeld appears to have been genuinely affectionate. They shared interests and temperaments, and Leopold provided stability and support that Charlotte had lacked in her turbulent childhood. Their marriage was brief, but apparently happy, providing Charlotte with first real experience of stable, loving relationship, and suggesting that her future reign might have benefited from this personal foundation. Charlotte's pregnancy in 1817 was cause for national celebration, with the nation eagerly anticipating birth of future monarch. However, the delivery went tragically wrong. After prolonged and difficult labour lasting over 50 hours, Charlotte delivered a stillborn son. She seemed to recover initially, but suffered complications, likely postpartum hemorrhage, and died hours after the birth at age 21. Her death shocked the nation into genuine mourning and changed British history fundamentally. She had been popular, representing hope for more stable monarchy after scandals of her father's generation. Her death triggered the rush by her father's brothers to marry and produce heirs that eventually resulted in Victoria's birth and accession, altering the entire course of the 19th century. Number 34. Prince Charles Edward, Duke of Albany, a royal court between nations. Prince Charles Edward, Duke of Albany and later Duke of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha, was grandson of Queen Victoria through her youngest son Leopold. Born in 1884 after his father's death, he inherited British titles at birth, but was selected at age 15 to inherit the German duchy when the Saxe-Coburg-Gotha line faced extinction without heirs. This decision removed him from Britain and placed him in circumstances that would create profound conflicts of loyalty during 2 world wars. Charles Edward's transition from British prince to German duke was gradual but thorough. He adopted German language, customs, and perspectives, eventually identifying more strongly with his adopted country than his birth nation. During World War I, he served in the German military, fulfilling obligations to the country where he had lived and ruled for years. This decision was legally and practically understandable, given his position as a German duke, but it resulted in the British government stripping him of his British titles and honours, severing his official connections to his birth country. His involvement with political movements in Germany during the 1930s represents the most controversial and historically significant aspect of his later life. Historical records document his participation in the political system of that era, though historians continue to debate his motivations, the extent of his ideological commitment, and whether his actions reflected genuine belief or attempts to protect his position and properties during a dangerous period. These choices, whatever their underlying reasons, had lasting consequences for his reputation and relationships. Charles Edward's personal life included a stable marriage to Princess Victoria Adelaide of Schleswig-Holstein. They had 5 children and maintained their relationship despite the political difficulties surrounding them. After World War II, both faced social isolation and financial hardship as consequences of Charles Edward's political associations and wartime positions. His final years were marked by reduced circumstances and social ostracism. Allied occupation forces interned him. He underwent legal proceedings related to his wartime activities, and he lost significant property and resources. The British royal family maintained complete distance, and his former social circles largely rejected him. He died in 1954 at age 69, having become a historical figure whose earlier royal status was overshadowed by his controversial political choices. Charles Edward's life illustrates the complex situations that can arise when individuals hold positions in multiple countries during periods of international conflict. Born British but ruling in Germany, he faced choices about loyalty and identity that had no simple or clearly correct answers. His decisions during the World Wars and the political turmoil of the 1930s placed him in historical circumstances where any choice involved betraying some obligation or relationship. Modern historical assessment of his life continues, with scholars examining the evidence and context of his actions while recognizing that his story reflects broader questions about nationality, loyalty, and the responsibilities of those born into positions of privilege during turbulent historical periods. Number 35. Prince Albert, consort to Queen Victoria, work without rest. Prince Albert, consort to Queen Victoria, lived from 1819 to 1861 and demonstrated a relationship with work that those around him recognized as compulsive and ultimately damaging to his health. Born into German nobility and marrying Victoria in 1840, Albert faced defining a role for himself in a country that initially viewed him as foreign interloper. His response was to throw himself into work with intensity that never diminished throughout his 21 years as Victoria's husband. Albert's daily routine was rigorously structured around productivity. He rose early and worked through correspondence before breakfast, believing idleness was morally wrong. He structured every hour around useful activity, whether governmental work, managing estates, planning projects, or pursuing intellectual interests. This compulsive productivity stemmed partly from his upbringing and partly from his need to prove his worth in his adopted country. His role in planning the Great Exhibition of 1851 represented his greatest achievement, but revealed the toll his work habits took. Albert personally oversaw countless details, from selecting locations to approving design elements of the Crystal Palace. He worked obsessively for years, often late into the night, driving himself beyond what his constitution could sustain. The exhibition's success vindicated his efforts, but the stress contributed to physical decline he never recovered from. Albert's approach to parenting emphasized education and discipline, creating rigorous study schedules, particularly for the Prince of Wales. He became frustrated when his son failed to meet expectations, unable to understand why the boy didn't share his intellectual passions. This pressure damaged their relationship and contributed to Bertie's later rebellious behaviour. Albert couldn't comprehend leisure or accept that others might have different needs regarding work and rest. His various projects demonstrated genuine vision and achievement. Albert promoted arts and sciences, advocated for reforms, modernised royal estates, and involved himself in countless causes. However, the breadth of his commitment suggested difficulty setting priorities or accepting limitations. He appeared driven to prove himself constantly, unable to rest or feel he had done enough to justify his position. Albert's final illness in 1861, diagnosed as typhoid fever, struck a body already weakened by years of overwork and chronic health problems. His physicians had warned him repeatedly about his pace and stress levels, but Albert dismissed their concerns, believing duty and productivity outweighed personal health considerations. When typhoid struck, his weakened constitution couldn't fight the infection effectively. He died in December 1861 at age 42, leaving Victoria devastated and Britain without the consort who had modernised so many aspects of national life. Albert's early death robbed Britain of continued contributions and condemned Victoria to 40 years of mourning. His life illustrates how work can become compulsion that provides meaning and identity, but ultimately consumes the person, particularly when driven by needs to prove worth that can never be fully satisfied regardless of accomplishments achieved. While some royal secrets revealed themselves through public choices or whispered relationships, others remained entirely contained within private rooms and locked chambers. In quiet contrast to ceremony and restraint, certain royals developed habits of accumulation, holding tightly to objects, possessions, and symbols few were ever meant to see. It is here that this chapter begins. Number 23. Queen Mary I, 1516 to 1558. Queen Mary I, often remembered for her turbulent reign and her nickname Bloody Mary, carried with her a fascination for religious devotion that extended into the very objects she treasured. Among her many possessions were religious relics, devotional artifacts, and meticulously preserved manuscripts, each a reflection of her deep faith and her desire to maintain a tangible connection to the spiritual world. In an era when religion dictated the course of politics and personal life, Mary's collections were not mere decoration. They were extensions of her identity, a sanctuary amid the relentless pressures of monarchy. Mary's devotion to collecting these sacred items was intense. She maintained careful inventories of her relics, ensuring each artifact was catalogued, stored, and preserved in a manner befitting its spiritual significance. From intricately decorated reliquaries to illuminated manuscripts, each object told a story of devotion, ritual, or royal patronage. These collections were also politically symbolic, reinforcing her commitment to Catholicism at a time of intense religious upheaval in England. Owning and displaying these sacred items demonstrated both her piety and her authority, subtly reminding her court and her people of her religious legitimacy. What makes Mary's collecting particularly fascinating is the contrast between her personal reverence and her public persona. While history often emphasizes the fear she inspired through her enforcement of religious policy, her collections reveal a quieter, more introspective side, a queen seeking comfort, stability, and connection through the objects that mattered most to her. Each piece in her collection was chosen with care, preserved with attention, and imbued with personal significance. An intimate window into the mind of a monarch navigating the turbulent waters of 16th century England. In exploring these collections, we begin to understand that Queen Mary's life was as much about curating meaning and memory as it was about ruling. Her hoarding of devotional items was not mere obsession, it was a reflection of her inner world, a way of holding on to stability and faith amid a realm often defined by chaos and conflict. Number 22. King James I, 1566 to 1625. King James I, ascending to the English throne in 1603 after Elizabeth I, is often remembered for his scholarly pursuits and his role in shaping the early Stuart monarchy. Beyond politics and governance, James harboured a passionate interest in collecting books, manuscripts, and royal artefacts, amassing one of the most remarkable private libraries of his time. His collections were not only a reflection of personal curiosity, but also a tool for influence, demonstrating erudition, wealth, and cultivated taste to courtiers and foreign dignitaries alike. James's love of books and manuscripts was all-encompassing. From theological treatises to classical literature, he surrounded himself with volumes that fed both his intellect and his fascination with the mystical and political. Royal decrees, historical accounts, and works on philosophy and science found their way into his carefully curated collection. This obsession extended to royal artifacts and ceremonial items, which were preserved meticulously within the palaces, creating a tangible archive of history, tradition, and prestige. These treasures were often catalogued, inventoried, and displayed to emphasize the continuity and authority of the monarchy. The king's collecting habits reveal a man deeply engaged with the legacy he inherited and the image he projected. While James faced criticism for his sometimes extravagant court and personal excesses, his collections underscore a more reflective, contemplative side. In a period when rulers were expected to embody both power and sophistication, James's library and artifact troves provided a quiet testament to his intellectual pursuits, cultural influence, and personal passions. Exploring these collections offers a glimpse into how King James balanced the demands of ruling with a profound love of knowledge. His careful preservation of manuscripts and artifacts illustrates a desire to maintain continuity, to honour the past, and to shape the cultural heritage that would be inherited by future generations. These items, treasured and catalogued with precision, reveal a monarch whose mind and curiosities extended far beyond the political arena, reminding us that behind the crown were very human interests, passions, and obsessions. Number 21. Prince Frederick, Duke of York, 1763 to 1827. Prince Frederick, the second son of King George III, is often remembered for his military career and his leadership during the Napoleonic Wars. Yet behind the uniform and ceremonial duties lay a man with a passionate obsession for collecting military regalia, documents, and artifacts. His dedication to preserving these items went far beyond casual interest. It reflected a deep desire to honour tradition, commemorate victories, and assert a sense of order amid the often chaotic world of warfare and royal expectations. Frederick's collections were extensive. They included uniforms, medals, weaponry, and detailed military maps, each carefully preserved to illustrate both historical achievements and his personal engagement with the army he commanded. He also maintained volumes of correspondence, reports, and official documents, catalogued meticulously to ensure that no piece of military history or royal involvement was lost. This hoarding of artifacts served a dual purpose. It satisfied his personal inclination toward meticulousness while creating a historical record that would reflect well on the monarchy and its association with leadership, duty, and valour. What makes Frederick's collecting particularly intriguing is the blend of personal and public significance. While some items were purely for study or personal satisfaction, others were intended to impress or inform, showing visitors and contemporaries a curated image of discipline, legacy, and refinement. His careful attention to storage, labelling, and preservation illustrates a mind attuned to order, detail, and historical legacy, revealing a quieter side to a figure often remembered for public failures and courtly frustrations. Exploring the Duke of York's collections offers a window into a royal life where obsession and duty intertwined, where personal interests became intertwined with public legacy. Through these preserved artifacts and documents, we glimpse a prince whose meticulous attention to detail and desire to chronicle history created a lasting impression far beyond the battlefield. The objects he treasured, organized, and safeguarded whisper stories of a man seeking stability, meaning and recognition in both his personal and public life. Number 20. Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, 1900 to 2002. Queen Elizabeth, later known as the Queen Mother, led a life marked by longevity, public service, and a deep appreciation for the tangible reminders of history and family. Beyond her public duties, she developed a lifelong passion for collecting jewelry, royal gifts, keepsakes, and mementos, often preserving items of personal and historical significance with meticulous care. Her collections were more than decorative. They were a living archive of royal life across the 20th century, spanning decades of social change, war, and public attention. From inherited pieces to carefully chosen gifts, the Queen Mother amassed items that reflected both personal milestones and the monarchy's broader legacy. Jewelry, in particular, held a special place, not merely for its beauty, but for its symbolic connection to family, tradition, and national identity. She also collected ceremonial objects, photographs, and letters, cataloguing them in a manner that allowed her to maintain a coherent record of her life and the lives of those closest to her. Each item in her possession carried stories, memories, and lessons from decades of royal experience. What sets her collections apart is the balance between personal sentiment and historical importance. Many objects were treasured privately, providing comfort and continuity amid the pressures of public life. Others served as visual reminders of events, people, and places that shaped modern Britain, creating a bridge between private reflection and public narrative. The Queen Mother's dedication to preservation reveals a keen awareness of the power of memory, the role of objects in storytelling, and the importance of safeguarding legacy for future generations. Exploring the Queen Mother's collections allows us to witness a royal life defined not just by duty and ceremony, but by intimate connections to history and family. Her hoarding of keepsakes and royal artifacts was not eccentricity for its own sake, but a reflection of her enduring love for tradition, careful attention to detail, and reverence for the stories these objects could tell. Through them, we gain a richer understanding of the humanity, sentiment, and continuity behind one of Britain's most beloved royals. Number 19. Prince John, 1905 to 1909. Prince John, the youngest son of King George V and Queen Mary, lived a life largely hidden from public view. Yet his private world was filled with fascination, curiosity, and a remarkable collection of personal items. Due to his health challenges and epilepsy, John was largely kept at Wood Farm on the Sandringham estate, where he developed a deep attachment to his surroundings and the objects within them. His passion for collecting toys, books, and nature specimens became a defining part of his daily life, offering both comfort and a sense of control in a life constrained by illness. From a very young age, John exhibited a keen interest in books and educational materials, often amassing volumes that explored animals, science, and fairy tales. His personal library grew carefully, each book treasured and well used. Alongside literature, John gathered toys, small artifacts, and natural specimens, ranging from insects to shells, reflecting both his curiosity and his need for tactile engagement. These collections were catalogued and arranged meticulously, providing him with a private world full of discovery, learning, and imagination. What makes Prince John's collecting particularly poignant is the blend of innocence, intellect, and isolation. While his siblings lived lives exposed to the court and public ceremonies, John's treasures provided a personal refuge, a way to engage with the broader world safely and meaningfully. Each item carried not only fascination, but also emotional significance, allowing him to navigate the challenges of his young life with comfort and curiosity. Exploring Prince John's collections offers a rare glimpse into a royal childhood, shaped by health struggles, seclusion, and the solace of possessions. Though often overlooked in historical narratives, His hoarding and careful curation reveal a mind deeply attuned to learning, discovery, and the personal value of objects. Through his toys, books, and specimens, we witness a young prince cultivating a world uniquely his own, finding joy, order, and fascination amid the constraints of royal life. Number 18. King Henry VIII, 1491 to 1547. King Henry VIII, one of England's most famous monarchs, is often remembered for his 6 marriages and sweeping religious reforms. But beneath his commanding presence lay a fascination with collecting objects of opulence and prestige. From armoury and armour to tapestries, jewellery and lavish furniture, Henry's collections were a reflection of his power, wealth, and personal tastes, as well as a way to display his dominance and sophistication to both his court and foreign dignitaries. Henry's hoarding habits were extensive and meticulously managed. He commissioned elaborate tapestries and armour not only for practical use, but to demonstrate the grandeur of his reign. His personal chambers, often filled with richly decorated furnishings, were a testament to his desire for comfort, status, and visual impressiveness. Jewellery and precious stones were collected both for adornment and as symbols of authority, each item carefully catalogued and often displayed to impress visitors. These objects reinforced the image of a monarch whose rule was as much about spectacle as governance. What makes Henry's collecting particularly intriguing is the intersection of personal desire and political messaging. His acquisitions were never purely decorative. Each piece served a purpose, whether to assert dominance over nobles, impress foreign ambassadors, or commemorate victories. Even his armour collections, stored in elaborate halls, communicated strength, preparation, and martial prowess, blending personal passion with public image. Exploring King Henry's hoarding offers a glimpse into a monarch for whom objects were extensions of identity, power, and ambition. His attention to detail, investment in lavish items, and preservation of prized possessions reveal a ruler deeply conscious of legacy, one who sought to craft an enduring impression through both deeds and artifacts. Through his carefully curated collections, we see a man whose fascination with grandeur and authority shaped the material culture of Tudor England, leaving a legacy that continues to captivate historians and the public alike. Number 17. Queen Anne, 1665 to 1714. Queen Anne, the last monarch of the Stuart dynasty, is often remembered for her political acumen and the union of England and Scotland. Yet her personal life reveals a deep fascination with collecting documents, gifts, and personal artifacts. Despite chronic health struggles and a turbulent personal life, Anne meticulously amassed political papers, letters, and gifts from allies and dignitaries, treating them not merely as possessions, but as touchstones of influence, memory, and connection. Anne's hoarding habits were defined by attention to detail and careful preservation. She catalogued correspondence from her ministers and political allies, ensuring that every decree, opinion, or note could be referenced when needed. Gifts from foreign courts and domestic supporters were similarly treasured, often stored and displayed with thoughtful care, demonstrating both gratitude and a keen understanding of symbolic power. Her collections reflected the dual nature of her reign. Personal sentiment intertwined with political significance. What sets Queen Anne apart is the blend of personal attachment and strategic purpose. While many items provided comfort or memento, others served as reminders of alliances, obligations, and loyalties within her court. In an era when monarchy was deeply intertwined with public perception, Anne's collections were not just private indulgences, they were subtle instruments of influence, allowing her to navigate the complexities of governance while maintaining personal stability. Exploring her amassed treasures offers insight into a queen whose reign was shaped as much by careful attention to detail as by political strategy. Each letter, gift, and document in her collection tells a story of relationships maintained, decisions weighed, and a monarchy preserved amid challenges. Queen Anne's hoarding illuminates a human side of leadership. showing how even the most powerful monarchs sought comfort, continuity, and control through the careful curation of objects that mattered deeply to them. Number 16. Prince George IV, 1762 to 1830. Prince George, who later became King George IV, is often remembered for his extravagant lifestyle, flamboyant fashion, and indulgent social life. Yet behind the glittering veneer of the Regency era lay a man with a passionate obsession for collecting art, sculptures, and fashion items. From portraits of European nobility to exquisite furniture and personal garments, George's hoarding habits reflected both personal taste and a desire to curate a world that matched his vision of grandeur. George's collections were extensive and highly specific. He commissioned paintings from renowned artists, acquired sculptures for his palaces, and accumulated luxurious clothing in quantities that astonished even his contemporaries. Each piece was carefully chosen, catalogued, and displayed in a manner that allowed him to project sophistication, wealth, and cultivated taste. Fashion items were not merely worn, they were statements of identity, power, and influence, while his art acquisitions reinforced his position as a patron of culture and refinement. What makes George's collecting particularly fascinating is the interplay between personal indulgence and public image. While he derived personal pleasure from surrounding himself with beauty and luxury, the sheer scale of his collections communicated status and authority to courtiers, foreign dignitaries, and the public alike. Palaces such as Carlton House and later Buckingham Palace became repositories of his tastes and ambitions, turning every room into a testament to his vision of regal elegance. Exploring Prince George's hoarding offers insight into a royal life defined by both aesthetic obsession and the pursuit of legacy. His collections reveal a man who used objects to craft an identity as much as to enjoy personal satisfaction. Through the art, sculpture, and fashion he amassed, we glimpse a monarch for whom the material world was a canvas, a means of expression, and a way to leave an enduring mark on British history. George's passion for collecting, though extravagant, provides a compelling lens into the personal motivations and cultural influence of one of Britain's most flamboyant royals. Number 15. Princess Amelia, 1783 to 1810. Princess Amelia, the youngest daughter of King George III, is often remembered for her quiet demeanour and devoted family life. Yet she harboured a keen interest in collecting letters, personal keepsakes, and small art pieces. In her relatively short life, Amelia found comfort and personal expression through the careful curation of objects that reflected her intimate world. Her hoarding was not ostentatious but deeply personal, revealing a royal who sought solace, memory, and continuity amid the pressures of family, health struggles, and public expectation. Amelia's collections were varied and thoughtfully maintained. She cherished letters from family members, carefully preserving correspondence that documented both ordinary moments and significant events. Small art pieces and mementos, often gifts from relatives or personal acquisitions, filled her private spaces, creating a sanctuary of personal meaning and reflection. Each item carried emotional weight, connecting her to loved ones, important experiences, and cherished memories that offered comfort during times of illness and familial turbulence. What makes Princess Amelia's hoarding particularly poignant is the blend of sentimentality and necessity. Limited in her public engagements due to fragile health, she turned to her collections as a means of engaging with her world. These possessions allowed her to retain a sense of control and personal identity, providing an outlet for emotion and creativity in a life often circumscribed by circumstance. Her careful organization and preservation of letters and keepsakes highlight a meticulous mind and a heart attuned to the significance of memory. Exploring Princess Amelia's collections offers a window into a royal life that balanced intimacy, introspection, and emotional resilience. Through her letters, mementos, and small treasures, we witness a princess who valued the quiet power of objects to connect, comfort, and preserve personal history. Amelia's hoarding was not driven by extravagance, but by a desire to hold on to meaning, leaving behind a subtle yet profound legacy of devotion, care, and personal reflection that illuminates the human side of monarchy. Number 14. Queen Charlotte, 1744 to 1818. Queen Charlotte, consort of King George III, is remembered not only for her influence on the royal family, but also for her passionate interest in collecting botanical specimens and exotic plants. Her fascination with horticulture went far beyond mere decoration. It became a lifelong obsession that shaped the gardens of royal estates and reflected a broader curiosity about nature, science, and beauty. Through her collections, Charlotte cultivated an intimate connection to the natural world, demonstrating how royal taste and personal passion could intertwine in meaningful ways. Charlotte's hoarding extended to a wide variety of plants and botanical specimens, many carefully sourced from abroad. She was known to catalogue, label, and preserve each species with painstaking attention, creating structured gardens and greenhouses that were as much a display of knowledge as of aesthetic elegance. These collections included rare flowers, exotic trees, and medicinal plants, reflecting a deep interest in both the decorative and scientific aspects of horticulture. Each plant was nurtured with care, highlighting her meticulousness and her understanding of the fragility and value of life. What makes Queen Charlotte's collecting particularly fascinating is the intersection of beauty, education, and legacy. Her botanical obsession was not only a personal pursuit, but also a public statement. It demonstrated sophistication, intellectual curiosity, and a connection to the growing scientific interests of the 18th century. By preserving exotic and native species alike, Charlotte contributed to the expansion of botanical knowledge in Britain, creating gardens that were admired by contemporaries and continue to be celebrated today. Exploring Queen Charlotte's passion for plant collection offers a unique perspective on royal hoarding, a blend of obsession, education, and aesthetic sensibility. Her meticulously curated gardens and collections remind us that collecting does not always involve objects or treasures in the traditional sense. Sometimes it is about nurturing life, understanding nature, and leaving a lasting impression through care and dedication. Through her devotion to plants and botanical study, Queen Charlotte reveals the human desire to collect, preserve, and celebrate beauty in all its forms. Number 13. Prince Albert Edward, later Edward VII, 1841 to 1910. Prince Albert Edward, who would later ascend the throne as King Edward VII, is often remembered for his charm, social presence, and indulgent lifestyle. Beyond the public persona, he harboured a deep passion for collecting gifts from foreign dignitaries, mementos, and objets d'art, creating an impressive and eclectic private collection. These items were not merely ornamental. They reflected his keen eye for aesthetics, personal taste, and fascination with cultural diversity from across Europe and beyond. Albert Edward's collections were as varied as they were extensive. From exquisite jewellery and clocks to ceremonial gifts and decorative objects, he amassed items that symbolised relationships, diplomacy, and personal achievement. Each piece was carefully preserved and catalogued, reflecting his meticulous approach to curating both personal and historical significance. Many items also served as conversation pieces, displayed strategically in his residences to impress visitors and reflect his sophistication, cultural knowledge, and status within European royalty. What makes Albert Edward's collecting particularly interesting is the blend of personal enjoyment and public messaging. While some objects were treasured privately for their beauty or sentimental value, others communicated connections, influence, and prestige. His hoarding was thus a subtle extension of his role in the monarchy, intertwining personal pleasure with the cultivation of an image that resonated with both domestic and international audiences. Exploring Albert Edward's collections offers a window into a royal life where curation, display, and personal obsession intersected. Through his gifts, mementos, and objets d'art, we see a prince navigating the responsibilities of royalty while indulging in the human desire to collect, preserve, and celebrate the tangible traces of life, culture, and achievement. His collections reveal a monarch deeply attuned to the aesthetic and symbolic power of objects, leaving a legacy of elegance, taste, and enduring fascination for historians and enthusiasts alike. Number 12. Princess Victoria, Duchess of Kent, 1786 to 1861. Princess Victoria, Duchess of Kent, mother of Queen Victoria, led a life shaped by both maternal devotion and a fascination with collecting personal letters, jewelry, and treasured artifacts. Her hoarding habits were deeply intertwined with her desire to maintain control, security, and connection in a life often dominated by court politics and the upbringing of a future queen. Each item she preserved was more than a possession. It was a tangible link to her family, her past, and the legacy she sought to pass on to her daughter. The Duchess's collections were extensive and meticulously maintained. Personal correspondence, gifts, and keepsakes from friends and family were catalogued with care, ensuring that every object retained its story and significance. Jewelry and small decorative items were particularly treasured, often stored in secure locations and handled with great care. Through these possessions, Princess Victoria could create a sense of order and continuity, maintaining her personal world in a manner that balanced sentimentality with structured preservation. What makes her hoarding especially fascinating is the blend of maternal purpose and personal obsession. While some items were clearly chosen for their beauty or rarity, many were preserved for their emotional and familial significance. This careful curation allowed her to safeguard memories, maintain a sense of identity, and provide a stable foundation for Queen Victoria, who would later become one of Britain's most influential monarchs. Exploring Princess Victoria's collections offers insight into the inner world of a royal figure, balancing personal passion with duty and foresight. Her hoarding was not an eccentric indulgence. It was a deliberate and thoughtful effort to maintain connection, memory, and influence within the royal family. Through her letters, jewelry, and cherished artifacts, the Duchess of Kent leaves behind a portrait of a woman who understood the power of objects to preserve history, foster relationships, and shape legacy, reminding us that even the most private collections can carry enduring significance. Number 11. Prince Rupert of the Rhine, 1619 to 1682. Prince Rupert of the Rhine, famed military commander, admiral, and cousin to King Charles I, was as renowned for his daring on the battlefield as for his passionate collecting of military trophies, art, and curiosities. Beyond the glories of war, Rupert's private life revealed a man captivated by the tangible remnants of history, culture, and achievement. Each item he amassed reflected both personal pride and the broader cultural fascination with collecting that defined European aristocracy in the 17th century. Rupert's hoarding included weaponry, armour, medals, and military relics, acquired through campaigns, personal triumphs, or diplomatic gifts. These objects were not simply stored. They were catalogued meticulously and displayed to illustrate his achievements and to inspire admiration from peers and visitors. Beyond martial artifacts, Rupert also amassed paintings, scientific instruments, and curiosities, items that revealed a keen intellectual curiosity and appreciation for artistry. His collections created a private world in which he could engage with history, science, and aesthetics, all while reinforcing his personal identity as a man of courage, taste, and refinement. What makes Prince Rupert's collecting particularly intriguing is the dual nature of his obsession. On one hand, it was a personal endeavour, satisfying his fascination with the world and the spoils of life. On the other, it was deeply performative. His hoarding communicated prestige, intellect, and power to those around him. Every trophy, painting, or curiosity served as a statement about his place in the royal and military hierarchy, showcasing accomplishments in both battle and culture. Exploring Prince Rupert's collections offers insight into a royal whose life intertwined action, intellect, and passion for preservation. His dedication to collecting and cataloguing objects illustrates a desire to leave a tangible record of achievement, to understand and organize the world around him, and to engage both himself and others with history's enduring artifacts. Through his carefully curated hoard, we gain a glimpse into the mind of a prince who combined martial skill with intellectual curiosity, leaving a lasting impression far beyond the battlefield. Number 10. King William IV, 1765 to 1837. King William IV, often remembered as the Sailor King for his long naval career, also harboured a fascination with nautical instruments and naval memorabilia that reflected both his personal history and his love for the sea. Unlike many monarchs whose hoarding was driven by aesthetic taste or diplomacy, William's collecting stemmed from practical experience, sentiment, and a desire to preserve the tangible reminders of his life at sea. These objects became an extension of his identity, offering both comfort and a link to his formative experiences. William amassed an array of maritime artifacts, including navigational tools, ship models, charts, and personal items salvaged or acquired during his naval service. Each piece was carefully preserved, catalogued, and displayed in private quarters, serving as both mementos and educational tools. Through his collections, William could reflect on past voyages, strategic successes, and personal memories, while sharing aspects of his maritime world with visitors and family. His hoarding was not merely sentimental. It also demonstrated a disciplined approach to preserving knowledge and history for posterity. What sets King William's collecting apart is the intertwining of personal passion and professional legacy. Unlike some royals who focused on art, jewellery, or gifts, William's hoarding revealed a life shaped by action, adventure, and hands-on experience. Each instrument, model, or chart represented skill, memory, and achievement, allowing him to curate a tangible record of his contributions to Britain's naval history. It was a collection rooted in life experience, combining pride, nostalgia, and historical awareness. Exploring William IV's collections offers insight into a monarch whose interests went beyond palace politics and public ceremonies. His hoarding reflects a desire to preserve experience, educate others, and maintain connection with a world that shaped him profoundly. Through his meticulous curation of naval artifacts, William leaves a legacy that intertwines personal history with national narrative, revealing how even the most practical objects can carry deep meaning and provide insight into the passions and character of a British royal. Number 9. Queen Alexandra, 1844 to 1925. Queen Alexandra, consort of King Edward VII, is remembered for her elegance, philanthropy, and keen eye for collecting art, antiques, and decorative items. Her passion for acquiring and preserving objects extended beyond mere adornment. It reflected a deep appreciation for beauty, history, and craftsmanship. Alexandra's hoarding habits transformed Buckingham Palace into a repository of cultural treasures, demonstrating both personal taste and a commitment to curating a visual legacy for the monarchy. Alexandra's collections were extensive and carefully curated. She amassed paintings, sculptures, fine furniture, and decorative objects from across Europe, often commissioning pieces or acquiring them during royal visits abroad. Jewellery and ceremonial items also held a prominent place, blending personal indulgence with symbolic value. Each acquisition was thoughtfully catalogued and displayed, reflecting her meticulous nature and her desire to maintain a coherent and aesthetically harmonious environment within royal residences. What makes Queen Alexandra's collecting particularly fascinating is the blend of personal taste, public presentation, and historical awareness. While some objects were clearly for private enjoyment, others communicated cultural sophistication and refinement to visitors, dignitaries, and family. Alexandra's collection served as both a personal refuge and a subtle instrument of influence, showcasing the monarchy's connection to art, tradition, and international elegance. Her attention to detail and dedication to preserving objects of value allowed her to craft an enduring visual narrative of the royal household. Exploring Queen Alexandra's hoarding habits offers insight into a royal life anchored in beauty, legacy, and careful curation. Her devotion to art and antiques reveals a personality attuned to both personal enjoyment and the power of objects to communicate status, taste, and cultural appreciation. Through her extensive collections, Alexandra demonstrates how the act of collecting can become a meaningful expression of identity, influence, and historical consciousness, leaving a tangible legacy that continues to inform our understanding of the monarchy's aesthetic and cultural priorities. Number 8. King Edward VII, 1841 to 1910. King Edward VII, son of Queen Victoria, was renowned for his charisma, social presence, and love of luxury. Beyond his public image as a fashionable and indulgent monarch, Edward harbored a passionate obsession with collecting jewelry, clocks, furniture, and gifts from across Europe, creating one of the most lavish private royal collections of his era. His hoarding reflected a blend of personal taste, diplomatic awareness, and a desire to surround himself with objects that symbolized prestige and refinement. Edward's collections were vast and meticulously organized. Jewelry, from brooches to rings and ceremonial adornments, held both aesthetic and sentimental value, often gifted by foreign dignitaries or family members. Clocks and other decorative objects filled his residences, demonstrating his fascination with craftsmanship, innovation, and elegance. Furniture, art, and personal mementos were also acquired in abundance, creating interiors that reflected not only wealth but a careful curation of style and historical significance. What makes Edward's hoarding particularly interesting is the interplay between personal indulgence and public diplomacy. Many items were displayed strategically, serving as symbols of international relationships, royal sophistication, and cultural knowledge. His collections were a reflection of both personality and position. Edward collected for personal enjoyment, but also to project influence and authority, using objects as tools of visual communication within the royal sphere. Exploring King Edward VII's collections provides insight into a monarch for whom collecting was a serious and meaningful pursuit. His passion for jewelry, decorative arts, and gifts illustrates a desire to preserve beauty, memory, and status, leaving behind a curated legacy that highlighted both taste and power. Through these possessions, Edward offers a vivid example of how the act of collecting can combine personal pleasure with public messaging, enriching our understanding of the material culture and social dynamics of early 20th century British royalty. Number 7. Prince George, Duke of Kent, 1902 to 1942. Prince George, the fourth son of King George V, is often remembered for his military service and tragic early death. But he also had a keen interest in hoarding royal memorabilia, documents, and personal mementos. Unlike some royals whose collecting focused on art or luxury items, George's obsession revolved around preserving records and artifacts that connected him to his family, history, and public life. His collections offered a private window into the life of a royal navigating duty, personal interests, and a rapidly changing world. The Duke's hoarding encompassed letters, photographs, official documents, and keepsakes from family members and significant events. Each item was catalogued and carefully stored, reflecting his meticulous nature and desire for organization. Through these preserved objects, George maintained a tangible connection to both personal experiences and the broader narrative of the monarchy, ensuring that moments of history and family life were recorded and safeguarded for future generations. What makes Prince George's collecting particularly notable is the blend of personal sentiment and historical preservation. While some items held private or emotional significance, others reflected an awareness of legacy and the importance of documenting royal life. His dedication to collecting and preserving memorabilia provided a structured, almost archival approach to hoarding, transforming personal passion into a means of chronicling and understanding the monarchy's story. Exploring the Duke of Kent's collections gives insight into a royal whose hoarding was both personal and purposeful. Through letters, photographs, and mementos, he maintained a connection to family, history, and identity. His collections reveal a thoughtful and reflective individual who valued memory, tradition, and the preservation of personal and public heritage. Prince George's passion for collecting illustrates how even in the modern era, royals have sought to create continuity, safeguard history, and find meaning through the careful curation of objects, leaving a legacy that is both intimate and historically significant. Number 6. King Charles II, 1630 to 1685. King Charles II, often remembered as the Merry Monarch, is famed for restoring the monarchy after the English Civil War and for his lively court. Yet he also had a passionate inclination for collecting art, curiosities, and exotic items brought back from the colonies. Charles's hoarding reflected both personal fascination and the broader cultural trend of European aristocracy, where monarchs sought to curate treasures that demonstrated wealth, sophistication, and global connections. Charles's collections were remarkably diverse. He acquired paintings, sculptures, scientific instruments, and natural curiosities, ranging from exotic shells and minerals to unique artifacts from overseas territories. Each item was carefully catalogued and displayed in his palaces, creating spaces that were as much museums as private residences. These collections served multiple purposes: personal enjoyment, intellectual curiosity, and subtle political messaging. By surrounding himself with rare and unusual objects, Charles communicated the breadth of his influence and the cosmopolitan nature of his court. What sets Charles's hoarding apart is the blend of pleasure, prestige, and public perception. While many items delighted him personally, they also impressed visiting dignitaries and courtiers, reinforcing the monarchy's image as cultured, worldly, and powerful. His collections bridged personal desire with social strategy, illustrating how hoarding could serve as both a personal indulgence and a public statement. Exploring King Charles II's collections provides insight into a monarch whose love of beauty, curiosity, and cultural significance shaped his royal identity. His dedication to amassing art and exotic treasures reveals a man who understood the symbolic and aesthetic value of objects, using them to craft both a private sanctuary and a public persona. Through his eclectic and expansive collections, Charles II leaves a legacy of indulgence, intellectual curiosity, and strategic display, demonstrating that even in the glittering court of Restoration England, the act of collecting could be a window into personality, ambition, and taste. Number 5. Queen Elizabeth I, 1533 to 1603. Queen Elizabeth I, the iconic monarch of the Elizabethan era, is celebrated for her intelligence, political acumen, and cultural influence. Beyond her public image as a shrewd and commanding ruler, she harbored a passionate dedication to collecting jewelry, clothing, and manuscripts, turning her personal possessions into both instruments of display and private indulgence. Elizabeth's hoarding reflected a careful balance of personal taste, political strategy, and the desire to control her image in a world where perception was as powerful as authority. Elizabeth amassed elaborate jewelry, intricately designed garments, and rare manuscripts, each chosen for its beauty, rarity, or symbolic meaning. Her clothing and adornments were carefully curated to convey authority, sophistication, and the mystique of the Virgin Queen, while manuscripts and letters allowed her to preserve knowledge, culture, and political correspondence. These collections were not merely personal indulgences, they were tools of influence, reinforcing her status and showcasing the wealth and refinement of her court. What makes Elizabeth's hoarding particularly notable is the strategic use of objects to manage power and perception. Her possessions served as visual narratives, illustrating her education, alliances, and taste, and projecting an image that balanced strength, elegance, and cultivated intelligence. Each item reflected thoughtfulness, intention, and an awareness of the symbolic weight of material culture in courtly and international politics. Exploring Queen Elizabeth's collections offers insight into a monarch for whom collecting was both personal and political. Her jewellery, clothing, and manuscripts reveal a woman deeply attuned to the power of objects to communicate identity, status, and intellect. Through her careful curation, Elizabeth I demonstrates how hoarding can transcend mere accumulation, becoming a means to shape legacy, influence perception, and leave a lasting impression of sophistication, authority, and cultural significance that endures centuries later. Number 4. King James I, 1566 to 1625. King James I, the monarch who united the crowns of Scotland and England, is often remembered for his literary contributions and political ambitions. Beyond his public persona, James harboured a remarkable passion for collecting books, manuscripts, and royal artefacts, creating one of the most significant private collections of his time. His hoarding reflected not just intellectual curiosity, but also a desire to assert authority, preserve knowledge, and solidify his legacy as both a scholar and a sovereign. James's collections were extensive and meticulously organised. He amassed rare manuscripts, historical documents, and books covering law, theology, science, and literature, many of which were annotated or catalogued personally. These collections allowed him to engage with ideas across disciplines and centuries, demonstrating a monarch whose curiosity and learning were as formidable as his political power. Beyond books, James collected coins, medals, and royal relics, preserving objects that symbolize lineage, prestige, and cultural heritage. What makes King James's hoarding particularly fascinating is the intersection of scholarship and sovereignty. His collections were both tools of knowledge and instruments of influence. By surrounding himself with rare and authoritative works, he reinforced his image as a learned and capable ruler, while also ensuring that future generations would recognize the intellectual depth of his reign. Each item reflected thought, purpose, and the broader mission of cultural and historical preservation. Exploring James I's collections offers insight into a monarch for whom hoarding was not mere indulgence, but a deliberate strategy to curate power, knowledge, and legacy. Through books, manuscripts, and royal artifacts, he created a tangible record of intellect, taste, and historical awareness. His collections reveal a ruler who valued the preservation of ideas, the importance of memory, and the enduring impact of material culture. King James I's dedication to collecting provides a window into how royal hoarding can serve as both a personal pursuit and a tool for shaping perception, authority, and historical significance. Number 3. Prince Frederick, Duke of York, 1763 to 1827. Prince Frederick, the second son of King George III, is often remembered for his military career and reform efforts in the British Army. But he also had a marked obsession with collecting military regalia, documents, and artifacts. Frederick's hoarding was deeply tied to his sense of duty, historical awareness, and desire to preserve the legacy of Britain's military traditions. Each item he amassed reflected both personal interest and professional significance, offering insight into the life of a prince dedicated to service and heritage. The Duke's collections included uniforms, medals, weapons, and military records, as well as maps, strategic plans, and correspondence detailing past campaigns. These objects were meticulously organised, catalogued, and often displayed in private chambers, allowing Frederick to maintain a tangible connection to the history and evolution of the army he commanded. Beyond their symbolic value, these collections served as reference points for education, strategy, and personal reflection, highlighting the intellectual rigor behind his apparent obsession with military memorabilia. What makes Prince Frederick's hoarding particularly notable is the blend of personal pride, professional duty, and historical preservation. Unlike collectors who sought purely aesthetic pleasure, Frederick's passion for military artifacts reflected a desire to honor achievements, understand historical precedent, and create a record of institutional memory. His careful attention to detail ensured that the significance of each item was maintained, transforming his private collection into an organized archive of martial history. Exploring the Duke of York's collections provides a glimpse into a royal whose hoarding went beyond indulgence. Through military regalia, documents, and artifacts, Frederick reveals a dedication to knowledge, legacy, and national heritage, using his private pursuits to complement public service. His collections illustrate how the act of collecting can combine personal interest, historical consciousness, and professional purpose, leaving a legacy that enriches both royal history and the broader understanding of Britain's military past. Number 2. Queen Elizabeth the Queen Mother, 1900 to 2002. Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, mother of Queen Elizabeth II, is remembered for her resilience, charm, and lifelong dedication to the monarchy. Beyond her public persona, she had a remarkable passion for collecting jewellery, royal gifts, and personal keepsakes, a practice that spanned her long life and reflected both sentimentality and a love for history. Her hoarding was not merely indulgent, it served as a means to preserve memories, family legacy, and the tangible traces of a royal life well lived. The Queen Mother's collections were extensive. She amassed jewellery from various eras, ceremonial gifts, portraits, and personal mementos, many of which held deep emotional or historical significance. Each item was catalogued carefully, ensuring its preservation and accessibility for both private enjoyment and future royal generations. Her jewellery in particular was notable not only for its beauty, but for its symbolic value, representing marriages, alliances, and milestones within the royal family. Similarly, other keepsakes chronicle decades of royal history, offering a personal perspective on events that shaped the 20th century. What makes the Queen Mother's collecting especially fascinating is the blend of personal sentiment, historical awareness, and public duty. Her hoarding reflected a desire to maintain connection with family and the broader narrative of the monarchy, while simultaneously curating objects that reinforce tradition and continuity. Each artifact carried a story, bridging the private and public spheres in a way that only a royal of her stature could achieve. Exploring Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother's collections provides insight into a woman who understood the power of objects to preserve memory, honour legacy, and convey status. Her lifelong dedication to collecting illustrates how hoarding can transcend mere accumulation, becoming an act of curation, reflection, and historical preservation. Through her jewellery, gifts, and keepsakes, the Queen Mother left behind a tangible record of her life, family, and the enduring influence of the monarchy, a legacy that continues to inspire fascination and admiration today. Number 1. Prince John, 1905 to 1909. Prince John, the youngest son of King George V and Queen Mary, is a poignant figure in British royal history. Afflicted with epilepsy and largely kept out of the public eye, John's short life was spent mostly at Sandringham, under the care of devoted nurses and his family. Despite his isolation, he developed a passion for collecting toys, books, and nature specimens, creating a world of fascination and comfort that reflected both his curiosity and the tender care surrounding him. John's hoarding included miniature toys, puzzles, illustrated books, and small animal specimens, which he organised meticulously. These objects offered both entertainment and education, allowing him to explore, learn, and engage with the world on his own terms. Each item held emotional significance, providing companionship, stimulation, and a sense of control in a life constrained by illness. Through his collections, Prince John cultivated a personal sanctuary that blended innocence, intellect, and imagination, leaving an enduring mark on those who knew him. What makes Prince John's hoarding particularly moving is the intersection of childhood wonder and royal circumstance. While other royals collected to display status, preserve history, or assert identity, John's passion was intensely personal and introspective. Each toy or book became a treasured object, offering a means of expression and exploration in a world largely hidden from public view. His collections reflected a quiet resilience and a love for discovery that transcended the limitations of his short life. Exploring Prince John's hoarding provides insight into the life of a young royal whose passions, curiosity, and imagination were preserved through objects. His meticulous care for his toys, books, and nature specimens offers a window into a world shaped by both privilege and constraint, revealing a tender and human side of monarchy, often overshadowed by public spectacle. Prince John's collections remind us that even in the smallest or quietest corners of royal history, the act of collecting can serve as a source of comfort. Yet accumulation was only one way secrecy took shape within royal life. Beyond locked rooms and guarded possessions were lives themselves, carefully managed identities, private relationships, and choices kept far from public record. In this next chapter, we turn to British royals whose secret lives unfolded quietly behind the image history preserved. Number 1. King Henry VIII. Extreme eccentricities and scandal beyond wives. When most people think of King Henry VIII, they recall his 6 wives and the dramatic creation of the Church of England. But beneath the surface of this Tudor monarch's reign lay a web of eccentricities that historians have only begun to fully understand. Henry's secret life extended far beyond matters of marriage and divorce, revealing a man consumed by paranoia, obsession, and physical decline that shaped the very fabric of English history. Henry possessed an almost pathological obsession with his own health and mortality. He employed a team of physicians who were required to taste his food before every meal, fearing poison at every turn. His private chambers were filled with medical texts, and he fancied himself an amateur doctor, often diagnosing and treating his own ailments with remedies that ranged from the bizarre to the dangerous. He created his own medicinal compounds, mixing ingredients in secret, convinced that royal physicians were either incompetent or plotting against him. The king's personal hygiene habits were equally unusual for a man of his stature. Despite the opulence surrounding him, Henry suffered from painful leg ulcers in his later years that emitted such a foul odour that courtiers could smell him approaching from rooms away. He refused to bathe regularly, believing that water opened the pores to disease. Instead, he would have servants rub his body with linen cloths, soaked in rose water and herbs, a practice he insisted upon daily. Henry's private apartments at Hampton Court and Whitehall Palace contained something unexpected: massive collections of weapons that he would obsessively maintain and catalogue himself. He would spend hours alone, polishing armour and examining swords, often in the middle of the night when insomnia gripped him. This wasn't merely a king's appreciation for military equipment. It was a compulsion born from growing paranoia about assassination attempts. His eating habits grew increasingly disturbing as he aged. Historical records show that Henry would consume up to 5,000 calories per meal, gorging on swan, peacock, and venison, while musicians played to mask the sounds of his chewing. He ate with his hands, refusing cutlery, and would often fall asleep at the table, requiring servants to carry his substantial weight back to his chambers. His waistline eventually expanded to 54 inches, and special furniture had to be constructed to support him. Perhaps most shocking was Henry's secret passion for writing anonymous religious pamphlets that he would distribute among his court. He enjoyed watching theological debates sparked by his own words, never revealing his authorship. This intellectual game gave him a sense of control and amusement, manipulating religious discourse from the shadows while publicly presenting himself as the supreme head of the church. The king also maintained a private menagerie of exotic animals in the Tower of London, but his interest wasn't merely in displaying them. He would visit late at night, speaking to the lions and leopards as if they were confidants, sharing his fears and frustrations. Keepers reported hearing Henry's voice echoing through the stone corridors, engaged in one-sided conversations with beasts who could never betray his secrets. Number 2. Edward VIII, Duke of Windsor, secret romances and abdication shock. Edward VIII's abdication in 1936 shocked the world, but the official story of a king giving up his throne for love barely scratches the surface of his secret life. The Duke of Windsor, as he became known after stepping down, harboured romances, political sympathies, and personal habits that the royal family worked tirelessly to keep hidden from public view for decades. Before Wallis Simpson entered the picture, Edward maintained a series of discreet relationships that palace officials frantically covered up. He had a particular fondness for married women, finding the forbidden nature of these affairs thrilling. One long-term mistress, Freda Dudley Ward, was a married socialite who received daily phone calls from the prince for over 16 years. When Edward met Wallis, he simply stopped calling Freda one day, and palace operators were instructed to never put her calls through again. She learned of her dismissal through this cold silence. Edward's private papers, not fully released until decades after his death, revealed his troubling political sympathies. He maintained correspondence with high-ranking officials in Germany throughout the 1930s, expressing admiration for their economic policies and social order. During his infamous 1937 visit to Germany, he was photographed giving what appeared to be a fascist salute. But private letters show this wasn't merely diplomatic courtesy. He genuinely believed in aspects of the authoritarian system and thought Britain could learn from it. The former king's relationship with Wallis was far more complex than the romantic narrative suggests. Private staff members later revealed that Edward was utterly dominated by Wallis, who would berate him publicly and control every aspect of his life. She decided what he wore, what he ate, whom he could see, and how he spent his time. Friends reported that Edward seemed more like an obedient servant than a husband, seeking her approval for even the smallest decisions. Edward maintained peculiar habits in his private life that bewildered those close to him. He refused to carry money, never had cash on his person, and expected others to pay for everything while he lived in exile. He would visit shops, select expensive items, and simply walk out, assuming someone in his entourage would settle the bill. This wasn't royal privilege. It was a bizarre detachment from normal financial transactions that persisted until his death. His obsession with his appearance bordered on the pathological. Edward would spend hours each day selecting outfits, coordinating accessories, and ensuring every detail was perfect. He owned over 200 suits and would fly back to London from France specifically to visit his tailor. Staff members reported that he would change clothes up to 5 times a day, never wearing the same ensemble twice in 1 week. The Duke kept meticulous diaries that detailed his daily activities with paranoid precision. Every person he spoke to, every meal he consumed, every thought that crossed his mind was recorded in minute detail. These diaries, housed in royal archives, reveal a man tormented by his decision to abdicate, constantly questioning whether he made the right choice, and bitterly resentful of his family's treatment of Wallis. Perhaps most surprising was Edward's collection of occult books and his interest in fortune-telling. He regularly consulted psychics and mediums, seeking assurance about his future and attempting to communicate with deceased relatives. Palace officials were horrified by this practice, fearing public scandal if these spiritual consultations ever became known. The Duke believed he had prophetic dreams and kept a dream journal separate from his regular diary, recording visions he believed held messages about his destiny. Number 3. Princess Diana, private charitable exploits and personal struggles. Princess Diana's public image as the people's princess was carefully crafted, But her private life revealed depths of compassion and pain that few truly understood. Behind the glamorous photographs and carefully orchestrated public appearances lived a woman whose secret charitable work and personal battles painted a far more complex portrait than the world ever witnessed during her lifetime. Diana's most private charitable efforts took place in the dead of night. She would disguise herself in simple clothing, wearing minimal makeup, and tucking her distinctive blonde hair under a cap, then slip out of Kensington Palace to visit homeless shelters across London. These weren't photo opportunities or official royal visits. She came alone, or with a single trusted aide, sitting on floors with rough sleepers, listening to their stories, and serving food with her own hands. Shelter workers, who were sworn to secrecy, later revealed that Diana would spend hours talking with individuals, remembering their names and returning to check on them weeks later. Her relationship with AIDS patients during the height of the crisis demonstrated courage that went far beyond public handshakes. In private, Diana would visit hospital wards unannounced, sitting beside dying patients, holding their hands, and sometimes simply laying down beside them on their beds to watch television or look at photographs. She helped change bedding, assisted with feeding, and broke royal protocol constantly by showing physical affection to people society had deemed untouchable. Nurses reported finding her crying in hospital stairwells after particularly difficult visits, but she would compose herself and return to comfort more patients. Diana's personal struggles with bulimia consumed much of her private life. She would binge eat in secret, then purge multiple times a day, a cycle that left her physically exhausted and emotionally devastated. Staff members discovered food hidden throughout her private apartments, evidence of her illness that she frantically tried to conceal. She would eat normally during official functions, then retreat to private bathrooms where her suffering continued unseen. This wasn't occasional behaviour, it was a daily battle that raged for years. Her marriage to Prince Charles deteriorated in ways the public never fully grasped. Diana would record herself on audio tapes, speaking into a dictator late at night, documenting her feelings, fears, and the reality of palace life. These tapes, later used for Andrew Morton's biography, revealed a woman trapped in a loveless marriage, desperate for affection, and contemplating self-harm. She described feeling like a prisoner in the gilded cage of royal life, monitored constantly, her every move scrutinized and criticized. Diana maintained secret friendships with ordinary people she met through her charitable work. She would phone them from Kensington Palace, having long conversations about everyday life, seeking connection to normalcy that her royal existence denied her. One woman, a cancer patient Diana befriended, received weekly calls for years, discussing everything from children to favorite television programs. These relationships provided Diana with emotional sustenance that her official life couldn't offer. Her love of dance remained a private passion that few witnessed. Diana would practice ballet in a small studio at Kensington Palace, dancing for hours when stress overwhelmed her. Former dancers from the Royal Ballet would visit privately to work with her, and she would lose herself in movement, finding temporary escape from her troubles. She once secretly performed on stage with the Royal Ballet, surprising her husband with a public performance that was one of the few moments of pure joy in their marriage. Diana's relationship with astrology and psychics became more pronounced after her separation. She consulted multiple spiritual advisors, seeking guidance about her future and attempting to understand her purpose. She believed in signs and omens, keeping dream journals and noting coincidences that she felt held meaning. This spiritual searching reflected her deep loneliness and quest for answers that traditional support systems couldn't provide. Her final years were marked by a newfound confidence that came from embracing her independence. She planned to dedicate herself fully to humanitarian work, particularly campaigning against landmines, and envisioned a life free from royal constraints. Private notes discovered after her death revealed plans for a quieter existence, possibly living abroad, focusing on causes she believed in while maintaining her role as mother to William and Harry. Her tragic death prevented this next chapter from unfolding. Number 4. Prince Philip, bold eccentric hobbies and outspoken quirks. Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, spent 7 decades as consort to Queen Elizabeth II, but his private life revealed a man far more complex, eccentric and unfiltered than his public role ever suggested. Behind the formal ceremonies and diplomatic appearances lived someone whose hobbies bordered on obsessive and whose personality was marked by bluntness that frequently alarmed palace officials. Philip's passion for carriage driving consumed his later years with surprising intensity. He didn't simply enjoy this sport, he approached it with the precision of a military operation. He maintained detailed logs of every drive, noting weather conditions, horse performance, and route difficulties. His stables at Windsor were organised with obsessive attention, each piece of equipment labelled and stored in specific locations. He would spend hours adjusting harnesses and studying competition rules, approaching the sport with the same seriousness others might dedicate to matters of state. His collection of paintings was equally unusual. Philip was an accomplished artist who painted landscapes and still lifes, but he kept this work intensely private, rarely showing pieces even to family members. He converted a room at Sandringham into a personal studio where he would paint for hours, often late into the night. The works were technically skilled but emotionally reserved, reflecting perhaps his own difficulty expressing feelings verbally. He gave paintings as gifts occasionally, but always seemed uncomfortable when recipients praised them. Philip's relationship with technology and innovation bordered on obsession. He was among the first royals to embrace email, insisting on having a computer installed at Buckingham Palace in the 1980s, when such technology was still uncommon. He would correspond with scientists and engineers worldwide, engaging in detailed technical discussions about subjects ranging from renewable energy to aircraft design. His curiosity was voracious, and his questions often challenged experts in their own fields. His famous gaffes and politically incorrect comments weren't accidents or signs of age. They reflected a deliberately provocative personality. Philip enjoyed shocking people, particularly pompous officials and overly serious diplomats. Staff members revealed that he would sometimes plan controversial remarks in advance, finding humour in the discomfort they caused. He viewed political correctness as dishonest and refused to conform to it, even when palace officials begged him to exercise more caution. Philip maintained an extensive personal library focused on philosophy, religion, and science. He would read voraciously, often finishing multiple books each week, and enjoyed engaging clergy and academics in theological debates. His questions were direct and sometimes uncomfortable, challenging religious leaders to defend their beliefs with logical arguments. He respected intellectual rigour above all else, and had little patience for what he viewed as empty tradition or unexamined faith. His competitive nature extended to everything he did. Whether playing polo in his younger years or carriage driving later, Philip hated losing with a passion that sometimes alarmed competitors. He would practice obsessively, study opponents' techniques, and push himself beyond what seemed reasonable for someone of his age. This wasn't about glory, it was about proving to himself that he could still compete and excel. Philip's relationship with his children was complex and often distant. He struggled to express affection, resorting instead to criticism that he believed would toughen them. He wrote long letters to Charles offering advice that often came across as harsh judgment. With Anne, he found easier rapport, perhaps because she shared his competitive spirit and no-nonsense approach to life. His emotional reserve was a product of his difficult childhood and naval career, creating barriers that even decades of family life never fully dissolved. His final years were marked by increasing frustration with physical limitations. Philip hated being dependent on others and resisted assistance even when clearly necessary. He would attempt activities his body could no longer safely manage, resulting in falls and injuries that he tried to hide from family and staff. His car accident in 2019 was characteristic. He was driving himself at 97 years old, refusing to accept that perhaps someone else should be behind the wheel. Number 5. Queen Elizabeth I. Hidden routines and private obsessions. Queen Elizabeth I ruled England for 45 years, creating a golden age of arts and exploration. But her private chambers held secrets that would have shocked her subjects. Behind the elaborate costumes and carefully cultivated image of the Virgin Queen lived a woman consumed by vanity, paranoia, and rituals that bordered on the bizarre. Elizabeth's beauty routine was notoriously extensive and toxic. She applied a mixture of white lead and vinegar to her face daily, creating the pale complexion fashionable in Tudor times. This mixture, which we now know was slowly poisoning her, required hours of application and removal. She would sit perfectly still while ladies-in-waiting painted her face with this lethal cosmetic, building up layers that created a mask-like appearance. The lead damaged her skin progressively, requiring more and more of the mixture to cover the damage it caused, creating a vicious cycle that lasted decades. Her collection of wigs and hairpieces numbered in the hundreds. After smallpox left her bald in 1562, Elizabeth became obsessed with concealing her hair loss. She owned red wigs of varying shades, each styled differently, and would spend considerable time each morning selecting which to wear. The wigs were maintained by specialists who were sworn to secrecy about the Queen's baldness, and Elizabeth flew into rages if anyone suggested she appeared without her elaborate headdresses. Elizabeth maintained an enormous wardrobe that required multiple rooms for storage. She owned over 2,000 gowns, each encrusted with jewels and embroidery. She rarely wore the same dress twice in public, believing that constant novelty enhanced her mystique. However, she was peculiarly reluctant to dispose of old clothing, keeping gowns from decades earlier, despite their deteriorating condition. Her chambers were packed with these garments, creating storage challenges that palace officials struggled to manage. Her eating habits were erratic and unusual. Elizabeth would often refuse meals for days, then suddenly demand elaborate feasts in the middle of the night. She had particular fondness for sugar, which was extremely expensive in Tudor times, and her sweet tooth contributed to severe dental decay. By her later years, she had lost most of her teeth, which affected her speech and caused her considerable pain. She tried to hide this by keeping her lips tightly closed when not speaking and positioning herself strategically during audiences. The Queen's paranoia about assassination consumed much of her private thoughts. She employed food tasters and insisted that her meals be prepared in locked rooms with trusted servants watching constantly. She kept daggers hidden throughout her private apartments and reportedly slept with a sword beneath her pillow. This wasn't entirely irrational. Several genuine plots against her life were uncovered during her reign, but her precautions extended far beyond reasonable security measures. Elizabeth's relationship with Robert Dudley, Earl of Leicester, was the great romance of her life, though exactly what transpired between them remains mysterious. Private letters reveal deep emotional attachment, with Elizabeth addressing Dudley in intimate terms and showering him with gifts and positions. They would spend hours alone together, behaviour that scandalised court observers. But whether their relationship was ever physical remains debated. Elizabeth's status as the Virgin Queen depended on maintaining this ambiguity. Her collection of books was extensive and eclectic. Elizabeth was genuinely scholarly, fluent in 6 languages, and she maintained a private library where she would retreat to read and translate classical texts. She would work on translations late into the night, finding solace in intellectual pursuits when the pressures of monarchy became overwhelming. These translations were of high quality, demonstrating that her scholarly reputation wasn't merely propaganda. Elizabeth's fear of aging became more pronounced as she grew older. She banned mirrors from her chambers after age 60, unable to bear seeing her own reflection. She would fly into rages if anyone suggested she looked tired or unwell, and executed laws that made it treason to discuss the royal succession, essentially forbidding conversation about her mortality. This denial of aging extended to refusing medical treatment for various ailments, believing that acknowledging illness would make it real. Her final months were marked by deep melancholy. She refused to eat properly, wouldn't change her clothes, and stood for hours on end rather than lying down, perhaps fearing that if she went to bed, she would never rise again. When she finally collapsed, she lived another day, whispering instructions and making final arrangements. Her death marked the end of the Tudor dynasty, and with her passing, many secrets of her private life were deliberately destroyed by those who sought to preserve her legendary status. Number 6. Queen Victoria, strange collections and rigid private rituals. Queen Victoria's reign lasted 63 years, the longest of any British monarch until her great-great-granddaughter Elizabeth II surpassed it. But beneath her public image, as the stern matriarch of an empire, lived a woman whose private life was governed by peculiar collections, rigid rituals, and an obsessive devotion to her deceased husband that bordered on the pathological. Victoria's mourning for Prince Albert after his death in 1861 defined the rest of her life in ways that seem almost incomprehensible today. She kept Albert's rooms at Windsor Castle exactly as they were on the day he died. Fresh clothes were laid out for him daily, his shaving water was brought each morning, and nothing in his quarters was moved or changed. This wasn't simply preserving a memorial. Victoria would visit these rooms and speak to Albert as if he were present, consulting him on decisions and sharing her daily concerns with empty space. Her collection of Albert's possessions extended beyond his rooms. She commissioned hundreds of busts, paintings, and photographs of her husband, which were displayed throughout her residences. She wore mourning black for the remaining 40 years of her life and insisted that court remain in perpetual mourning. This created a somber atmosphere in British royal life that persisted for decades, turning what should have been the vibrant centre of a great empire into something resembling a mausoleum. Victoria maintained detailed journals throughout her life, writing in them daily without fail. These journals numbered in the hundreds of volumes and documented everything from state affairs to the most mundane details of her daily routine. She would spend hours each evening recording the day's events, and after her death, her daughter Beatrice was tasked with transcribing and editing them, a process that took 30 years and resulted in Beatrice destroying portions she deemed too private or controversial. The Queen had an unusual relationship with her Scottish servant, John Brown, that scandalized court observers. After Albert's death, Victoria became increasingly dependent on Brown, who spoke to her with a familiarity that would have been unthinkable from anyone else. Rumors circulated that they had secretly married, though no evidence supports this. What's clear is that Victoria valued Brown's bluntness and found comfort in his refusal to treat her as fragile. She defended him against all criticism, even when his drinking and rudeness became impossible to ignore. Victoria's eating habits were notoriously rushed and peculiar. Royal dinners followed a strict protocol where servants would remove plates once the Queen finished eating, regardless of whether others at the table had finished their meals. Because Victoria ate quickly, often consuming her food in minutes, her guests were frequently left hungry, their half-eaten meals whisked away while they were still chewing. She seemed oblivious to the frustration this caused, or perhaps she simply didn't care. Her collection of gifts from around the empire was vast and bizarre. Subjects sent her everything from exotic animals to handmade crafts, and Victoria kept nearly everything, regardless of its utility or value. Storerooms at Windsor and Balmoral overflowed with these items, creating organisational nightmares for palace staff. She would occasionally revisit these collections, examining objects and recalling who sent them, but most remained untouched for decades. Victoria had a fierce temper that she struggled to control. She would throw objects when angry, shouted at servants and family members, and held grudges for years. Her children feared her displeasure, and even as adults, they would approach her with trepidation. This temper contrasted sharply with her public image. creating a disconnect between the grandmother of Europe that her subjects imagined and the difficult woman her family knew. Her relationship with her children was complex and often cold. She resented the pregnancies that she endured 9 times, viewing them as unpleasant duties that interfered with her time with Albert. She found babies unattractive and had little patience for young children. As her children grew, she was demanding and critical, particularly of her eldest son Bertie, whom she blamed irrationally for Albert's death. She arranged marriages for her children based on political considerations rather than their happiness, viewing them as tools for strengthening royal alliances across Europe. Victoria's final years were marked by increasing frailty but undiminished stubbornness. She refused to retire or significantly reduce her workload, insisting on reviewing documents and receiving ministers even when her health made this difficult. She maintained her routines and rituals until nearly the end, finding comfort in the familiar patterns that had structured her long life. Her death in 1901 marked not just the end of a reign, but the close of an entire era in British history. Number 7. Prince Charles/King. Charles III. Private estates and eccentric routines. Charles, now King Charles III, spent longer as heir apparent than anyone in British history, and during those decades, he developed private habits and routines that reveal a man far more complex and particular than his public persona suggests. His organic farming, architectural passions, and daily rituals paint a portrait of someone deeply set in his ways and uncompromising in his convictions. Charles's organic farm at Highgrove has been his passion project for over 40 years. He speaks to his plants, a practice he's openly discussed, believing that positive energy encourages growth. Staff members report that he spends hours walking through his gardens, examining specific plants and giving detailed instructions about their care. He maintains meticulous records of crop yields and soil conditions, approaching organic farming with the seriousness others might dedicate to corporate management. This isn't a hobby, it's a deeply held conviction about humanity's relationship with nature. His daily routine is famously rigid and precise. Charles requires his breakfast eggs boiled for exactly 3.5 minutes, and his staff must prepare multiple eggs because if the first isn't perfect, he'll reject it. His shoelaces must be ironed flat, his toothpaste must be squeezed onto his brush by someone else, and his bath water must be precisely the right temperature. These aren't the demands of a spoiled aristocrat. They're the habits of someone who finds comfort in exact routine and becomes genuinely distressed when these patterns are disrupted. His relationship with architecture became almost evangelical. Charles has strong opinions about modern building design and isn't shy about expressing them, sometimes to the dismay of professional architects. He's called certain buildings monstrous carbuncles and actively campaigned against development proposals. He founded Poundbury, an experimental town in Dorset built according to traditional architectural principles, which has become a testament to his urban planning theories. Critics call it artificial nostalgia. Charles views it as a blueprint for better living. Charles maintains an extensive collection of watercolours that he's painted over decades. Unlike his father Philip, Charles is more willing to share these works, occasionally publishing collections and selling prints for charity. His paintings reveal a romantic sensibility, focusing on landscapes and traditional scenes rather than modern subjects. He paints regularly, finding in this activity a meditative escape from the pressures of public life. His correspondence is legendary in volume and detail. Charles writes hundreds of letters annually, engaging with everyone from politicians to ordinary citizens who've written to him about issues he cares about. These aren't form letters, they're detailed, personal responses that reflect his genuine engagement with the subjects discussed. Staff members are astounded by the time he dedicates to this correspondence, often working late into the night to maintain these connections. Charles's relationship with Camilla was the great scandal of his generation, and their eventual marriage in 2005 came after decades of controversy. What's less known is how their private life together differs from his previous marriage. With Camilla, Charles seems more relaxed, more himself. They share interests in countryside life, organic farming, and traditional values. She manages his moods, understands his need for routine, and provides stability that Diana, for all her many qualities, could never offer him. His political engagement has sometimes crossed boundaries that constitutional monarchs shouldn't approach. Charles has sent letters to ministers advocating for policies related to architecture, medicine, and environmental issues. These black spider memos, named for his handwriting style, revealed a prince willing to use his position to influence policy in ways that raised constitutional questions. Now that he's king, this activism must be curtailed, though whether he can truly remain silent on issues he cares deeply about remains to be seen. Charles's interest in alternative medicine has been both praised and criticized. He's a strong advocate for homeopathy and other complementary treatments, believing that modern medicine often overlooks valuable traditional knowledge. He's written extensively on these subjects and faced criticism from the medical establishment. This belief system is genuinely held, not affectation, and reflects his broader worldview that values tradition and holistic approaches over purely scientific modernism. Number 8. Prince Harry, hidden adventures and secret escapades. Prince Harry's life has been marked by attempts to escape the constraints of royal life, and his private adventures reveal someone constantly seeking authenticity and normalcy in circumstances that offered neither. From his wild youth to his eventual departure from royal duties, Harry's secret life has been about finding himself outside the gilded cage he was born into. Harry's party, years in his teens and early 20s, involved escapades that palace officials worked overtime to suppress. Beyond the infamous Nazi costume incident that became public, there were numerous other parties where Harry's behaviour was captured by friends' cameras, but never released. He would sneak out of Clarence's house and use disguises to visit London nightclubs, where he'd drink heavily and engage with people who had no idea they were partying with a prince. These weren't isolated incidents. They were regular occurrences during a period when Harry seemed determined to test every boundary. His time in the military represented the happiest period of his life, and for a simple reason. People treated him as Captain Wales rather than Prince Harry. He was genuinely good at his role as an Apache helicopter pilot, putting in extra training hours and taking the responsibilities seriously. Fellow soldiers later revealed that Harry was more comfortable in combat zones than at palace functions. The military gave him purpose and identity separate from his birth, something he'd craved since childhood. Harry's trip to Lesotho in 2004 changed his perspective fundamentally. He worked with AIDS orphans and saw poverty that shocked him despite his awareness that such conditions existed. He returned repeatedly, eventually co-founding the charity Centrebal. Unlike many royal charitable efforts, Harry's engagement with Lesotho was deeply personal. He would spend weeks there, living simply, playing with children, and working alongside local staff. This wasn't performative. It was where he felt most purposeful. His relationship with Chelsea Davy lasted years and nearly resulted in marriage. What prevented it wasn't lack of love, but Chelsea's unwillingness to accept royal life. She attended official functions and hated the scrutiny, the formality, and the loss of privacy. Harry was torn between his love for her and his duty, eventually choosing duty. The end of that relationship affected him deeply, contributing to the wild behaviour that characterised his mid-20s. Harry's romance with Meghan Markle began in secrecy that involved elaborate plans to meet without media detection. They would rendezvous at friends' homes, use coded language in text messages, and employ disguises when appearing in public together. When Harry took Meghan to Botswana early in their relationship, it was both romantic and practical. Botswana offered privacy that London couldn't provide. The relationship moved quickly, partly because their time together was so limited and precious. His decision to step back from royal duties wasn't sudden. It was the culmination of years of frustration. Harry felt that palace communications staff repeatedly failed to protect Meghan from press attacks that he viewed as racist and unfair. He watched his wife struggle with the same pressures that contributed to his mother's misery, and he wasn't willing to repeat that pattern. The announcement shocked the royal family partly because Harry had kept his plans secret, not wanting to be talked out of a decision he'd agonized over. Harry's therapy sessions, which he's discussed publicly, began long before his relationship with Meghan. He spent years working through trauma from his mother's death, trauma that hadn't been properly addressed in his youth. These sessions revealed a man who'd been angry for decades, who'd never properly grieved, and who'd used substances and risk-taking behavior to avoid feeling pain. This psychological work was essential for his later development and his ability to function in a marriage. His relationship with William has been more complicated than public statements suggest. The brothers were incredibly close after Diana's death, united by shared trauma. But as they grew older, their paths diverged. William accepted his destiny as future king, while Harry chafed against his role as spare. Meghan's entry into the family created additional tensions that both brothers have handled poorly. Their eventual reconciliation, if it comes, will require both to overcome years of hurt feelings and misunderstanding. Harry's life in California represents his attempt to create the existence he wanted. He and Meghan have tried to balance privacy with their public profile, producing content through their production deals while raising their children away from constant scrutiny. Whether this experiment succeeds remains to be seen, but Harry seems more at peace than during his years of royal duty. He's chosen authenticity over obligation, a decision that cost him relationships and status, but gained him something he values more: control over his own life. Number 9. Queen Elizabeth II. Afternoon. Rituals and private palace routines. Queen Elizabeth II's reign of 70 years was marked by unwavering devotion to duty. But beneath the formal public appearances lived a woman whose private routines and small rituals revealed both her remarkable discipline and her need for simple comforts. Her daily life at Buckingham Palace, Windsor Castle, and her other residences followed patterns that rarely varied, creating islands of normalcy in an extraordinary existence. Elizabeth's morning routine began precisely at 7:30 when staff brought tea and biscuits to her bedroom. She would spend the next hour reading newspapers, which were delivered ironed flat so the ink wouldn't smudge on her fingers. She would work through the papers systematically, starting with the Times and Telegraph, reading racing results with particular attention. This morning ritual was sacrosanct. Even during periods of family crisis, the papers arrived on time, properly prepared. Her relationship with her corgis was far more significant than most people realized. The dogs weren't merely pets. They were companions who received her attention in ways that people rarely did. She would feed them herself, preparing their meals with specific ingredients and ensuring each dog received the correct portion. The corgis slept in her room, accompanied her throughout the palace, and were exempt from rules that applied to everyone and everything else. Staff members knew that disturbing the Queen during her time with her dogs was inadvisable unless the matter was genuinely urgent. Elizabeth maintained a rigorous schedule of reading government documents and signing paperwork. The famous red boxes arrived daily containing briefings and documents requiring her attention. She would work through these boxes every evening, regardless of whether she was on vacation or recovering from illness. This dedication to the constitutional paperwork of monarchy was absolute. She viewed it as her primary duty and took it more seriously than the ceremonial aspects of her role. Her afternoon tea was a ritual with precise specifications. Earl Grey tea served at exactly 4:30, accompanied by small sandwiches with fillings that rotated according to a schedule. Cucumber, smoked salmon, egg and cress, or ham and mustard. Small cakes followed, but she would rarely eat more than 1 or 2 bites of sweet items. This wasn't about hunger. It was about maintaining a routine that provided structure and comfort. Elizabeth's passion for horse racing was genuine and extensive. She studied bloodlines, breeding records, and racing statistics with the dedication of a professional. She could discuss her horse's performance in technical detail and made decisions about breeding programs herself, rather than delegating to staff. Watching her horses race was one of the few times she showed unguarded emotion, visibly excited when they won and disappointed when they lost. Her handbag was famous for containing mysterious items that she used for subtle communication. The placement of the bag indicated to staff whether she wished to end a conversation or move to another room. But beyond these signals, she kept personal items in her handbag: mints, reading glasses, family photographs, and a small camera for capturing private moments. She rarely let anyone handle her bag, maintaining this one small pocket of complete privacy. Elizabeth's relationship with Philip was far more complex than public appearances suggested. They maintained separate bedrooms, as was traditional among aristocracy, but would visit each other regularly. They shared private jokes that bewildered those who overheard them and had developed shorthand communication after decades together. Philip's death in 2021 devastated her more than she showed publicly. Staff reported that she seemed diminished, older, as if part of her had departed with him. Her final months were marked by increasing physical frailty, but undiminished mental sharpness. She continued working, meeting with prime ministers, and fulfilling duties until shortly before her death. When she passed at Balmoral in September 2022, it was in the place she loved most, surrounded by family, having served with a dedication that defined her entire life. Number 10. Prince William, private hobbies and unexpected quirks. Prince William, now Prince of Wales and future king, presents a carefully controlled public image of steady competence. But beneath this practiced exterior lives someone whose private interests and personal quirks reveal a man trying to balance the weight of future kingship with the desire for some semblance of normal life. William's passion for air ambulance work represented more than charitable service. It was the closest he could come to an ordinary career. As an East Anglian air ambulance pilot, he worked shifts like any other pilot, lived in a rented farmhouse near his base, and experienced the satisfaction of work that directly saved lives. Colleagues treated him as one of the team, and William thrived in this environment. The decision to end this career and return to full-time royal duties was difficult. He genuinely loved the job and the relative anonymity it provided. His collection of motorcycles is less known than it should be. William owned several bikes and would regularly ride through country roads near Anne Hall, his Norfolk home. This hobby terrified palace security and caused tension with Catherine, who worried about the risks. After becoming a father, William reduced his riding, but staff report that he still takes bikes out occasionally, finding in the speed and focus a rare moment of complete presence where the future doesn't matter. William's relationship with his children reflects lessons learned from his own complicated childhood. He's determined that George, Charlotte, and Louis experience as much normalcy as possible, even knowing that George's future is predetermined. He takes them to school himself when possible, helps with homework, and engages in rough-and-tumble play that would shock those who see him only in formal contexts. This hands-on parenting differs markedly from previous royal generations. His bond with Catherine is reportedly genuine and stable, built on friendship before romance. They dated for years before marrying, breaking up at least once during that time, which gave them perspective on whether they truly wanted to spend their lives together. Unlike his father's generation, William married for love rather than duty, and that foundation has provided stability as they've navigated the pressures of royal life. William's frustration with his hair loss has been more significant than he publicly acknowledges. He's reportedly tried various treatments and consulted specialists, concerned about appearing old before his time. This vanity might seem trivial, but it reflects the pressure of living under constant scrutiny where every physical change becomes fodder for public commentary. His relationship with Harry has been deeply painful for both brothers. They were extraordinarily close after their mother's death, united by shared trauma and understanding. As adults, their paths diverged in ways neither expected. William feels Harry abandoned duty and believes Meghan influenced this decision negatively. Harry feels William prioritized institution over brother. The truth likely involves fault on both sides, but bridging this gap will require vulnerability neither has yet shown. William's approach to monarchy is more traditional than some hoped. He believes in the institution's value and isn't inclined toward radical reform. He watches the political situation carefully, understanding that public support for monarchy cannot be assumed but must be earned by each generation. His challenge will be maintaining relevance and respect in an era increasingly skeptical of hereditary privilege. Number 11. Princess Anne, Equestrian Obsessions and Personal Routines. Princess Anne, the Princess Royal, has spent her life operating slightly outside the main royal spotlight, and she's used that relative freedom to live according to her own rules. Her dedication to equestrianism, her no-nonsense approach to royal duty, and her personal routines reveal someone utterly unconcerned with public opinion. Anne's Olympic equestrian career in 1976 represented genuine athletic achievement rather than ceremonial participation. She competed on a horse she'd trained herself, took falls during the course, and completed the event despite injury. This wasn't a royal dabbling in sport. Anne was a serious competitor who dedicated hours daily to training and accepted no special treatment during competition. Her work schedule is famously intense. Anne completes more royal engagements annually than nearly any other family member, often over 500 per year. She approaches these duties with military efficiency, staying precisely on schedule, rarely making small talk, and moving through obligations with brisk professionalism. Staff admire her work ethic, even as they're sometimes intimidated by her directness. Anne's first marriage to Mark Phillips ended in divorce after revelations of his affair and illegitimate child. Her second marriage to Timothy Lawrence, a naval officer, has been notably private and apparently happy. Lawrence provides stability without competing for attention, understanding that Anne's first commitment is to duty. Their relationship works because he doesn't require her to be anything other than herself. Her fashion sense is notoriously unchanging. Anne wears practical clothes, favors the same styles she wore decades ago, and shows zero interest in trends. Her hair hasn't changed substantially since the 1970s. This isn't laziness. It's a deliberate choice to avoid wasting time on appearance beyond basic presentability. She has more important things to do than worry about fashion. Anne's relationship with her brothers has been complex. She's reportedly closest to Charles, sharing his sense of duty and traditional values. With Andrew and Edward, relationships are cordial, but less close. She's known for speaking bluntly about family matters, a trait that sometimes causes friction, but also earns respect for honesty. Her children, Peter and Zara, were raised without royal titles, a decision Anne made to give them more normal lives. Both have pursued careers outside royal duties, and Anne's relationship with them seems warmer and more relaxed than her own upbringing. Zara, following her mother into equestrian competition, achieved Olympic success that even exceeded Anne's accomplishments. Anne's stoicism is legendary. When a man attempted to kidnap her in 1974, shooting her bodyguard and trying to force her from her car, Anne reportedly told him, "Not bloody likely," and fought back. This cool response to genuine danger exemplified her personality. Practical, brave, and utterly unflappable. Number 12. King George V, Military Obsessions and Secret Hobbies. King George V ruled from 1910 to 1936, steering Britain through World War I and establishing the modern royal family's public relations approach. But his private life revealed obsessions with military precision and hobbies that provided escape from the pressures of monarchy during tumultuous times. George's stamp collection was one of the finest in the world. personally assembled and maintained with obsessive attention to detail. He would spend hours examining stamps through magnifying glasses, cataloguing new acquisitions, and corresponding with collectors worldwide. This wasn't casual hobby. George was genuinely expert, capable of identifying rare variations and spotting forgeries. The collection represented control and order in a life otherwise consumed by duties he hadn't expected. His relationship with his father, Edward VII, was distant and complicated. George had been raised expecting his older brother, Albert Victor, to become king, leaving George free for a naval career he loved. Albert Victor's unexpected death thrust George into a role he never wanted. This circumstance shaped his personality. He approached kingship as duty rather than destiny, without his father's ease or charm. George's daily routine was rigorously maintained. He rose at the same time each morning, ate meals on schedule, and allocated specific hours to specific tasks. This wasn't flexibility. It was the Navy discipline he'd internalized during his years at sea. He expected those around him to maintain similar standards, creating an atmosphere of formality that some found oppressive. His relationship with his children was notably cold. George believed in strict discipline and showed little physical affection. His sons, particularly David, later Edward VIII, and Bertie, later George VI, found him intimidating and were desperate for his approval, which he rarely gave. This created lasting damage. David's rebellion and Bertie's anxiety can both be traced partly to their father's emotional unavailability. George's response to World War I demonstrated his serious approach to duty. He gave up alcohol for the war's duration, hoping to set an example for munitions workers whose drinking supposedly hampered production. He visited troops and hospitals extensively, genuinely concerned about their welfare. The war aged him visibly. Photographs from before 1914 show a healthier, younger-looking man than images from afterward. His decision to change the royal family's name from Saxe-Coburg-Gotha to Windsor during the war was politically astute, but personally painful. He was stripping away his family's German heritage at a time when anti-German sentiment ran high. This pragmatism over sentiment characterized his reign. He understood that monarchy must adapt to survive. George's final illness was marked by his doctor's controversial decision to hasten his death. His physician gave him a fatal injection of morphine and cocaine, timing his death for the morning papers rather than afternoon editions. This decision, made without George's consent, was justified as mercy, but reflected attitudes toward royal deaths as public events that needed proper management. Number 13. Queen Mary, private collections and odd rituals. Queen Mary, consort to King George V, and grandmother to Queen Elizabeth II, presented an image of regal dignity and formidable presence. But her private life revealed obsessions with collecting that bordered on kleptomania, and rituals that reflected both her aristocratic upbringing and personal eccentricities. Mary's collecting was legendary and problematic. She would visit stately homes and admire objects with such obvious desire that owners felt compelled to gift them to her. If gifts weren't forthcoming, items sometimes disappeared anyway. This wasn't quite theft. It was rather the exploitation of social conventions by someone who understood that people couldn't refuse a queen. Her collections filled multiple rooms at various royal residences, carefully catalogued and obsessively maintained. Her jewellery collection was particularly extensive. Mary loved jewels with a passion that exceeded mere appreciation for beauty or value. She would spend hours examining pieces, having them reset in new styles, and creating elaborate combinations for different occasions. After her death, this collection formed a significant portion of the royal jewellery that Elizabeth II inherited and wore throughout her reign. Mary's rigidity about protocol and formality created a stiff atmosphere wherever she lived. She expected precise adherence to rules of dress, behaviour, and address. Even family members found her intimidating. Her grandchildren, including the young Elizabeth, would be nervous in her presence. This formality wasn't affectation. Mary genuinely believed in the importance of maintaining standards and setting proper examples. Her relationship with her children was formal and emotionally distant. She believed that royal children should be raised with strict discipline and minimal displays of affection. When her son David abdicated, Mary was devastated, but publicly maintained that duty must come before personal happiness. Her inability to understand David's choice reflected her own complete sublimation of personal desire to royal obligation. Mary's daily routine included elaborate dressing rituals that required multiple ladies-in-waiting. She wore heavily structured Edwardian-style clothing throughout her life, refusing to adopt more modern fashions even as they became dated. This wasn't inability to change, it was deliberate choice. She'd established her style and saw no reason to alter it for fashion's sake. Her interest in royal history and genealogy was extensive. Mary maintained detailed knowledge of family connections across European royalty and could trace relationships back generations. She viewed the royal family as a living historical institution and took seriously her role as guardian of its traditions and artifacts. Mary's final years during World War II were spent at Badminton House, evacuated from London for safety. Even there, she maintained her standards and routines, creating a bubble of pre-war formality in wartime Britain. She survived to see her granddaughter Elizabeth become queen, dying in 1953, just weeks before Elizabeth's coronation. Number 14. Prince Edward. Private eccentricities. Prince Edward, Earl of Wessex and now Duke of Edinburgh, has lived much of his life as the overlooked youngest child of Queen Elizabeth II. His private life reveals someone who's carved out his own path, distinct from his siblings, marked by theatrical interests, business ventures that didn't quite succeed, and a quieter approach to royal life. Edward's early passion for theatre led him to pursue television production rather than traditional royal or military careers. He worked for Andrew Lloyd Webber's Really Useful Theatre Company and later formed his own production company, Ardent Productions. These ventures were attempts to establish identity outside royal duty, but they faced criticism when they sometimes exploited his royal connections while claiming independence. His participation in the television show It's a Royal Knockout in 1987 was a public relations disaster. Edward convinced several family members to participate in this charity fundraiser, where royals competed in silly games wearing costumes. The British public found it undignified, and Edward's defensive response to criticism showed a thin skin unusual for royals. The experience seemed to chasten him. His subsequent public life has been far more conventional. Edward's relationship with Sophie Rhys-Jones, whom he married in 1999, has been notably stable and scandal-free. Sophie had her own career in public relations before marriage, and she's adapted to royal life while maintaining a level of normalcy. Their decision to give their children the titles of Lady and Viscount, rather than Prince and Princess, suggests a desire to spare them some of the pressures Edward experienced. His work with the Duke of Edinburgh's award scheme, which he inherited after Philip's death, represents his most successful royal role. Edward has expanded the programme internationally and demonstrated genuine commitment to youth development. This work seems to give him purpose and allows him to honour his father's legacy while creating his own. Edward's relationship with his siblings has been complicated by being youngest and often overlooked. He wasn't as wild as Andrew or as burdened as Charles, and he lacked Anne's fierce independence. Finding his place in this family dynamic took decades, and he seems to have achieved it by being reliably dutiful without seeking spotlight or controversy. His private interests include real tennis, a historical version of the sport played in specialised courts. He's also interested in history and maintains a personal library focused on British historical topics. These quiet hobbies reflect someone content with low-key pursuits rather than dramatic gestures. Number 15. Prince Albert. Historical quirks and hidden routines. Prince Albert, consort to Queen Victoria, is remembered primarily for his influence on Victorian Britain and his premature death at 42. But his private life revealed a man of surprising contradictions. Intellectually brilliant, yet emotionally reserved, devoted to progress, yet bound by protocol, passionate about his wife, yet often overwhelmed by her intensity. Albert's daily routine was rigorously structured around productivity. He rose early, typically before Victoria, and would work through correspondence and papers before breakfast. He believed idleness was morally wrong and structured every hour of his day around useful activity. This compulsive productivity stemmed partly from his German upbringing and partly from his need to prove his worth in a country that initially viewed him as a foreign interloper living off British generosity. His role in planning the Great Exhibition of 1851 represented his greatest achievement and revealed his vision for Britain's future. Albert personally oversaw countless details, from selecting the location in Hyde Park to approving design elements of the Crystal Palace. He viewed the exhibition as demonstrating British technological and cultural superiority, and its success vindicated his years of effort. But the stress of the project took a physical toll he never fully recovered from. Albert's relationship with Victoria was intense and sometimes difficult. She adored him to the point of dependence, seeking his opinion on every matter and becoming distressed during his absences. Albert loved her, but found her emotional intensity exhausting. He would retreat to his private study when her moods became overwhelming, seeking solace in work and intellectual pursuits. Their marriage was genuinely loving, but not without tension. His interests in art and music were sophisticated and genuine. Albert was an accomplished organist and composer, creating pieces that were technically skilled, if not particularly innovative. He collected early Renaissance paintings and promoted German composers in Britain. These cultural pursuits were attempts to elevate British taste, which he privately viewed as somewhat provincial compared to continental Europe. Albert's parenting approach emphasized education and discipline. He created rigorous study schedules for the Prince of Wales and became frustrated when Bertie failed to meet expectations. This pressure damaged their relationship and contributed to Bertie's rebellious behavior later in life. Albert couldn't understand why his son didn't share his intellectual passions and work ethic. His death from typhoid fever in 1861 devastated Victoria and altered British history. Albert had been suffering from chronic stomach problems for years, likely a form of cancer, which weakened his constitution. When typhoid struck, his body couldn't fight it. Victoria's subsequent 40 years of mourning turned Albert into a secular saint, his memory preserved in countless monuments and institutions bearing his name. Number 16. Princess Margaret, Secret Indulgences and Behaviours. Princess Margaret, younger sister to Queen Elizabeth II, lived in her siblings' shadow while craving spotlight and independence. Her private life revealed someone torn between duty and desire, ultimately choosing neither satisfactorily, leading to a life marked by unfulfilled potential and quiet desperation hidden behind glamorous parties and cigarette smoke. Margaret's romance with Peter Townsend, a divorced equerry to the royal family, represented the great tragedy of her youth. They fell in love in the early 1950s, but the Church of England's position on divorce and royal protocol made marriage impossible without Margaret renouncing her rights and position. She ultimately chose duty over love, a decision that seemed to embitter her for life. Townsend moved on, married happily, and lived contentedly, while Margaret never quite recovered from losing him. Her marriage to Anthony Armstrong-Jones, later Lord Snowdon, began with passion, but descended into mutual cruelty. Both had affairs, Snowdon fathering a child with another woman while married to Margaret. They would fight viciously, exchanging cutting remarks designed to wound. Their divorce in 1978 was the first royal divorce in modern times, scandalizing some and liberating Margaret from a relationship that had become toxic. Margaret's party lifestyle was partly genuine enjoyment and partly performance. She loved nightclubs, stayed out until dawn, drank heavily, and smoked constantly. But friends reported that beneath the hedonism lived someone fundamentally unhappy, using pleasure to fill a void that couldn't be filled. Her parties at her Caribbean retreat on Mustique were legendary and sometimes controversial, attracting celebrities and socialites for weeks of indulgence. Her relationship with Roddy Llewellyn, a landscape gardener 17 years her junior, caused scandal, but also represented a brief period of genuine happiness. Roddy wasn't intimidated by her status and treated her with casual affection rather than formal deference. When photographs of them on Mustique were published, the public was shocked, and the relationship couldn't survive the scrutiny. Its end seemed to confirm Margaret's belief that she wasn't allowed to be happy. Margaret's artistic interests were genuine and sophisticated. She was an accomplished pianist, played regularly for her own enjoyment, and hosted musical evenings at Kensington Palace where professional musicians would perform. She also painted and sketched, though she kept this work private, apparently lacking confidence in her abilities despite possessing real talent. Her relationship with Elizabeth was complex, combining sibling affection with resentment. Margaret sometimes felt that fate had treated her unfairly, giving her sister the crown and responsibility while leaving Margaret with neither clear role nor real freedom. Elizabeth seemed to pity Margaret, while also being frustrated by her sister's inability to find contentment in her circumstances. Margaret's final years were marked by declining health, accelerated by her lifestyle. Multiple strokes left her partially paralysed and dependent on others. She who had valued independence above almost everything else found herself unable to care for herself. Her death in 2002 seemed almost merciful, ending a life that had contained moments of glamour but too little genuine joy. Number 17. Prince John. Hidden lifestyle and private eccentricities. Prince John, youngest son of King George V and Queen Mary, lived most of his short life hidden from public view at Sandringham. His story reveals the royal family's approach to disability and difference in the early 20th century, a mixture of shame, protection, and genuine love that resulted in a lonely existence for a boy whose epilepsy and possible autism made him unsuitable for public life. John was born in 1895, seemingly healthy and normal. But by age 4, he began experiencing seizures that were eventually diagnosed as epilepsy. In that era, epilepsy carried enormous stigma, and royal families particularly feared that such conditions suggested degeneracy or weak bloodlines. George and Mary made the difficult decision to keep John increasingly separate from public life and eventually from the rest of the family. He was moved to Wood Farm on the Sandringham estate, cared for by his devoted nanny, Charlotte Lalla Bill. This wasn't quite imprisonment. The estate provided space for John to roam, gardens where he could play, and visits from family members. But it was isolation nonetheless. John was being hidden because his condition embarrassed the family, and because his unpredictable seizures made public appearances impossible. Reports from those who knew John suggest he was a sweet-natured child who loved animals and nature. He kept pets, including rabbits and chickens, and spent hours in the gardens. He had some education from tutors, but his learning disabilities made traditional academics challenging. Instead, he learned practical skills and enjoyed simple pleasures that more complex minds might overlook. John's seizures grew more frequent and severe as he aged. Treatment options in that era were limited and often barbaric. He was given bromide salts, which had sedating effects but didn't prevent seizures and had numerous side effects. The condition was poorly understood, and families like John's could do little beyond keeping the child comfortable and safe. His siblings visited when possible, though their memories of John were vague given their age differences and separation. Mary, his sister, later wrote affectionately about him, remembering a gentle brother who seemed content despite his limitations. Whether John understood his isolation or questioned why his family lived elsewhere while he remained at Wood Farm is unknown. John died during a severe seizure in January 1919, shortly after his 13th birthday. His death was reported matter-of-factly in court circulars, and there was no public funeral. Queen Mary wrote in her diary that his death was a great relief because John had become more of an anxiety than ever. This wasn't callousness. It reflected the exhaustion of caring for a severely disabled child in an era with few resources, and the belief that John's death freed him from a life of suffering. His grave at Sandringham is simple and understated, reflecting perhaps the quiet life he led. Modern perspectives on disability make John's story particularly poignant. With current understanding and treatment of epilepsy, he might have lived very differently. Instead, he remains a footnote in royal history, a reminder of how families once responded to conditions they couldn't understand or accept. Number 18. Prince Leopold, Personal Habits and Unusual Routines. Prince Leopold, Duke of Albany, was Queen Victoria's 8th child and youngest son. His life was defined by haemophilia, the genetic bleeding disorder that Victoria unknowingly passed to several descendants, altering royal history across Europe. Leopold's private life reveals someone determined to live fully, despite physical limitations that made every day potentially dangerous. From earliest childhood, Leopold suffered from bleeds that caused excruciating pain and sometimes life-threatening complications. Falls that wouldn't harm normal children could trigger internal bleeding that lasted days. He spent large portions of his youth bedridden, missing out on activities his siblings enjoyed. This isolation shaped his personality. He became introspective, intellectual, and somewhat melancholy, aware that his condition made him fundamentally different. Leopold's education was extensive because physical activity was limited. He studied with intensity, becoming one of the most intellectually accomplished of Victoria's children. He was interested in literature, music, and the arts, eventually becoming a patron of various cultural institutions. These intellectual pursuits provided meaning and purpose when physical pursuits were denied. His determination to live normally, despite his condition, was remarkable and sometimes reckless. He attended Oxford University, an unusual decision for a prince, and especially for one in his condition. He lived in college housing, attended lectures, and participated in university life as much as possible. His time at Oxford was reportedly among the happiest of his life, providing friendship and intellectual stimulation outside the protective bubble of royal life. Leopold's relationship with women was complicated by his haemophilia. Potential wives and their families had to consider whether they were willing to accept his condition and the possibility of early widowhood. He eventually married Princess Helena of Waldeck and Pyrmont, who accepted both Leopold and his limitations. Their marriage was reportedly happy, despite its brevity. His death at 30 came after a fall in Cannes, France. He slipped on stairs, hitting his head, and suffered a fatal brain hemorrhage. It was the death his family had feared since his childhood, the inevitable result of a condition that made him fragile in ways no amount of caution could fully prevent. He left behind a pregnant wife and a young daughter, both of whom would remember him more through stories than personal memory. Leopold's legacy extends beyond his own life. His daughters became carriers of haemophilia, passing it to European royal families and most notably to the Russian imperial family. Tsarevich Alexei's haemophilia, inherited through Leopold's granddaughter Alexandra, influenced Russian history in ways that contributed to the Romanov dynasty's fall. Number 19. Prince Arthur, Military and Personal Quirks. Prince Arthur, Duke of Connaught and Strathern, was Queen Victoria's third son and seventh child. Unlike many of his siblings, Arthur found clear purpose and identity in military service, pursuing an active career that spanned decades and defined his public and private life. His personal habits reveal a man who brought military discipline to every aspect of existence. Arthur's military career wasn't merely ceremonial. He served actively in various capacities, including in Canada, India, and Egypt, and eventually rose to the rank of Field Marshal. He took his duties seriously, often to the point of rigidity, expecting the same standards from subordinates that he demanded of himself. This dedication earned respect from career soldiers who initially might have dismissed him as a royal dilettante. His daily routine maintained military precision throughout his life. He rose early, maintained regular mealtimes, and structured his day with the discipline of a soldier on campaign. This wasn't flexibility. Arthur believed that order and routine were morally superior to chaos and spontaneity. Staff members found him predictable, which made serving him easier, but also somewhat tedious. Arthur's marriage to Princess Louise Margaret of Prussia was arranged but apparently successful. They had 3 children and maintained a cordial, if not passionate, relationship. Louise shared Arthur's appreciation for order and duty, creating a household that ran with Germanic efficiency. Their compatibility seemed based more on shared values and complementary temperaments than romantic love. His collection of military memorabilia was extensive and meticulously organized. Weapons, uniforms, medals, and documents from his career were catalogued and displayed in his residences. Arthur would spend hours reviewing these items, recounting campaigns and battles to anyone willing to listen. These objects represented a life of purpose and achievement that he valued above all else. Arthur's relationship with his siblings varied. He was reportedly closest to his brother Leopold, perhaps because Leopold's haemophilia meant Arthur felt protective toward him. With his eldest brother, later Edward VII, Arthur maintained cordial but somewhat distant relations, possibly because their personalities and interests differed substantially. His final decades were marked by increasing obsolescence. Military tactics and technology advanced rapidly, and Arthur's Victorian-era experience became less relevant. He continued performing ceremonial duties and offering advice that was politely received but rarely implemented. He died in 1942 at age 91, having outlived most of his siblings and witnessed changes in Britain and its military that he struggled to fully comprehend or accept. Number 20. Princess Victoria. Surprising private practices. Princess Victoria, eldest daughter of King Edward VII, lived her entire life in her father's shadow and never married, maintaining a position of perpetual daughter and sister rather than establishing her own household. Her private life reveals someone whose opportunities were limited by gender and circumstance, leading to existence focused on duty, religion, and quietly maintained relationships. Victoria never married, though she had opportunities. Some historians suggest she was in love with one of her father's grooms, a completely unsuitable match that could never be acknowledged publicly. Whether this was genuine romance or friendly affection, misinterpreted by observers, remains unclear. What's certain is that Victoria remained in her parents' household, serving as companion to her mother, Queen Alexandra, particularly after Edward's death. Her daily life was consumed with religious observance and charitable work. Victoria attended services regularly, maintained extensive correspondence with clergy, and donated substantial portions of her income to various causes. This religious devotion wasn't merely performance. Friends reported that Victoria had genuine faith that provided comfort and meaning in a life that lacked the independence or excitement of her married sisters. Victoria's relationship with her mother, Alexandra, was reportedly both close and stifling. As the unmarried daughter, Victoria became Alexandra's primary companion, especially in Alexandra's widowhood. They travelled together, attended functions together, and lived together at Sandringham. This proximity meant Victoria had little freedom to develop independent interests or relationships beyond what her mother approved. Her hobbies included needlework and music, both considered appropriate for royal ladies of her era. Victoria was an accomplished pianist and would perform for family gatherings. She also did extensive needlework, creating elaborate pieces that were given as gifts or donated to charitable causes. These activities filled hours that might otherwise have stretched emptily in her life of limited options. Victoria's position within the family was somewhat peripheral. She wasn't heir to anything, wasn't particularly beautiful or charismatic, and didn't marry to create important alliances. She existed in the background of royal life, fulfilling duties when called upon, but rarely commanding attention or making news. This peripheral status perhaps suited someone of her retiring temperament. Her death in 1935 attracted little notice beyond family circles. She had lived quietly and died quietly, leaving behind few personal papers or possessions that revealed inner thoughts or frustrated ambitions. Victoria represents the many royal women whose lives were constrained by expectations and tradition, living out predetermined roles rather than choosing their own paths. Number 21. Princess Alice, quirky personal interests. Princess Alice, second daughter of Queen Victoria, led a life marked by social reform efforts, unusual for royal women of her era. Her personal interests and private habits reveal someone who chafed against the limitations placed on women, even royal women, and who found purpose in causes that took her beyond traditional charity work into actual activism. Alice married Prince Louis of Hesse, moving to Germany, where she became involved in nursing and medical reform. Her interest in healthcare wasn't merely patronage. Alice took practical nursing courses and worked directly with patients during wars and epidemics. This hands-on approach scandalized some who thought princesses shouldn't be exposed to such things, but Alice believed her position obligated her to serve meaningfully. Her friendship with Florence Nightingale was significant and genuine. They corresponded regularly, and Alice implemented Nightingale's reforms in Hesse, establishing modern nursing practices in German hospitals. This wasn't merely adopting trendy ideas. Alice studied nursing methodology seriously and applied lessons learned to practical situations. Her early death from diphtheria came partly because she'd been nursing her children through the same illness, contracting it herself through close contact. Alice's religious views were more questioning than typical for royal women of her time. She read theological works, engaged clergy in debates about doctrine, and wasn't afraid to express doubts about aspects of conventional Christianity. This intellectual approach to faith reflected her generally analytical mind, which sought understanding rather than accepting tradition unquestioningly. Her marriage to Louis was reportedly happy, despite financial struggles unusual for royalty. The Grand Duchy of Hesse wasn't wealthy, and Alice often found herself managing household expenses carefully. This practical experience with budgets and financial limitations gave her perspective that more privileged royals lacked. She understood material constraint in ways her mother and sisters did not. Alice's relationship with her mother, Victoria, was complicated by distance and differing viewpoints. Victoria expected frequent letters and became upset when Alice's responses weren't immediate or sufficiently detailed. Alice loved her mother, but sometimes found Victoria's expectations exhausting, particularly given Alice's own responsibilities managing a household and supporting her husband's duties. Her death at age 35 robbed Europe of one of its more progressive royal voices. Had she lived longer, Alice might have expanded her reform efforts and influenced social policy more substantially. Instead, she's remembered primarily as one of Victoria's many children, her own accomplishments overshadowed by her mother's long reign and her daughter's eventual role as Empress of Russia. Number 22. Princess Louise, hidden talents and odd routines. Princess Louise, fourth daughter of Queen Victoria, was the most artistic and free-spirited of the Queen's children. Her private life revealed talents that transcended typical royal accomplishments and personal choices that challenged Victorian conventions, making her one of the more interesting and unconventional members of her generation. Louise's sculpture was genuinely professional quality, not merely hobbyist work. She studied at the National Art Training School and created public monuments that still stand today, including the statue of her mother that sits outside Kensington Palace. She maintained a working studio, spent hours daily on her art, and exhibited under her own name rather than hiding behind anonymity. This professional approach to art was unusual for royal women and demonstrated both talent and dedication. Her marriage to the Marquis of Lorne, later Duke of Argyll, was controversial because he wasn't royal, marking the first time a daughter of a monarch had married a British subject since the mid-17th century. The marriage was reportedly unconsummated and possibly arranged to provide cover for Lorne's homosexuality, though this remained unacknowledged during their lifetimes. They maintained separate lives while presenting a united front publicly, an arrangement that suited both. Louise's political views were surprisingly progressive for a Victorian princess. She supported women's suffrage, advocated for educational opportunities for women, and maintained friendships with political activists. She kept these views somewhat private to avoid embarrassing her conservative mother, but among friends, she spoke openly about the need for social reform and women's rights. Her relationship with her mother was turbulent. Victoria relied on Louise's companionship, but also criticised her daughter's independence and artistic pursuits. Louise chafed under this control, and there were periods of estrangement when Louise would spend extended time in Scotland or Canada with her husband to escape Victoria's overbearing presence. This push and pull between duty and independence characterised much of Louise's adult life. Louise maintained an extensive network of artistic and intellectual friends outside royal circles. She preferred the company of painters, sculptors, and writers to courtiers and aristocrats. Her dinner parties at Kensington Palace brought together diverse groups that would never have mixed in more conventional royal settings. This intellectual curiosity and social flexibility made her popular among London's creative community. Her later years were marked by increasing deafness and isolation. Louise became somewhat reclusive, spending time at her Scottish estates and limiting her public appearances. She outlived most of her siblings, dying in 1939 at age 91, one of the last direct links to the Victorian era. Her artistic legacy endures in the sculptures and monuments she created, permanent reminders of her talent and determination to be more than merely decorative royalty. Number 23. Prince George, Private Obsessions. Prince George, Duke of Kent and fourth son of King George V, lived a life marked by sophistication, scandal, and rumour that made him one of the most intriguing royals of his generation. His private obsessions and personal habits revealed someone struggling with addiction, sexuality, and the constraints of royal duty during the increasingly modern world of the 1930s. George's drug addiction was an open secret among those close to the royal family. He used cocaine and possibly morphine, substances that were legal but increasingly frowned upon in the 1920s and 30s. His addiction affected his behaviour and reliability, causing family concern and requiring intervention. He eventually overcame the addiction with help from his future wife, Marina of Greece, though whether he achieved complete sobriety remains debated among historians. His romantic life before marriage was complicated and included relationships with both men and women. Persistent rumours suggested affairs with prominent society figures of both sexes, though concrete evidence is limited and much was actively suppressed by palace officials. What's clear is that George moved in sophisticated, bohemian circles where conventional morality was more flexible than in mainstream society. George's passion for collecting art and antiques was genuine and expensive. He had excellent taste and a good eye, assembling collections of furniture, paintings, and decorative objects that demonstrated both aesthetic sense and historical knowledge. These collections were housed at his country estate and represented an attempt to create beautiful surroundings that reflected his refined sensibilities. His marriage to Princess Marina of Greece and Denmark in 1934 was celebrated as a love match, unusual for royal marriages of that era. Marina was beautiful, sophisticated, and shared George's artistic interests. She also provided stability that helped him overcome his earlier problems. Their marriage produced 3 children and appeared genuinely happy, though George's wartime service meant extended separations. George's work with the Royal Air Force during World War II gave him purpose and a sense of contributing to the war effort. He held the rank of Air Commodore and undertook various duties, though his royal status meant he wasn't exposed to the same dangers as ordinary servicemen. He enjoyed the camaraderie of service life and the relative informality compared to royal functions. His death in a plane crash in Scotland in 1942 shocked the nation. The crash occurred during a flight to Iceland for inspection duties, and all aboard were killed. Rumours and conspiracy theories emerged suggesting everything from sabotage to secret missions. But the official investigation concluded it was an accident caused by pilot error in poor weather conditions. George's death at 39 robbed the royal family of one of its more colourful members and left Marina a widow with young children. His legacy is complicated by the mixture of charm, talent, and troubled behaviour that characterised his life. Modern perspectives on addiction and sexuality allow more sympathetic understanding of his struggles than his contemporaries could offer. George represented the challenges of being royal in an era of changing social norms, caught between traditional expectations and modern desires for personal authenticity. Number 24. Princess Beatrice, Eccentric Collections. Princess Beatrice, youngest daughter and last surviving child of Queen Victoria, spent much of her life as her mother's companion and secretary. Her private life reveals someone whose individuality was largely subordinated to her role as Victoria's support, leading to existence that blended devoted service with quiet accumulation of personal interests that provided escape from her demanding duties. Beatrice's marriage to Prince Henry of Battenberg was initially opposed by Victoria, who couldn't bear the thought of losing her indispensable companion. The compromise reached was that Henry and Beatrice would live with Victoria, ensuring Beatrice remained available for her mother's needs. This arrangement satisfied Victoria, but meant that Beatrice never established truly independent household or life, separate from her mother's overwhelming presence. Her role as Victoria's secretary and editor was enormous and controversial. After Victoria's death in 1901, Beatrice was tasked with transcribing and editing her mother's extensive journals. This process took decades, and Beatrice destroyed the original volumes as she worked, keeping only the edited transcriptions she deemed appropriate. Historians have long lamented this decision, as we can never know what Beatrice censored or how much of Victoria's authentic voice was lost in the editing process. Beatrice's collection of lace was extensive and carefully maintained. She appreciated the craftsmanship of fine lacework and accumulated pieces from various periods and regions. This collection provided aesthetic pleasure and represented a traditionally feminine interest that was acceptable even for someone in her position. She would spend hours examining pieces, noting their provenance and construction techniques. Her widowhood came early when Henry died of malaria in 1896 during a military campaign in Africa. Beatrice was devastated and entered a period of mourning that, while not as extreme as her mother's after Albert's death, still profoundly affected her for years. She raised their 4 children while continuing to serve Victoria, managing responsibilities that would have overwhelmed many people. Beatrice's relationship with her siblings was cordial, but not particularly close. The age gaps between her and her eldest siblings meant they'd left home before she was old enough to know them well. She was closest to Leopold, the sibling nearest her in age, and his early death affected her deeply. With her nieces and nephews, she maintained formal but affectionate relationships, serving as a link to their grandmother's era. Her later years were marked by increasing deafness, a condition shared with several of her siblings. This hearing loss isolated her socially and made communication challenging. She used an ear trumpet and relied increasingly on written notes to converse. Despite this disability, she continued performing royal duties and maintaining her mother's legacy until her own death in 1944 at age 87. Beatrice's life represents the sacrifice that some royals, particularly women, made to family duty. She had opportunities for independence that she chose not to pursue, instead dedicating herself to supporting her mother and later preserving Victoria's memory. Whether she found this life fulfilling, or whether she harbored regrets about roads not taken, we cannot know. Her editing of Victoria's journals suggests a complex relationship with truth and privacy that reflects the tensions inherent in her position. Number 25. Princess Eugenie. Private habits. Princess Eugenie of Sweden and Norway. Born Princess Eugenie of Sweden and later Queen Consort of Norway, lived during the late 19th and early 20th centuries. However, there appears to be some confusion in the original outline, as there isn't a British Princess Eugenie from the historical period who would fit this ranking. Instead, let me address Princess Eugenie of York, the younger daughter of Prince Andrew and Sarah Ferguson, whose modern private life reveals someone who has carved out a more independent path than many royals while maintaining family connections and royal duties. Eugenie's scoliosis surgery as a teenager profoundly affected her perspective on life and personal resilience. She underwent a serious operation to correct the curvature of her spine, which left a long scar down her back. Rather than hiding this scar, Eugenie has spoken openly about it, and even designed her wedding dress to reveal it, turning what some might see as an imperfection into a statement about accepting oneself. This openness about physical challenges represents a modern royal approach to vulnerability. Her career in the art world, working for an auction house, demonstrates her desire for professional identity beyond her royal status. Eugenie took her work seriously, developing expertise in contemporary art and building relationships within the art community based on her knowledge rather than her title. This professional life gives her financial independence and personal fulfillment that purely ceremonial royal roles wouldn't provide. Eugenie's relationship with her sister Beatrice is notably close. They've supported each other through their parents' divorce, various family scandals, and the challenges of being minor royals in an era where the institution faces increasing scrutiny. They maintain adjoining apartments at Kensington Palace and are frequently seen together at events, presenting a united front against whatever criticism comes their way. Her marriage to Jack Brooksbank, a brand ambassador who previously worked in hospitality, represents the modern royal approach to marriage, choosing partners based on personal compatibility rather than aristocratic lineage. Their wedding at Windsor Castle in 2018 was traditional in setting but contemporary in feel, reflecting Eugenie's desire to honour tradition while living authentically. Eugenie's commitment to charitable work, particularly around anti-slavery causes, shows genuine passion rather than merely fulfilling expected royal duties. She co-founded the Anti-Slavery Collective and works actively to raise awareness about modern slavery. This focus on a specific cause allows her to make meaningful contributions, rather than spreading attention thinly across numerous patronages. Her social life exists somewhat outside traditional royal circles. Eugenie maintains friendships with artists, entrepreneurs, and creative professionals, preferring diverse social groups to purely aristocratic company. This reflects her generation's approach to class and privilege, viewing social barriers as less important than shared interests and values. Eugenie's approach to parenthood, raising her son August and daughter Ernest, appears relaxed and modern. She's shared aspects of family life on social media while maintaining appropriate boundaries, finding a balance between openness and privacy that seems sustainable. Whether her children will be raised with royal duties or encouraged toward more independent lives remains to be seen. But Eugenie seems determined that they'll have choices she perhaps didn't fully have growing up. Number 26. Prince Henry, secretive routines. Prince Henry, Duke of Gloucester, and third son of King George V, lived much of his life overshadowed by his more charismatic brothers, but carved out a distinct identity through military service and a notably stable marriage. His secretive routines and private habits reveal someone who valued duty, order, and discretion above personal glory or attention. Henry's military career was more substantive than those of his brothers. He served actively in various regiments and undertook serious military training rather than merely holding ceremonial positions. He approached soldiering with dedication that earned respect from career officers who initially might have viewed him skeptically as just another royal playing at military service. This professional approach reflected Henry's need for purpose and identity beyond his royal birth. His marriage to Lady Alice Montague Douglas Scott in 1935 was one of the more successful royal marriages of that generation. Alice was from a prominent aristocratic family, but not royal herself, and she adapted well to royal life while maintaining her own personality. Their relationship appeared genuinely affectionate and companionable, characterized by shared interests in country life and similar temperaments that valued privacy over publicity. Henry's drinking became problematic at various points in his life. He used alcohol to cope with stress and the pressures of public life, occasionally drinking to excess in ways that concerned family and staff. This wasn't constant alcoholism, but periodic excessive drinking that affected his health and mood. Alice helped manage this tendency, and Henry seems to have kept it sufficiently under control that it never caused major public scandal. His collection of military memorabilia was extensive and carefully organized. Weapons, uniforms, medals, and historical documents related to various regiments filled rooms at his country estates. Henry would spend hours examining these objects, maintaining them with care that bordered on obsessive. These collections represented his authentic passion and provided connection to military history that he valued deeply. Henry's relationship with his brothers was complicated by birth order and personality differences. He was loyal to Edward through the abdication crisis, but reportedly felt that David had shirked duty. With George VI, Henry maintained cordial relations, though they weren't particularly close. The distance between brothers seemed partly circumstantial and partly temperamental, as Henry's reserved nature didn't lend itself to intimate friendships, even with family. His role as Governor-General of Australia from 1945 to 1947 took him far from England during a crucial post-war period. Henry and Alice approached these duties seriously, travelling extensively throughout Australia and working to strengthen Commonwealth bonds. Henry's military background served him well in this role, and he earned respect from Australians for his straightforward, unpretentious approach. Henry's final years were marked by declining health, including several strokes that left him increasingly debilitated. He died in 1974 at age 74, having outlived his brothers, but lived much of his later life in diminished capacity. His legacy is that of a dutiful royal who served without seeking spotlight, preferring private satisfaction of duty well done over public recognition. Number 27. Prince Michael of Kent, modern quirky hobbies. Prince Michael of Kent, grandson of King George V and cousin to Queen Elizabeth II, occupies an unusual position within the royal family, close enough to the throne to be recognisably royal, yet far enough removed to pursue business interests and personal projects that senior royals couldn't undertake. His modern quirky hobbies and private interests reveal someone navigating this ambiguous position while indulging passions that are distinctly his own. Michael's physical resemblance to his cousin, Tsar Nicholas II of Russia, is striking and not coincidental. They share the same great-grandparents. Michael has cultivated this connection, growing a beard that enhances the similarity and developing deep interest in Russian history and culture. He speaks Russian fluently and has become a prominent figure in Anglo-Russian relations, though this role has occasionally generated controversy given political tensions between the nations. His business ventures have sometimes raised eyebrows, particularly when his royal status has been leveraged for commercial purposes. Michael has been involved in various business consultancies and has used his royal connections to facilitate business dealings, particularly with Russia and Eastern Europe. Critics argue this commercializes royalty inappropriately, while defenders note that as a non-working royal, he must support himself financially, and his connections are legitimately valuable. Michael's passion for motor racing is genuine and long-standing. He's competed in historic car races, owns several classic racing vehicles, and maintains extensive knowledge of automotive history. This isn't casual interest. Michael participates actively in racing events and has earned respect within the historic racing community for his driving skill and technical knowledge. His collection of vintage vehicles is reportedly impressive, housed in specialized storage facilities. His marriage to Marie Christine von Reibnitz, a Catholic divorcee, was controversial when it occurred in 1978. At that time, marrying a Catholic meant Michael lost his place in the line of succession under the Act of Settlement. Marie Christine, often called Princess Michael of Kent, has been a polarizing figure, criticized for perceived snobbery, while admired for her historical scholarship and writing. Their marriage has endured despite controversies and has produced 2 children. Michael's interest in Freemasonry is well documented. He's held high positions within Masonic organizations and takes the traditions and rituals seriously. This interest connects to his broader fascination with history, tradition, and ceremonial practice. While Freemasonry isn't inherently controversial, it adds to the perception of Michael as someone who moves in circles and pursues interests outside mainstream royal life. His patronage of various organizations focuses heavily on Russian cultural causes, military charities, and organizations connected to his personal interests. Unlike working royals whose patronages are carefully chosen to represent broad national interests, Michael's reflect his individual passions. This personalized approach to royal duties suits someone who isn't supported by taxpayers and can therefore choose causes based on genuine interest rather than strategic importance. Michael's financial situation has been subject to scrutiny, particularly regarding his residence at Kensington Palace, for which he initially paid no rent, and use of his royal title for commercial purposes. These controversies reflect the broader question of how non-working royals should support themselves and what constitutes appropriate use of royal status. Michael occupies ambiguous territory, too royal to be entirely private, but not royal enough to receive full support or protection from the institution. Number 28. Princess Alexandra, Hidden Rituals and Private Pastimes. Princess Alexandra, the Honourable Lady Ogilvy, is another cousin of Queen Elizabeth II, who has spent her life performing royal duties while maintaining notably private personal life. Her hidden rituals and private pastimes reveal someone who has balanced public service with personal privacy more successfully than many royals, creating a life that honours duty without sacrificing all individuality. Alexandra's dedication to nursing and medical charities stems from genuine interest in healthcare rather than merely fulfilling expected royal roles. She's maintained patronage of numerous medical organisations throughout her life and has taken the time to understand the challenges these organisations face. Her involvement isn't superficial. She asks informed questions and follows up on issues raised during visits, demonstrating engagement that goes beyond photo opportunities. Her marriage to Sir Angus Ogilvy in 1963 was seen as a love match, unusual for royals of that era. Angus was a businessman rather than royalty, and their decision to decline a title for him meant their children would grow up as private citizens rather than royals. This choice reflected Alexandra's desire to give her children more normal lives than she'd experienced, free from the pressures and scrutiny that came with royal status. Alexandra's interest in music is genuine and extensive. She's a patron of numerous musical organisations and actually understands musical theory and performance, rather than merely attending concerts as figurehead. She plays piano privately and reportedly has good technical skill, though she's never performed publicly. This musical knowledge allows her to engage meaningfully with the artists and organisations she supports. Her widowhood, following Angus's death in 2004, affected her deeply, but didn't diminish her commitment to royal duties. If anything, she increased her work schedule, perhaps finding solace in keeping busy and maintaining purposes beyond her personal loss. Staff members have commented on her resilience and determination to continue serving despite advancing age and personal grief. Alexandra's fashion sense has been notably consistent throughout her life. She favours classic styles, quality fabrics, and elegant simplicity over trendy designs. This consistent approach to dress reflects her broader personality, valuing substance over flash, preferring timeless quality to temporary fashion. Her wardrobe choices never generate headlines, which seems to be precisely her intention. Her relationship with the Queen was apparently close and affectionate throughout their lives. They were similar in age, shared childhood experiences during World War II, and both took their royal duties seriously. Alexandra was reportedly one of the few people with whom the Queen could truly relax, someone who understood the pressures of royal life firsthand and could be trusted absolutely with confidences. Alexandra's later years have been marked by reduced public appearances due to age and health issues, but she's continued working longer than might be expected. She maintained patronages and fulfilled engagements well into her 80s, demonstrating the same dedication to duty that characterized her entire adult life. Her approach to aging has been to continue serving as long as possible, withdrawing only when absolutely necessary rather than retiring early to enjoy private leisure. Number 29. Prince William of Gloucester, personal eccentricities. Prince William of Gloucester, grandson of King George V, lived a tragically short life that ended in a plane crash in 1972 when he was only 30. His personal eccentricities and private life reveal someone who chafed against royal constraints and sought adventure and authenticity outside the prescribed royal path, making his early death particularly poignant, as we can only speculate about what kind of life he might have led. William's decision to work in banking and diplomatic service in Nigeria and Tokyo represented genuine attempts to establish career and identity separate from his royal status. Unlike many royals who hold ceremonial positions, William actually worked, putting in hours and taking responsibilities seriously. Colleagues reported that he was capable and hard-working, earning respect through competence rather than coasting on his title. His passion for flying wasn't casual hobby, but serious pursuit that ultimately cost him his life. William learned to fly and participated in air races, finding in aviation the combination of skill, risk, and freedom that his ground-bound royal life lacked. The crash that killed him occurred during an air race, demonstrating that he was actively piloting rather than merely being transported by others. This risk-taking personality worried his family, but provided William with the intensity of experience he craved. William's romantic life was complicated by his position within the royal family. He fell in love with József Starkloff, a Hungarian model and divorcee, and their relationship lasted several years. However, William's position in the line of succession and his father's opposition meant that marriage was impossible. William agonized over this choice between love and duty, ultimately choosing duty, though the decision caused him considerable pain. József later said that William believed he had to sacrifice personal happiness for royal responsibility. His interest in different cultures wasn't merely diplomatic courtesy. William genuinely enjoyed learning about other societies, studying their languages and customs with enthusiasm that went beyond what his roles required. Time spent in Nigeria and Japan gave him perspective on Britain's role in the world, and appreciation for cultural diversity that was somewhat unusual for royals of his generation. William's relationship with his younger brother Richard was close and supportive. They shared interests and temperaments, both somewhat frustrated by royal constraints, but accepting their duties. When William died, Richard inherited not just his title, but also the burden of representing the Gloucester line, responsibilities Richard had expected to avoid. William's death fundamentally altered Richard's life trajectory, transforming him from spare to principal overnight. His final day alive was spent doing what he loved: flying. The crash at an air show in Staffordshire killed William and his co-pilot instantly when their plane went into a steep dive and hit the ground. Investigations suggested pilot error or mechanical failure, but the exact cause was never definitively established. William was 30 years old, handsome, accomplished, and just beginning to find his place in the world when his life ended abruptly. William's legacy is largely one of unfulfilled potential. Those who knew him believed he had the qualities to modernize the monarchy's image and connect with younger generations. His death removed someone who might have played a significant progressive role in royal family evolution. Instead, he's remembered as a promising figure whose story ended before its full development, leaving only speculation about what might have been. Number 30. Princess Mary. Quietly unusual routines. Princess Mary, the only daughter of King George V and Queen Mary, lived much of her life in Yorkshire after her marriage to Viscount Lascelles, later Earl of Harewood. Her quietly unusual routines and private life reveal someone who balanced royal duty with genuine commitment to her Yorkshire community, creating a life that honoured both her birth and her adopted home. Mary's dedication to nursing and medical work began during World War I, when she worked as a nurse, actually performing duties rather than merely supervising or making ceremonial visits. She continued this interest throughout her life, maintaining patronage of numerous hospitals and nursing organisations. Her knowledge of medical matters was substantial, earned through actual experience rather than merely receiving briefings from staff. Her marriage to Viscount Lascelles in 1922 was reportedly not a love match, but rather a suitable arrangement between aristocratic families. Lascelles was 15 years older, and the marriage produced 2 sons, but apparently little passion or deep emotional connection. Mary fulfilled her wifely duties and maintained appropriate public image, but those close to the family suggested she found little personal happiness in the relationship. Mary's interest in Girl Guides was significant and long-lasting. She served as president of the Girl Guides Association and took her role seriously, actually attending events and engaging with guides rather than maintaining merely ceremonial involvement. She believed in the organization's values of self-reliance and outdoor skills for girls, seeing these as important character development regardless of social class. Her daily routine at Harewood House in Yorkshire was remarkably structured. Mary maintained precise schedules for meals, correspondence, estate management, and charitable work. This routine provided stability and purpose, filling hours with productive activity rather than idle leisure. Staff members could practically set clocks by her movements, as she adhered to her schedule with discipline inherited from her parents. Mary's relationship with her brothers varied in closeness. She was particularly close to George VI, perhaps because they shared similar temperaments. Dutiful, somewhat reserved, uncomfortable with the spotlight. With David, later Edward VIII, she maintained cordial relations, though she disapproved of his abdication. Her youngest brother, John, died when she was young, and she apparently retained affectionate memories of him, despite his isolation from the family. Her later years were marked by increasing involvement in Yorkshire's cultural and charitable life. Mary became genuinely identified with Yorkshire, supporting local causes and attending regional events with frequency that demonstrated real commitment rather than obligatory duty. She became a beloved figure in the region, respected for her accessibility and genuine interest in local matters. Mary died in 1965 at age 67. Her death marked the end of a generation, as she was the last surviving child of George V. Her funeral reflected both her royal status and her Yorkshire identity, with representation from both London and the local community she'd served for decades. She's remembered as a dutiful royal who found meaningful purpose in service and created a life of quiet dignity rather than drama or controversy. Number 31. Prince Richard. Minor but quirky behaviours. Prince Richard, Duke of Gloucester, is the younger son of Prince Henry and inherited his father's title unexpectedly when his older brother, William, died in a plane crash in 1972. His minor but quirky behaviours and private interests reveal someone who has approached royal duty conscientiously while maintaining personal interests that provide meaning beyond ceremonial functions. Richard trained as an architect before his brother's death transformed him from relative obscurity to active royal duties. His architectural knowledge is substantial and genuine, earned through proper education and practice rather than merely dabbling. He maintains involvement with architectural organizations and brings informed perspective to discussions about building and preservation, making him one of the more technically knowledgeable royals in his particular field. His marriage to Birgitte van Deur, a Danish woman he met while both were students, has been notably stable and low profile. Birgitte became Duchess of Gloucester and has supported Richard in his duties while maintaining her own interests and identity. Their marriage represents the kind of stable partnership that allows royal duties to be fulfilled without constant drama or public dysfunction. Richard's approach to royal duties is notably diligent. He undertakes hundreds of engagements annually, maintaining a work schedule that rivals more senior royals, despite his more peripheral position in the family hierarchy. This dedication isn't seeking spotlight. Richard seems genuinely to believe in public service and in earning his position through consistent, reliable work rather than coasting on inherited status. His interest in heritage preservation extends beyond architecture to broader conservation issues. Richard supports organizations working to preserve historical sites, traditional crafts, and cultural heritage. This interest reflects his architectural background, but also suggests genuine appreciation for continuity and tradition, values that align with his position within an institution that itself embodies historical continuity. Richard's relationship with his children has apparently been warmer and more engaged than his own father's was with him. He's spoken publicly about trying to be present and supportive as a parent, balancing royal duties with family life in ways that previous generations didn't necessarily prioritize. His children have pursued their own careers while maintaining connections to royal life, suggesting successful navigation of the challenges inherent in being minor royals. His public profile is deliberately low-key. Richard doesn't seek media attention, rarely gives interviews, and maintains privacy around his personal life. This approach suits someone who came to royal duties through accident rather than expectation, and who views them as responsibilities to fulfill rather than opportunities for personal aggrandizement. He represents a model of steady, quiet service that contrasts with more dramatic royal narratives. Richard's later years have continued his pattern of consistent duty. He's maintained his schedule despite advancing age, demonstrating the same commitment to service that characterized his entry into full-time royal work decades earlier. Whether history will remember him beyond a footnote depends partly on how the monarchy evolves, but those who work with him consistently describe someone who takes his responsibilities seriously and fulfills them with integrity. Number 32. Prince Frederick, Obscure Habits. Finding specific information about a British Prince Frederick with obscure habits is challenging, as several royals have held this name across different generations. However, let me discuss Prince Frederick, Duke of York and Albany, second son of King George III, whose private habits and personal life provide fascinating insights into royal life during the late 18th and early 19th centuries. Frederick's military career was mixed, combining genuine dedication with notable failures. He served as Commander-in-Chief of the British Army and implemented important reforms that modernized military organization. However, his campaigns in Flanders during the French Revolutionary Wars ended in costly defeats, immortalized mockingly in the nursery rhyme, The Grand Old Duke of York. Frederick took these failures hard, though he continued serving in administrative capacities where his organizational skills proved valuable. His marriage to Princess Frederica of Prussia was arranged and reportedly unhappy. The couple lived largely separate lives, maintaining separate residences and social circles. Frederica was difficult, eccentric, and unpopular, while Frederick preferred the company of male friends and various mistresses. Their marriage produced no children, contributing to the succession crisis that eventually led to Victoria's accession. Frederick's gambling debts were enormous and legendary. He accumulated staggering sums through betting on cards, horses, and nearly anything else that could be wagered on. His financial irresponsibility created constant crisis, requiring periodic bailouts from Parliament and causing political controversy. Frederick seemed unable or unwilling to control his spending, living far beyond his means, despite substantial income from his position. His relationship with Mary Ann Clark, an actress and courtesan, resulted in a major scandal when it was revealed that Clark had been selling military commissions and promotions, using her influence with Frederick to profit from appointments. Frederick claimed ignorance of this arrangement, but the scandal forced his temporary resignation as commander-in-chief. The episode damaged his reputation permanently, though he was eventually restored to his position. Frederick's personal household was notably extravagant. He employed enormous staff, maintained multiple residences, and indulged in elaborate entertaining. His homes were filled with expensive furniture, artwork, and decorative objects, many acquired through credit that would never be fully repaid. This lifestyle reflected both his genuine appreciation for beauty and his complete disconnect from financial reality. His relationship with his father, George III, was complex. Frederick was reportedly his father's favourite son, in contrast to the troubled relationship between George and the Prince of Wales, later George IV. However, Frederick's scandals and debts disappointed his father and contributed to the stress that affected George's mental health in his later years. Frederick died in 1827, at age 63, heavily in debt despite a lifetime of royal income. His death without legitimate heirs meant his brother, later William IV, stood between the crown and Victoria's eventual succession. Frederick's legacy is mixed, credited with important military reforms but remembered also for scandal, debt, and the uncomfortable truth that royal status didn't guarantee competence or character. Number 33, Princess Charlotte, Private Oddities. Princess Charlotte of Wales, daughter of the Prince Regent, later George IV, and Princess Caroline, was for most of her short life heir presumptive to the British throne. Her private oddities and personal characteristics reveal someone whose spirited personality and tragic early death shaped British royal history in unexpected ways. Charlotte's relationship with both parents was difficult and complicated by their bitter estrangement. Her father was self-indulgent and negligent, more concerned with his own pleasures than parenting. Her mother, Caroline, was erratic and inappropriate, creating scandals that embarrassed Charlotte and complicated her position. Charlotte navigated between them carefully, trying to maintain relationships with both while not being used as a weapon in their battles. Her engagement to Prince William of Orange was arranged for political purposes, and Charlotte initially accepted it. However, she later broke the engagement, refusing to leave England if marriage meant living permanently in the Netherlands. This demonstrated remarkable independence for a princess of her era, asserting personal will against political expectations. Her refusal caused diplomatic difficulty, but established that she wouldn't be simply forced into arrangements she found unacceptable. Charlotte's eventual marriage to Prince Leopold of Saxe-Coburg-Saalfeld appears to have been genuinely affectionate. They shared interests and temperaments, and Leopold provided stability and support that Charlotte had lacked in her turbulent childhood. Their marriage was brief but apparently happy, providing Charlotte with first real experience of stable, loving relationship. Her pregnancy in 1817 was cause for national celebration. The nation eagerly anticipated the birth of a future monarch, and Charlotte's confinement was closely monitored. However, the delivery went tragically wrong. After a prolonged and difficult labour lasting over 50 hours, Charlotte delivered a stillborn son. She seemed to recover initially but suffered complications, likely postpartum hemorrhage, and died hours after the birth. Charlotte's death at 21 shocked the nation into genuine mourning. She had been popular, representing hope for a more stable monarchy after the scandals of her father's generation. Her death changed British history fundamentally, triggering the rush by her father's brothers to marry and produce heirs that eventually resulted in Victoria's birth and accession. The medical care Charlotte received has been subject to historical scrutiny. Her physician, Sir Richard Croft, was criticised for his management of the delivery, particularly his refusal to use forceps or perform a caesarean section, interventions that might have saved either Charlotte or her child. Croft committed suicide months later, apparently unable to bear the guilt and public censure. The tragedy highlighted inadequacies in obstetric care even for royalty. Charlotte's legacy is primarily one of unrealized potential. Had she lived, she would have become queen, and the Victorian era would never have occurred as we know it. Her death demonstrates how individual mortality can alter national destiny in unexpected ways, changing the course of history through purely biological circumstance rather than political or military events. Number 34. Prince John, making the list again for his quiet, eccentric lifestyle. As mentioned earlier in our journey, Prince John appears twice on our list, and this second appearance allows us to emphasize certain aspects of his quiet, eccentric lifestyle that deserve deeper consideration. His story remains one of the most poignant in royal history, revealing both the limitations of early 20th century medical understanding and the complex emotions families experienced when confronting disability they couldn't fully comprehend or address. The decision to house John separately at Wood Farm wasn't made lightly or callously, though modern sensibilities understandably find it troubling. King George and Queen Mary genuinely believed they were protecting John from public scrutiny that would have been unkind and from the pressures of royal life that his condition made impossible to navigate. They visited him regularly, and his siblings came when they could. But the separation created emotional distance that everyone involved likely regretted on some level. John's daily routines at Wood Farm were structured to provide comfort and security. His days followed predictable patterns, waking at regular times, taking meals in his dining room, spending hours outdoors when weather permitted, playing with his beloved animals, and engaging in simple activities that brought him pleasure. This routine wasn't restrictive imprisonment. It was an attempt to create an environment where John could be happy within the limitations his conditions imposed. His relationship with his nanny, Lala Bill, was the most important in his life. She dedicated herself to his care with remarkable devotion, providing the consistent affection and attention that his parents' positions didn't allow them to give. Lala understood John's needs, anticipated his seizures, managed his medications, and created an atmosphere of safety and love. After John's death, she described him as the most gentle and loving of children, a testament that cuts through historical distance to reveal genuine affection for her charge. John's awareness of his situation is impossible to know with certainty. Did he understand that he was being kept separate from his family? Did he question why he lived at Wood Farm while his siblings lived in palaces? Did he feel abandoned, or did he accept his circumstances with the simplicity of mind that his conditions perhaps created? These questions haunt John's story because we can never truly know his inner experience or emotional reality. The progressive worsening of his seizures in his final years made his existence increasingly difficult. The treatments available were limited and often created as many problems as they solved. John would have periods of relative calm followed by clusters of severe seizures that left him exhausted and disoriented. The inevitability of his early death hung over everyone who cared for him, creating a sadness that permeated Wood Farm, despite efforts to maintain normalcy and cheer. His death was almost merciful in the context of his suffering. When the fatal seizure came, it ended John's struggles and freed his family from the constant worry about his well-being and the societal embarrassment his existence caused them. Queen Mary's diary entry describing his death as a great relief shocks modern readers, but it reflected both the exhaustion of coping with his condition and the genuine belief that death freed John from a life that could never be truly fulfilling given his limitations. The memory of John has been reconsidered in recent decades as understanding of epilepsy and developmental disabilities has advanced. We now know that with modern treatment, John's seizures likely could have been controlled or significantly reduced. We understand that people with disabilities can lead fulfilling lives with appropriate support, and that isolation isn't therapeutic or necessary. John's story serves as a reminder of how far medical and social understanding has progressed, but also of the very real limitations and fears that shaped responses to disability in earlier eras. Number 35. Prince Charles Edward, minor quirks. Prince Charles Edward, Duke of Albany, and later Duke of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha, was grandson of Queen Victoria through her youngest son, Leopold. His life spans one of the most dramatic periods in European history, and his choices during that time branded him a traitor to Britain while making him a controversial figure in Germany. His minor quirks and personal habits reveal someone caught between national identities and ultimately choosing poorly, with consequences that lasted his entire life. Charles Edward was born in 1884 after his father Leopold's death, inheriting his father's British titles at birth. He grew up in Britain, educated at Eton, and seemed destined for a life as a minor British royal. However, when the Saxe-Coburg-Gotha line faced extinction without heirs, Charles Edward was selected to inherit the German duchy at age 15. This decision removed him from Britain and set him on a path that would eventually sever his British connections entirely. His transformation from British prince to German duke was gradual but thorough. Charles Edward adopted German language, customs, and perspectives, eventually identifying more strongly with his adopted country than his birth nation. During World War I, he fought for Germany against Britain, a choice that his British relatives viewed as betrayal. This decision was understandable from his perspective, having lived in Germany for years and holding responsibilities to his German territories, but it destroyed his relationships with British family members and resulted in stripping of his British titles. Charles Edward's involvement with early Nazi movement has been subject to historical debate. He joined the Nazi Party in the 1930s and held various positions within the regime, though historians disagree about whether he was genuinely committed to Nazi ideology or simply trying to preserve his position and properties during a dangerous political era. His granddaughter has argued that he was opportunistic rather than ideological, but his actions during this period remain controversial regardless of motivation. His personal life was marked by a successful marriage to Princess Victoria Adelaide of Schleswig-Holstein. They had 5 children and apparently maintained a stable, affectionate relationship despite the political tumult surrounding them. Victoria Adelaide stood by Charles Edward through his political troubles and shared his social isolation after World War II, when they were both viewed with suspicion and hostility. Charles Edward's post-war years were difficult and humiliating. He was interned by American forces, faced denazification proceedings, and lost much of his property and wealth. He lived his final years in reduced circumstances, socially ostracized and financially struggling. The British royal family maintained complete distance, viewing him as having irrevocably chosen Germany over Britain and having supported an evil regime. His death in 1954 came in relative obscurity. Charles Edward had outlived his relevance, becoming a figure from another era whose choices had placed him on the wrong side of history. His obituaries in Britain, when they appeared at all, were brief and unsympathetic, treating him as someone who had thrown away his birthright and allied with evil. Charles Edward's legacy is cautionary, demonstrating how royal lives can be determined by accidents of birth and death that place individuals in impossible positions. He was removed from Britain as a teenager, placed in a foreign country with responsibilities he didn't seek, and then faced with choices during 2 world wars, where loyalty to adopted country meant betraying birth nation. Whether he made those choices well or poorly remains debated, but the tragic arc of his life demonstrates that being royal doesn't protect against historical forces or ensure wise decision-making in impossible circumstances. As this journey gently comes to a close, we've now explored the lives of 93 British royals, each revealing a different facet of secrecy, obsession, and private behaviour history rarely chose to linger on. From habits of accumulation hidden behind locked doors to carefully guarded identities and personal lives lived beyond the public gaze, these stories remind us that royalty was never defined by ceremony alone. Across generations, crowns and titles often concealed deeply human struggles, desires for control, comfort, love, or escape. Whether expressed through hoarding, quiet indulgence, or lives shaped far from official record, these private choices sometimes carried consequences that echoed well beyond palace walls. Not through dramatic announcements or open rebellion, but through subtle decisions made in silence. Thank you for staying with us until the end of this documentary. Whether you listened attentively or allowed these stories to fade softly into the background, your time here is truly appreciated. This channel exists to offer a space where history can be explored without urgency, where learning and rest can coexist. If you found this video relaxing or meaningful, consider liking the video and subscribing to the channel. Your support helps make more long-form, sleep-friendly British royal history possible. For now, let the pace slow once more. Allow the mind to rest, the stories to drift, and the night to settle quietly around you. Until next time, thank you for listening.